All right. It is official. We are here.
We are
here,
live. Baby.
That is right. This is OnPoint, the gaming newscast.
Yes, it is.
This is episode number 54. Man, time's just flying by, bro.
It is.
It is. It's been a busy week.
It has.
Been a fun week for me.
Very.
A little silly.
Been a birthday week, right? So that was cool.
Yes, very cool.
Thank you to all the nice, birthday wishes on Twitter. Much appreciated. And thanks to the fam for having a great day with me. It was
Always,
awesome.
baby.
It
Always.
was awesome sauce. But aside from that, I'm CMoney. I keep forgetting that we should introduce ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
What?
So, even though it says it underneath us, but that's fine. So I'm CMoney, right on the middle side, right there, right in between us. That was MADMAN.
Yes.
That was MADMAN. And then
Right
on the
on
far
key.
side, we have the very lovely Doodle.
Hi, guys.
That's right.
What's up?
So we are
It's your
back.
girl
I feel
Doodle.
I feel like these weeks have just been kind of like flying by.
I feel the same because I feel like we were just talking about our 52nd podcast and how it's been a year. And now we're on number 54. And it's like, we were just talking about
It's
hitting
like
a year
nonstop.
on these podcasts. Yeah.
We just keep chugging along, you know?
Time is not slowing
Chug the
down.
chug.
No, it's just
You
going
know?
and going.
But can't stop time.
Cannot.
You can only enjoy it and live every second to its max.
Live like every man's going to be your
Absolutely.
last.
Exactly. I agree.
Beautiful words. Those are words
Of
to
wisdom.
live by. Okay, that's the way you see it.
Those are wise chips.
Those are wise chips. Yeah, so we guys are, I'm sure you read the thumbnail. Acquisition talk is still here. As much as we believed in our hearts that it wouldn't be, because we thought it was over.
All done and done.
But in fact, it was not over. Okay, so we're going to dive deep into it. Again, you saw the topic of the show is the
Yes.
Xbox Activision Blizzard deal. The acquisition is delayed.
Wait, what? Why?
Well, here's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
The closing date is delayed.
It's delayed, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to talk through all the different things that have been going on surrounding the deal.
Ooh, juicy juice.
Yeah, that's
It's cop that.
that's where we are, and that's how we're going to start. So,
All right. I'm digging it.
The first topic, well, I mean, this is the topic, but the first thing about this, and I want to start with the fun thing that happened.
Yeah.
That we all knew would happen, but it officially did happen. Which
Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. Go ahead.
Sony
Yes.
finally bent the knee,
Oh, yeah.
and they signed a
Oh.
deal with Microsoft.
They did.
They did.
They did.
And fun fact, they did not get what they wanted.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They should have took the deal. They didn't
They
take the
should
deal.
have taken that deal.
And
Or even when they saw like that the ship was about to sink, right?
yep.
Kind of like be like, yo, Philly Phil, where's that contract? You know what I mean? Like before
Like, hey,
it
is this
all
deal
ended.
so good here? I'm just going to sign it. Guys, I
Let
signed
me
the
sign
deal.
it.
Take it. They're like, no.
Please.
No. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read a couple things as we
Yes.
do. So our boy Phil Spencer out in these streets, he says, we are pleased to announce that Microsoft and PlayStation, you see how, real quick, you see how he says Microsoft, the Titan, the Beast,
the
and
monster.
PlayStation, right? He didn't say and Sony.
Yes.
He said and PlayStation.
He went with the big dog name.
That's right.
He went
That's
with
right.
Microsoft, and then the little PlayStation branch,
Little
not
PlayStation
Sony
branch.
as a
Hard.
whole, right? He didn't say Xbox and PlayStation or Microsoft and Sony. He said Microsoft,
Microsoft
the Beast,
and PlayStation.
and PlayStation.
What's up, Shin? How you doing, buddy?
Shin,
Welcome,
welcome.
welcome.
What's up,
All right.
nameless?
So we are pleased to announce that Microsoft and PlayStation have signed a binding agreement to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation following the acquisition of Activision Blizzard. We look forward to a future where players globally have more choice to play their favorite games. Then we have our boy Brad Smith,
Oh,
quote tweeting Mr. Phil, going a little deeper. From day one of this acquisition, we've been committed to addressing the concerns of regulators, platform and game developers, and consumers. Even after we cross the finish line for this deal's approval, we will remain focused on ensuring that Call of Duty remains available on more platforms and for more consumers than ever before.
There we go.
Like Nintendo Switch.
Like Nintendo Switch. That is correct.
There was a big kind of stir when that tweet first went out, because it was like, okay, he did a deal, right? You heard it. It just said they came to an agreement, right? They signed a binding agreement, but they didn't say what the deal was for. They didn't say 10 years. They didn't say anything. So people were like, oh shit, like, did they get like no years? They just got like an agreement.
Sign this for
Like 10
no
days.
years.
Here for 0 years.
No days, all right? No hours of Call of Duty on your system.
So everybody was, people were out there with their conspiracy theories as to what happened.
This contract was, right?
Why did Phil choose those words specifically?
Yeah.
So actually Microsoft confirmed to The Verge, right? So they confirmed that it's a 10-year Call of Duty deal.
Call of Duty.
And that deal is limited to Call of Duty.
Very clear.
Now, to understand why this is important and why this is something to talk about, is Microsoft originally offered to keep existing Activision console titles on Sony, including future versions of current Activision games on PlayStation till the end of 2027.
They dropped the ball, to say the least, by the way.
So this is why. So there's a lot of like people, like a lot of PlayStation fanboys are out there saying, oh shit, Sony got them.
Yeah.
Look at what they did. They were going to only do it in 2027, but now they got 10 years. Oh, snap.
That was the offer.
Bro.
They had that, plus other Activision
So they
games.
had the 2027 deal, but it was everything that Activision made. Everything. Whatever they made, they were going to do it on there that was already existing, or if it was on there, any future version
correct
was going to be on there.
Yeah, they made like Diablo 4 remastered.
This is why it's so stupid, because Call of Duty was always going to stay on PlayStation.
Of course it
the 10-year
was.
Deal
They
means
were not going to
nothing.
take that down. This is like what they did with Minecraft. They went ahead.
Exactly.
It's everywhere because that's how they make the most money.
Yeah.
So it was never there was never a question of being exclusive, and that's why Jimmy Jim was raging out saying, I'm not trying to get a deal. Like, he knew they're not going to take it away. I want to block it so that they don't just have it, throw it into Game Pass, and what's happening?
Now he fucked himself across the board.
He really did.
Because now literally every single game that comes out of Activision doesn't have to come to PlayStation.
It doesn't have to, and if it does, it
probably
will
won't.
be under like straight up Microsoft terms. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
In a way that, like, if you want it, come and get it. You know?
Yeah, that's the wild part. Like, they really went ahead and thought, like Sony thought that this was the way. Like, you know what? We're going to fight this tooth and nail. And all they did was lose. Because Call of Duty was always going to be there. But the next big Activision game that comes out for the fans, right? Not that it necessarily has to be a blockbuster, right?
Like
but if the
widespread
next
appeal.
Crash Bandicoot comes out
Yes.
and it's not on PlayStation,
That's gonna be real funny.
it's Xbox exclusive because, well, it wasn't really going to sell that much on PlayStation anyway. It'll do better as an exclusive for us.
Listen, for Microsoft, for themselves, this little bit of hiccups like that took place.
What's up, the real Canada? Can you see me? I can see you.
I see you,
the
baby.
weird thing is that I actually
Welcome.
can see you. Huh? What?
So it was a blessing. Like, to go a little, like, through all these things that happened, took place, knowing that you still have the upper hand, that you'll be able to buy your company, right? Because they were very confident throughout. Microsoft was very confident.
Absolutely.
Right? So to be able to know that you're going to get this done, and this is just an itch, right? Jimmy Jim is just a little, a tick, a mosquito. Woo-hoo. And then, like,
the fly
once that's
swatter.
done, like, to have this type of win where you don't have to give them anything but Call of Duty now in this contract, like, that's a win, bro.
That's a huge win.
That's huge.
It's a huge W and a huge loss
and
for
a major
Sony.
loss for Sony. You know what's funny? I read on Twitter. Real quick. I don't know who said it, but like someone wrote that, Xbox fans are out there wilding out, acting like they want something when all I have to do is keep my PlayStation. And technically, Xbox is like a computer, and I could just play on my computer through Game Pass because it connects or whatever. It's like, dum-dum. You're still paying for Game Pass. Yeah. That's what they want you to do. Like they don't care if you play it on your computer or if you play it on your phone, Xbox or on your phone.
Microwave.
They don't care.
Exactly.
They want that monthly payment.
And what's really funny is that you mentioned
Exactly.
Crash Bandicoot, but I feel like that it probably would do better on PlayStation because a lot of people associate Crash with
obviously,
PlayStation.
it's not that I didn't mean that it
Not
wouldn't
that they
do good on
won't
PlayStation,
do
but it's
it.
not going to sell enough on PlayStation
to be like, we
to
need
be like, we
to put
need
it on
PlayStation when
Yes.
it'll do better as an exclusive, because those are the games that people are like, oh damn, I can't play Crash Bandicoot here.
Yeah.
Let me go get Game Pass on PC to play it. Or
I agree.
let me
Yeah.
go
Like
get
that's a
Series S
game
to
that
do
you
it.
want to play.
And this is what it's gonna do. This is what's really gonna do it. Before, the fear was losing Call of Duty. What was that gonna do to PlayStation fans, right? And whether they were gonna switch over or whatever. But now, all those little games that are not Call of Duty, but like your Crash Bandicoots, your Spirals, your little things, if Xbox keeps them exclusive, that is how you start chipping away, where it's like, oh my God, we're not going to get any games from Activision. What if they remake Prototype? What if they do this? Oh my God. That's when you get people to
raging
say,
out trying to
shit,
find
I'm
an Xbox.
going to go, now I'm losing Bethesda games. I'm losing this. That's how you get them to go. Now, PlayStation had the opportunity to keep that safe till 2020, end of 2027.
That's
dude.
a long time,
2023.
you guys.
That was 4.5 years from now.
They wanted to be
That's a long
stubborn
time.
children that just knew they were going to lose a game that they had no fighting chance of.
Yeah, and listen, the way that Xbox is rocking right now and popping out games, like that's a much longer vision now. Like that's a much longer time. Like that time matters because they are pumping out games. They have their studios like really running now. So it was a big deal that Jimmy shed on.
Yeah. I just blows my mind that it was so like
Purple Berry, welcome, baby.
What's up, Barry?
Welcome, Burberry Crafts.
It was so short-sighted with this deal.
It was. And
thanks, Shin. Appreciate it, bud. Like the stream, guys. If you're watching, appreciate it. Shin,
Thank
you did
you,
the right
Shin.
thing. Appreciate it, brother.
Now, I know Shin will be pumped for Crash.
Yeah, man. I think they'll have a good time.
That would be awesome. I can't wait for them to start popping those out.
I think that he really shit the bed on this one, because I think once the dominoes start falling and you start seeing these games coming out and these these series that Xbox is going to revitalize, right? Come on, man.
Dude, like he shit the bed and then started rolling back and forth on that.
Non-stop.
Absolutely.
Some nasty shit you did, Jimmy Jim.
Yeah.
No,
man.
seriously, he really did. He didn't know. And then on top of it, not knowing when to stop is even worse. Like he could have foresee where this was heading and kind of just said, all right, I know when to stop. Let me just get the deal for our PlayStation fans. For us,
Exactly.
That's what he should have done.
Exactly. But he didn't.
But the funny thing is on that email that he sent to Phil Spencer.
Oh, yeah, that this would not be adequate.
Everything that they require in order. And now they don't have anything.
And they didn't get shit.
That's what happens when you get on that high horse.
Listen, it's a big fall off a high horse. You know what I'm saying?
Agree.
All right, so that one I feel is the fun one because Sony went ahead and
I agree.
Just bent the knee so hard is great.
It is so hard considering all the requirements, yo.
Exactly. So the bigger thing, obviously, again, the acquisition is delayed. So
yes,
basically we recorded last week, right? That it's over, right?
It's over.
done.
Boom.
It's
we had the
right?
freaking water
Because
bottles out popping.
Yeah, and we were saying it was over because we said and we believed that they were going to close in the United States because the deadline was the 18th, right? So Monday or Tuesday they were going to close and then figure out CMA.
Yes.
But this is what happened. So we also spoke about how the CMA kind of had a change of heart and they were willing to kind of work on things. But then at the end, they started getting a little crazy.
Yeah.
So after our podcast last week, the rest played out, right?
Oh.
So on Sunday, that's when the news. So Saturday we recorded. Sunday, the news broke that Sony signed a deal.
Yes.
On Monday, the CMA and Microsoft were at court or at their, talking to the judge because they were trying to push back the deal.
The date.
Not push back, but to pause it, like to stop the
to halt the deal.
Yeah, not the deal. The trial.
Because they wanted to do it as a whole, right? With the CMA, trying to figure out what that was going to play out.
So we thought Microsoft might just close in U.S., but I was listening to you can listen to the trial.
Yes.
I'm sorry, not listen to the trial. I was following Florian. Florian was
false information, guys. You heard it here. Look at what CMoney's trying to feed us.
I changed it.
All right.
I changed it. But I was listening. I was following along with Florian, going through everything, and basically his reporting was that Microsoft and CMA were team.
Yes.
They were in there literally talking to the judge, and the judge was giving him a hard time.
Really?
Because the judge was like, dude, this, we got new information here. Sony signed the deal. Why aren't we just,
done?
Let's just close this and make it happen.
Yes.
But CMA's rules and how they do it is if he would have did that, then it would have went back to the CMA and it would have taken a long time. So they feel, Microsoft and the CMA felt like there was a faster way, but they didn't want to say what the solution was.
Okay.
But the judge is like, dude, you have to tell us, right? You have to tell us what it is, or I'm not going to grant it.
Yes.
Right. So they went ahead and did that. So this is Tom Warren, right? So Microsoft CMA appeal has been officially paused in the UK. We won't get to see Microsoft proposals for the restructuring of the Activision deal as they are substantially confidential in nature, but the Competition Appeal Tribunal is happy to suspend the appeal. Ooh. So he gave them a few days.
Okay.
They were literally trying to convince this guy, listen, we wouldn't, Microsoft is we wouldn't be okay with this unless we already know that we have the solution to this, but we need to do it because what will happen is if this happens, then it'll go into their phase 1, which is something that they could do relatively quick.
Okay.
Versus going back into a phase 2, which can take however the hell long. So there was they eventually let out the document, and we found out that the CMA said it is likely to be able to reach a new provisional view on the restructured deal in the week beginning August 7th.
Okay.
So
they pushed it till then, or?
Well, no, it's just back in review.
Okay.
Right now it's in review, but they're saying that by that week, the week of the August 7th, so 7th through the 14th sometime, they should have an answer and be done with it.
Listen, at this point, I kind of feel yes, Microsoft cannot come out here and say we have the solution, because it doesn't matter with the CMA until things are signed and done.
Of course.
We've seen them flip, I don't know how many times. We've seen them act as if, they're trying to find a resolution. We've seen them tell us this is the problem and now it's not. The problem is that. So you can't trust that,
Well, this is the thing, and why that wouldn't really matter, because if they do try to flip, then Xbox is just going to close, right?
And that's why it's important to kind of not waste time. Don't just.
But this is the thing: wasting time was the key, right?
Yes.
Because the 18th was the deadline, so that was the big fear. Because come the 18th, if they didn't close, Activision could just bounce.
Yes.
Right. So that was the big fear, but now we have the resolution, right? So I will come back to our boy Philly Phil.
Ooh.
Microsoft and Activision Blizzard have extended the merger agreement deadline to October 18th.
Yo.
We're optimistic about getting this done and excited about bringing more games to more players everywhere.
Just bring with excitement.
Okay.
So that was the catch. And I have a few more things I'm going to read from there. But the point is that we were afraid, like, oh my God, what if they back out? But they agreed. And the reason they agreed is because the U.S., they're good to go in the U.S.
Okay.
And because they know that something should come from the CMA. But worst case scenario, CMA gets stupid and they
drop,
like they try to give a bad resolution to this, then Xbox will just close everywhere else and have to cut them out.
Well, obviously, I can only assume that this was a discussion. The whole situation with thinking, Activision at this point can walk. But I'm sure that was a decision made amongst them.
It was made before the deadline.
Yes, a discussion that they had. Okay, so what do we do if this comes up?
Well, exactly, right? They figured that Sony already signed a deal. Mm-hmm. So everybody who needs to be okay with this is on board with this. Like we said, CMA was the only people kind of lingering, yes. But you got to imagine, so before that deadline of the 18th, so Microsoft is talking to Activision, listen, we got to extend this because the best way to do this is now that CMA is willing to kind of do it, the best way is to get the approval.
Yes.
Instead of closing over, because Microsoft wants to buy more people, right? More studios, more publishers.
Yes.
Right. So if they step on CMA's toes right now, they'll get ABK, but then they're going to basically be screwed going forward too with any other purchases with them.
And I think that it's important to be able to go back and forth and figure out a middle ground, right? If like you said, they are trying to continue to get in there with other things.
Absolutely.
Being able to, instead of force their hand, kind of work with them, or instead of leaving them behind, kind of work with them, it's what's going to smooth out that relationship in which they can go ahead and continue to make these purchases and make them available.
And then it should be easier going forward.
I mean, the
What's
fact
up,
that
Jacob?
they're not...
How you doing, buddy boy?
Jacob, welcome. So the fact that he's not Jim Ryan it's a big deal, you know?
So Jacob says the rumor is a decision by August 19th to the 29th. Well, in the documents they released, we just talked about it, but it looks like the 7th, August 7th, the week of August 7th. So 7th through the 14th, we should actually have the decision, fingers crossed.
So it's sooner, but they have some buffer time.
Well, they have plenty of time built in just in case anybody's crazy. But what you said,
crazy.
Yeah, I know. But what you said is true, right? Like they want to make sure they close. They want to have a good relationship with them going forward.
Yes.
Like, listen, I know you guys were being stupid fucks because you didn't know any better.
Yes.
But
say that without saying that. Yes.
Yeah. Now you see that you were wrong. So
come to daddy, baby.
Yeah. Let's not make it where you lose face, right?
Yes.
So we'll play this game and you'll get something for this. But
so
then
you
we're
don't
good
look
to go.
full-blown stupid,
And the other reason you don't want to go ahead and close over them, if it's at all possible, is because even though everybody else approved it, right, versus them, you also will then start to make them question, like, hold on. So if we would have blocked you, you would have basically said, go screw yourselves. We're going to close somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like that starts putting doubts in the minds of the other countries
else who approved it. Yes,
exactly. So,
and listen, we all know you don't have to show your size, right? We all know you're big dog.
Exactly.
And I do agree with what you're saying 100%. Like it does leave that. You can either leave it and let everybody know, like, yeah, this could have been done without you, or you. Right? Yep. Or you could say, we just want to do this with everyone and keep everybody on board. You know?
Agreed.
Confidence, baby.
Yeah. So we do have a few other. So we have the email that Phil sent to his staff after this.
I want to hear this.
This was done. Right. So let me try to read this. All right. So he says, team, Microsoft and Activision Blizzard remain optimistic that we will get our acquisition over the finish line. So we have jointly agreed to extend the merger agreement to October 18th, 2023. While we can technically close in the United States due to recent legal developments, this extension gives us additional time to resolve the remaining regulatory concerns in the UK. I want to thank everyone for your time and energy in support of the regulatory process and all the great work coming to fruition for Xbox this year. Players around the world will be delighted with the incredible lineup of games launching in the next few months, including Starfield and Forza Motorsport. It is also great to see the fantastic work the ABK teams are delivering for their players with the successful launch of Diablo 4 and the ongoing performance of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And we congratulate them on their accomplishments. As we move even closer to the finish line, we are more excited than ever before about furthering our mission to bring more games to more players everywhere. Now, first of all, I think by this point, he knows when he writes an email that it's getting
everybody's
out.
Gonna know.
So he basically just did an advertisement for us.
That's exactly what I wanted. What I wanted to say, because it's kind of like, yo, how are these emails like leaking out? Like, obviously, at this point, you know that you're not emailing your team. You're putting out a statement. You know
exactly.
So it's kind of like, all right, listen, who's gonna leak this out for me?
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's at that point.
They always do now.
And yes, Philly Phil, we're very excited about the lineup and everything you've got going on for us. But as a team, I can only imagine that they're saying, okay, so when do we want to start really getting in by? Because right now, nothing is stopping, knowing that essentially they're closing Activision and Xbox from like nothing stopping them from going ahead and crossing the T's and dotting the I's on what their plan is and how they're going to do things moving forward, you know?
Yeah.
So it's time that they would have had to have any ways to probably regroup and make steps and moves.
Well, you got to imagine they already talking, right? Like legally they cannot like make decisions for anybody else, but obviously you can talk like Phil talked to Bobby, like, hey, listen, start getting this lined up and start doing this because
and we're doing that, and this is when the next Call of Duty is going to start getting, you know,
absolutely
work done.
Basically,
Jacob put in the chat, the rumor is that Microsoft will sell their cloud gaming in UK to the EE to please the CMA, which means no ABK games via cloud in UK. Sadly, which is anti-consumer, but getting this done in UK is a bigger pro-consumer.
So basically just be done with it, but stop,
better than pull them out of the UK.
Yeah, essentially.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you remember, they had said that there's like 5,000 people who play on the cloud in the UK.
Exactly.
That's pretty pathetic.
That versus getting the games in Game Pass in the UK, right? Way better situation.
Agree.
So they're still going to win big in the UK. Most people are not using the cloud there, so it's not going to be a hard pill to swallow for them, I don't think.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it's not like Microsoft is going to lose by doing that. Like everywhere else it's grown much more than it is in the UK. So just kind of is what it is. And I think eventually the UK will be like, oh, snap, cloud gaming is growing everywhere else but here.
Well, that's what I was going to mention. Like, potentially, they can always have a deal. Like, if you change your mind, we're Gucci Gooch. If you leave that relationship.
Well, that's why if you don't hurt the relationship, there's chances for it to be
and so then
still there.
There's no shame in coming back, even if it doesn't work out. Like,
absolutely.
if they change their mind, there's no like, oh, look at you pleading,
Yep. So we have another tweet here from our girl, Lulu.
Yes.
All right. So
that's our girl.
She also put an update out for everyone. So she says, update on Activision Blizzard's merger with Microsoft. Agreement deadline extended. The recent decision in the U.S. and approvals in 40 countries all validate that the deal is good for competition, players, and the future of gaming. given global regulatory approvals and the company's confidence that CMA now recognizes there are remedies available to meet their concerns in the UK, the Activision, Blizzard, and Microsoft boards of directors have authorized the companies not to terminate the deal until after October 18th. We're confident in our new steps and that our deal will close quickly. Now, that's a great thing.
Excellent.
Right?
Exactly.
We're on the same page, but let's not act like Activision is just doing this and saying, "Oh, sure, we'll just extend." No, because we got some other information about it.
Okay,
all
right.
right.
Let's go.
So the extension comes at a price to Xbox.
Really?
Before, if the deal was terminated, right, they would have to pay, Xbox would have to pay $3 billion to Activision.
For putting them on hold.
For having them wait, right?
Yes.
Now, the termination fee payable to Activision Blizzard went from $3 billion to $3.5 billion if the transaction is terminated after August 29th, 2023, and to $4.5 billion if the transaction is terminated after September 15th, 2023.
Yo, this is ridiculous, by the way.
This is sick
They're
joke.
like,
That's
first of
wild.
all, the fact that Microsoft is signing off to this
It's
just
gonna get close. They know it. It's already done.
reinforces the fact that we know that this ship is gonna sail. It's all gonna be fine, because that's just money tossed around.
Yep.
But like, do you think that part of the Activision's like, yo, it'll be nice to get that cash?
I don't think so, because
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, but they make that anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's short-sighted. Like, that
Of course. That's
$4.5 billion is not
a
going to
Jimmy
change.
moment for them to look at
like, it's
that
not
and
gonna
be like, this is it.
change the amount
Yes.
that they're, like, it's not going to change what they can do, right? Like,
It's just a little buffer.
yeah, it's
and
just
then
a bar. It's just more
back
money
in
that's going into
same
the
hole.
bank.
Yes.
You know, it's not going to change. They're not going to remake Skylanders now because they got that bump.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Which is what we're looking for.
Exactly. So no, I think that they're going to just go ahead and they're just doing it as a safety net, just in case Microsoft at some point
I
says
don't
forget
want
it.
you guys
Yeah, because
anymore.
until Microsoft puts the ring on it and
Yes.
actually goes through, right? So they're engaged right now.
Yes.
But you and I watch Love is Blind all the time.
And that don't mean shit.
And you can wait, you can get
You
to
can
the
be-
altar and have one
And
person say
still-
yes and the other person say no. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So that ain't a good look.
And even when it's a done deal,
You never know.
you
Yeah,
never
you just never know.
Because these people be changing their minds
Facts.
quick, yo.
Facts.
Quick.
Jacob in the chat says, one note, FTC can't base their reasons to block on anything that they think can happen in the future, but the CMA can do that.
Damn.
Yes, that was the whole thing when we were first coming into this, where it's like the CMA gets to play pretend.
Yes.
Right? They get to say, well, if this were to happen, then this
Imagine
would be
a
the
world
problem.
where Xbox
Yeah.
buying Activision causes the robot apocalypse.
Exactly.
Good point there, sir.
But obviously, we know that, again, Microsoft is not stupid. So
Yeah.
if they told the court to stop that, thing and
they're waving out more money.
they got the appeal
Yes.
dropped and all this stuff, like if they were willing to do that, they know that this is most likely going to be in their favor when it
Yes.
closes.
For them to continue to linger the time, add more money with the Activision situation, they have to feel confident that this CMA situation is going to come to a conclusion and it's going to work in their favor. Maybe not fully, but favorable enough that they'll be happy with it.
Agreed.
Agreed.
So our girl Lulu has another tweet, and she's just throwing out some highlights here. But again, right as Xbox is going to be scooping them up, it's good to kind of hear.
So, by the way, who
Yeah.
released the statement of the amount of money and if is
That was just in the documents, the
that was in
filing
the
documents.
Okay.
Yeah, when they file it, all this shit is pretty much public,
Okay.
and shit gets sealed and then unsealed. It's just there's a lot to
They
it.
not
But,
stop.
all right, so Lulu says, big shout out to Activision team for firing on all cylinders and delivering on some of the most beloved franchises in gaming history. Some highlights from the Activision Q2 earnings: 50% year-over-year increase in net bookings.
Woo!
That's pretty damn good.
Yes.
That's huge.
Record quarter for Blizzard, breaking $1 billion in net
Holy
bookings for the
cow.
first time.
Yo.
And players love Diablo 4, spending more than 700 million hours in Sanctuary in
Damn.
June alone.
Dang.
Oh shit, I beat Diablo 4.
No.
Is it good?
Wait, you
Yeah.
beat the last boss because I beat the one before.
Yeah, no, I beat the
Guys,
last
this
one.
game is so good.
Yeah,
Was it
season
worth it?
1 just started.
So
Wait,
We
good.
might do
one?
a whole season 1 play.
Wait,
start.
hold up. What? There seasons in Diablo?
Yeah.
Not just winter,
Yeah,
fall.
and it's
shit.
re-roll. So like it's not with your old characters. So now you
You got to reset.
restart with
All
a new
right, good.
character to start.
All
So
right,
we're all
'cause
back
I-
in the
story
beginning.
I'm
mode,
not trying
right?
to say anything, but I was level 19 and CMoney was level 40 fighting like the boss right before the last boss.
Listen,
He said, yo,
Roughly.
why you keep dropping? And I'm like, yo, because I'm level 19. what do you want me to
listen,
do?
I had to get it in. All right, I had
Would you say the game was worth it?
to get it in.
That
yeah,
game
it was
is
amazing.
freaking
It was amazing.
awesome.
Is that your game of the year? So
No,
far?
Starfield will be.
Well, will be. But as of right now.
Right now, yeah, it's better
Oh,
than
damn.
anything
So
else.
it's going to be the same type of game, though. I get to change my outfits as I
Yep,
go through.
it's just
and
new
okay.
like challenges,
Yo,
new
that's
harder
pretty
bosses,
awesome.
all the shit.
I love that your character also starts a certain way and kind of like
Yeah.
builds up. Like you just
Yeah, I'm gonna
you
try
don't
a
just
different build this
level
time.
up, but I feel like the character changes as well.
Yeah, it looks like that.
It seems that way,
Yeah.
but it's so
Um,
dope. You guys, if you haven't played it, you got to check it out.
Yeah,
it's
for real. It's so good.
It's
So good.
addictive almost, you know?
Now, there's a whole different discussion. I don't know if I put it in here, but maybe we'll talk about it. Because they did a patch that like destroyed people's builds. Like people are losing their fucking minds.
Why?
Because
what
their
happened?
powerful sorcerer that was destroying
Yes.
the world, Blizzard did a patch and made them super weak.
Why?
No
For
way.
fun or by
wait,
accident?
Wait, is this
No,
how you
like-
beat the game, see?
No, I'm the druid.
Okay.
I beat I'm the druid. I beat the game.
A Jew? What?
Druid.
Druid. So it
So the
made
patch
like
didn't really
the
affect me.
bosses weak.
No,
No,
the
no,
sorcerer
no.
Well, the
yourself.
player.
characters.
No, the
If you're a
sorcerer,
sorcerer
like
class.
the character who, if you pick a sorcerer class,
Was
and
that
you
my
build up-
character, by the way?
I don't think. No, I think you're the
Wow.
warrior, right? The
I'm
barbarian.
a necromancer.
I don't remember.
I think you're the. Either way, point is,
I'll be
they nerfed
mad.
it. We'll have a
I'll be
discussion.
so
We'll talk
mad.
about it in a
We're
little
gonna
bit.
have to look into this
Yeah,
because
let's
maybe
finish.
on top of being level 19,
No, you was after.
my character
You're-
was
you
on
got
some other
patched after.
shit.
You got patched after. You're good. You're good. Okay, so 700 million hours in Sanctuary in June alone.
That's pretty
Yo,
That's
insane.
a lot of hours.
Crazy.
Creepy almost.
Call of Duty and Candy Crush both had double-digit revenue growth even after decades of gameplay.
Dang.
Mobile games continue to hit, now 40% of their total revenue.
Holy
That's
cow.
insane, dude.
That's wild.
Now, this could have been a negative for them, the fact that they're all over the place trying to get bought by, Xbox.
Yeah, but they're regrouping.
Yo,
They're regrouping.
they are
Their stock
popping.
prices
Even
went
with
way
all this,
back up, but it's
Yeah.
still less than what,
Than what they were?
Microsoft is paying for it. So
Yo,
it's still
this
they're
is
still winning by
crazy.
getting bought. But they did a big come up. And honestly, if they don't get bought and they keep releasing, obviously if they don't get bought, it's gonna go way down.
yes.
But like, had that not affected it, like if they were just kept this trajectory and kept releasing bangers, it's probably going to shoot right back up. So she finishes with, "We're excited about our future and are confident we'll close our deal with Microsoft quickly." I do see here in the chat, Jacob says, "So even if I think the deal would be good as closed now, an extended agreement is worth it." Agreed. Things like an anti-consumer move is worth it, in my opinion, to make everybody, including the UK, able to play games like Fable, for example. Then
yeah,
exclusive everyone else. Yep. You
I
need to
agree.
offer something to get a bigger return.
yeah.
In this, the return is not to exclude UK players. Exactly. I mean, that's the biggest
That
thing,
makes-
right?
yeah.
Because in a world where UK did not want to play ball, Microsoft would drop them. I mean,
Mhm.
that's just what they would do because they have it approved literally everywhere else in the world. And in the US, they can close. So they would be stupid not to do that.
Yeah.
Especially, you just heard these results, right? Like Activision's on the up and up.
Activision
So
is
getting them
popping,
now-
guys.
Yo, when you really wrap your head about what's taking place here,
Yes.
how Xbox is going to own them, they own Bethesda, and then all of their studios are actually coming up now and actually starting to release these games, dude. And holy shit. It's a whole different world, man.
Let's
But
go.
see, the thing is that they're not done.
They're not done.
Like, they're not done. We saw the list. We saw what they want to do. And it's like, man, can you imagine if this wasn't like, if this was just a done deal quick when they started, got in there, they didn't have to hit all these walls with the CMA and everything else that took place. Jimmy Jim out there acting crazy. Like, if this was just smooth, imagine where they would be right now.
The possibilities would be limitless.
I mean, everything happens for a reason. But man, when you see that list of what they were thinking about, yo.
I mean, look at that. Sony's lucky
crazy.
Because if it closed right away, Diablo 4 would not be on PlayStation most likely.
Well, it would have been on PlayStation because it was already made for PlayStation.
Listen, that game, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's
and
so good.
Everybody's loving it. Everybody's picking it up. Everybody's playing it. It's so good. And I don't like just any game, by the way.
So Diablo 4 must be special to you, you know?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, no, for sure. Jacob says, which is why I have now, after rethinking a bit, I really feel confident in the CMA now. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that. This is the thing. This is my view on what took place. I think PlayStation got Jimmy Jim.
Mm-hmm.
He flew everywhere and started getting in people's ears.
Yeah.
And obviously it worked nowhere else except for US and the CMA.
Yes.
Okay. And I think he got in there, and then you have the US who's trying to take this big stand against big tech, and they just kind of
merged against
the CMA to get them like, you know, feeling like they needed to make a statement too.
Yes.
You know, like make it that they are also, you know, big dogs here. And they can stop shit if they want. Right?
Yeah.
We can end it, boys.
That's what I feel with that. I feel like they're finally, now that they see like, all right, the whole world disagrees with us. You know, like we literally are in disagreement with everyone. And the FTC, we're even in disagreement there because the FTC is just the people who filed the complaint. But the rest of the government is like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
Right. So the United States as a whole is like, this deal needs to go through. Right. So they're really the only people who were trying to stop it. So,
and the great thing about the fact that this all took place is also like, you know, I can't imagine how eager they are, like Activision and Xbox, to go ahead and start working together and do shit and prove, like, show everybody. Like, if they had a fire lit, like, now it's like, I can't even imagine how they're feeling, like, to show everybody, to show Jimmy Jim, to really make it hurt, you know, because that's the best way to, like, get revenge, you know, like, look at all the money and all the success that is coming in.
Absolutely.
And they are very well aware that this is why Jimmy was trying to stop it.
And they have a lot of new games that they're making that are not announced, that are not there.
This is going to be crazy.
It is. It is.
A little wacky.
Babe, this is Exo Primal. This is the one I was telling you about.
Oh, the Capcom game with the dinos.
With the dinosaurs.
Yeah, so I've been playing it a little bit. It's fun. But I want to get you guys to play it, but you guys, you have to do the training first.
Okay.
Is it training
before
good?
We can connect. So it's like,
is it training fun?
We have to kind of make
we
that
have
time
to have it happen before we stream. I agree.
Is it training fun?
So, it teaches you it.
It's aight.
But I actually find the game really fun. I think it's good.
I remember that game.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be garbage, but
really?
Yeah, I'm feeling it. It got pretty decent scores.
Dude, sometimes you just got to get in there, and when you see it and you feel the game and you're all like playing, it's like a game changer.
Yeah,
so
I agree 100%.
Fun is everything, dude.
Yeah,
that's aggressive, though. Are you guys watching these dinosaurs on fire?
Yeah. Well, they're
gonna make them trying to kill
again.
That's a lot of violence.
Yeah, they're taking over, dude. We got a lot of dinosaurs to kill.
We gotta stop the dinos.
So that's the CMA situation right now. Now going a little deeper into our boys over at the FTC.
Yes.
They've bent the knee. Right? They withdrew their complaint. They basically backed out of bitching about it. Now, the thing about the FTC, right, is that the FTC doesn't have to stop your merger or your acquisition. They could come back to you like 6 years from now and be like, you know what? You guys got together and fucked everything up.
Really?
So we want you guys to split.
No.
Yeah. So So no
What?
merger is.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, yeah.
That's a little pathetic.
Yeah, they came at Facebook like years later to try to get them to get rid of Instagram or WhatsApp or something like that.
I think WhatsApp.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, yeah.
I didn't know.
bullshit.
Yeah, you can. That's the way the FTC rolls. So you're never
Damn.
actually safe.
Yeah.
They can always come at you. So that's why it's like if Phil says it's going to be on call on PlayStation, he's not going to just, you know,
We promise.
Stick
be like,
around.
hey, it's on PlayStation. Ha ha ha.
It's not.
This game called Call of Duty has no shooting in it. Okay, this is a
fools.
walking simulator. Our new military shooter,
Yo,
Call of
can you-
Whooping Ass. That's exclusive, right? Like
Can you imagine?
That's
that's
shady.
not gonna happen.
Yo, that'd be so shady.
So, but they did, in fact, bend the knee, right? So the FTC has withdrawn its administrative case seeking to block Microsoft's Activision Blizzard acquisition that was due to start on August 2nd. This is purely procedural as Microsoft has forced it and the FTC could file the case again. So again, there's really nothing that they can do right now.
Yeah,
But if
that's
they
just how
wanted to
it-
try to find a new reason to come in, if they have new
Yes.
evidence, you know, that this is going to go to shit,
Yeah.
they can try to bring it back up. But it's just kind of like, no. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to do anything here.
Well, listen, they will have to get some new lawyers.
Yeah,
After
Florian,
that trial.
Florian even
so.
says that there is no near-term or even mid-term risk. It's all about conserving resources. So basically, FTC doesn't want to spend money on the trial that they know they're not going to win
Yeah.
right now. Right? So
Yes.
that's really it. So we got our boy Jacob. Oh, Jacob's dropping bombs over
Oh,
here.
let's go, baby.
So he says a closed deal over the CMA would mean harder to buy publishers like Sega. By the way, Bob Iger wants to sell Disney. Scoop
Bob
them
Iger.
up, Philly boy. It wouldn't be hard because
Yes.
Xbox are small in the film market. And then he says,
Can you
FTC
imagine?
won't let me be so I can be free. So
So
just
let
let
me
me
be.
be.
Oh my god.
Fucking Eminem, bro. He
Bro.
knows. Jacob, you just
Your
crushed
boy
it right there.
Jacob.
Bro,
That's
if
right.
Microsoft bought Disney, it's over. It's done. No console war.
it?
It's over. Literally done. No
Yo,
chance.
Melvin,
Honestly,
you would be so happy.
That would be wild.
That'd be
This is the
crazy.
thing. This is the thing. For me,
Mhm.
right, when I think about their next big merger, obviously Sega, everybody's talking about.
Yes.
But I really want them to buy WB. Right? I want them to buy
course.
WB
Yes.
so that they can
Warner
get the
Bros. You did say
DC,
that.
the DC license.
Yes.
They own it.
So
and they can
because
just make the
they can
Disney-
kind of go versus Marvel, Spider-Man,
Exactly.
Wolverine,
But-
which is
A Batman game.
But if they
Yes.
can walk into Disney and scoop that shit up, and now they own Marvel,
Oh,
Put
then
it
thank
in
you
your
about Spider-Man,
pocket,
Sony
baby.
fans.
I would say Spider-Man so fast. Yo, the Flash couldn't catch up to me with the speed that I would take Spider-Man off of PlayStation. Now, what's fucked up is I prefer DC, so it would hurt me more because
Yeah.
if they buy Disney, they definitely can't buy WB because they can't own both DC and
Can you
Marvel.
imagine?
And they're both in trouble, so it's not. They both have an equal shot. To be fair,
This
yeah,
is,
I feel like WB
this
makes
is
more sense.
crazy. This
But
is
it would
like
be
they're all
crazy.
in trouble, and Philly's out there helping the homeless, and he keeps getting stopped. Right? Like, how much sense
He's
does
just
that
trying
make?
to do a good deed, bro.
He's trying to do a good deed,
He's
and
trying
he
to
keeps
be the
getting
man he wants to
Oh
be.
my God.
stop,
Is it-
yo.
Jacob says that if they buy Warner, they'll have Lena Khan as a guest character in Mortal Kombat, the secret sister to Shao Kahn.
Oh my
Wait till
god.
Yo,
Yo, so they
That's
they
hilarious.
wouldn't be able to buy them both.
Well,
No,
it's just not possible.
no.
Like, they're not gonna be like, "Oh, sure, you can buy
Okay,
Warner.
so-
oh, you want my Disney now?
Well, yeah, yeah.
Monopolizing, are we?
Yeah, exactly. Jacob says they would have to wait. Yeah, it would be after their contract, Sony's Spider-Man contract. But what I'm saying is that as soon as that contract's
Yeah,
up,
just like
Done.
it would be gone.
It's over.
as if you were ripping off Jimmy's toupee.
Exactly.
You know?
Yo,
just
I think he
yank
does have
it.
a toupee.
Yank
I
it.
believe it.
And it
I
looks
believe
like a freaking turn up. He should just
looks
do
like it's
better.
alive.
Do better,
Shave
Jimmy.
it off. He's bare bald.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. No, no.
Jeff
He has to just
Hair
get
for
bigger.
Jimmy.
Hair
Hair
for
for
Jimmy.
Jimmy, guys.
Needs to grow a mustache or something.
Yeah, cover up a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
You
I
know,
think so.
that pain that he's feeling. This year's been rough for Jimmy, as I said, but it's been a great year for freaking Xbox
That's
and
right.
Philly
That's right.
and Activision so far. So,
Yeah, Jacob
but-
said, Doodle, you can't own both MCU and the DCU.
Damn.
Imagine going to see
Yeah,
like
I'm a dreamer.
Superhero
I'm a dreamer,
monopoly.
Jacob. I'm out here, you know.
You can
trying to
only
see
own
what
one from
Philly-
each category, right? So they have Disney has Marvel, Starfield.
Warner has DC.
I mean Starfield, Star
Wow.
Wars. Look at that.
Star Wars.
Starfield
Star Wars
is bigger
yeah,
than Star
I know.
Wars.
I know.
That's not
Right.
true.
In your heart. In
just
his
right
heart
now,
right
because
now.
when I thought about it, I said
Yeah.
Starfield instead of Star Wars. You know what I'm saying?
Now, this is what I would say. I think
XCU.
the better
That's
buy
right, the
would
XCU.
be Disney.
well,
For
Disney has
because-
more properties. You
For
see,
sure. You got
because-
massive amount of
You got
Yes.
Marvel, Disney. What the fuck did I just say? You got
Marvel,
Mickey,
yo,
Indiana
Mickey,
Jones,
and this is
Star
Fox.
Wars, Marvel.
Fox.
Yeah, The Simpsons.
Yes.
The
Hey,
Hit and
oh!
Run remake.
Oh my God!
Oh,
A
we
hit and run
unsolved the
remake.
mystery.
Oh,
I feel like we
Jesus.
just
That would be
sprinkled
wild.
into that.
I just
But-
feel like the world would shit its pants. Like
Yes.
I feel like that one countries would be like,
You're gonna
what
buy
are you
Disney.
doing?
I don't know about that. What do you know about movies? You might close down the Disney
But-
parks.
Imagine going to the cinema to see Frozen 3 and get an Xbox Game Studios logo in the beginning.
That'd be
Yo,
wild. That's
Listen,
the one thing I feel like
That would
Disney
scare
can't.
me.
I feel like Disney can't sell as
They will
much
never
as
do
there's like he wants to. The board, I don't think would approve it
you don't think so?
because I feel like there's too much like history
Mhm.
and legacy that
Yeah.
literally if somebody else buys it, they can just be like,
The Lexi never
we
happened.
don't like roller
Phil
coasters
wouldn't
and theme
do
parks.
that.
So
Yo, could you imagine going to
Well,
Disney and
well,
running?
Phil's a gamer.
Wait,
we don't know
running,
his taste in theme parks. He might be like, I hate Disney. Universal all the way, baby.
burn
Closed.
it down. But
It's a
burn it down.
plot.
Burn it down.
But with grenades, like video game grenade. But could you imagine like going to Disney and running into Philly? Like, yo, give me a hug. Come on.
No hugs.
All right. See,
High five.
all right. You get a high five. I get a huggy hug.
Fall back. Fall back. Look at where you sent us, Jacob, on this idea
Man.
that Disney's gonna.
But
Get
look,
bought.
okay, so hear this out though. Disney has tried to go ahead and break into the video game world.
tried and failed.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they didn't. Well, this is the
So-
thing.
I mean, the Toy Story 3 game was
are
good.
licensing
What was the one I
all
liked?
their
Toy Story
stuff
3,
now.
the game. That was
no,
pretty good.
no. Toy Story was really good.
The
Toy
third
Story
one.
3. But there was another one. Disney Infinity?
Universe?
Disney
Yeah.
Universe. Oh, my
Universe.
gosh. That was so fun.
It was a memory that was good. I played it again.
Maybe
It's
it was a
it's
memory.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
not great when we
Yeah.
played it again.
Maybe it was just playing
I bought
with
a
the
digital
kids
just
and
to
like,
be
yeah. Okay.
disappointed.
Well, maybe not.
Of course.
But at the time, it felt really good.
At the time, it did.
And they did try to get into like making the figurines,
No, the
like the
toys.
Disney
Amiibos and
Infinity was
everything.
great,
Disney
too.
Infinity.
Infinity, I feel like
It
the problem with
lacked.
Infinity. Yeah, that's the problem. With
It
Infinity.
wasn't better than Skylanders.
No,
The thing about-
no, not at all.
Yeah, the thing about Infinity is that it was more like a marketing scheme. You could tell when they're releasing figures, they're always making it about their brand new movies, but no Lion King. Not even basic ass Mickey till like part 3. And it's like, how do you have to wait that long for Mickey? And it's
Yeah.
like, bro, come on now.
I mean, the figurines are
Sure.
awesome to have. They were like handing them out at some point. Like, here, just take these out of our hands.
And we never
But
got Goofy or Daisy. That's
They
bullshit.
released them?
No,
No,
we
okay,
never
they never
got
made
Goofy
that. I
and
thought
Daisy.
we never bought them. I'm like, what?
No. That would have been travesty. I think we own every.
I
Disney
think so. I
Infinity
think we bought
figure.
them all.
Oh,
And Skylanders.
I saw that.
Or at
Jacob
least
said-
most of the Skylanders.
Jacob's talking about Ubisoft's new game based on Invincible, the Amazon series, Invincible. How there was actually a game that totally had like console level graphics and looked crazy. And then at the end, it was like coming to mobile devices. And it's like, God damn it.
But they're smart, right? We just heard Activision Blizzard say that 40% of their business
Yo.
is mobile.
Yeah.
And
That's
I
a
mean,
lot.
listen, it's just acceptance that has to
Mhm.
sink in, where we need to understand that it's not just PC and consoles.
Yes.
It's PCs, consoles, and mobile. And listen, you play some games. They're different games, right? You don't necessarily play the same types of games.
Yes.
But if I'm playing on my phone instead of playing on a console, then
Mm-hmm.
the
You're a
phone
mobile
won,
gamer.
right? Like
Yes,
the
and
phone
listen,
won at
it's
that
the
time.
easy access,
Yeah,
right?
when you're not at home,
If
when
you're at work,
when
you're on
away,
break. If you're,
mean,
I don't
yeah.
know, roaming the streets, and you're like, "Yo, let me do this real quick."
I mean,
Walking
I've
on the
never
block.
been the
Whatever it
biggest
is.
into like the mobile scene.
Mhm. I get
As far
that.
as I go, it's usually Tetris and not much farther than that. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But
All
it's
right.
necessary.
So that being said, we're not done with the talk of
The FT funk.
the Activision Blizzard thing. And the last thing Our boy Bobby Kotick.
Oh, Bobby, do
Okay.
tell.
Bobby.
So listen, the world doesn't like Bobby. Okay, Bobby did some bad things.
What did Bobby
Okay.
do?
Back with the whole Activision
What,
thing,
oh,
he turned
did
a
he
kill
blind
someone?
eye
Yeah,
to
yeah,
the,
yeah.
all the
Okay.
stuff that was
I
going
didn't know.
on.
Thanks.
People said I don't remember what they said that he did, but I'm sure they said
Yeah.
he did things.
What, did he kill someone?
But I mean,
No.
if being that the fact that Bobby's still here, we got to kind of look at him for what he is right now and what he's doing.
He's Bobby Kotick.
And Bobby's been playing it cool, man. Like he's been a cheerleader for the deal, right? Like he's been trying to get the deal going. He said it. He had an interview. He said that like 98% of the board wanted this deal to go through, and it's his job to do it. He's been doing this for over 30 years.
Well,
man.
it sounds like he's just, he's riding the train right now, or of like how he can come back in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If, now he's like, I'm a bad guy, but am I a bad guy? Like
Wreck-It Ralph. You're not going turbo, are you? Turbo. I'm not going turbo.
So, I mean, look, in theory, he's a bad guy, right? So we want him out. Everybody wants him out. So the news is that he's not gonna be out right away. So I guess theoretically that may not be true, but on paper, he's not gonna be out right away because he is contracted till April 2024.
Okay.
So it's gonna be at least,
that.
6 to 9 months that he's still there.
So essentially they're using him because they still have to pay him. He's under contract regardless of like whatever went down or what he did. They still have to pay him. So you might as well just have him as a cheerleader instead of playing football,
Have him as a cheerleader instead of playing football.
Microsoft.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. 100%.
Listen, level up,
100%.
C, all right?
I gotta get on that level. I gotta get on that level.
Knowledge out here.
Listen, it took me a while to process that. My AI is not as fast as some.
You get there.
We just lost power for a second.
Oh, okay. All right.
Or did you just unplug that?
Huh? Or did I?
He did.
Okay, because that freaked me out for a second because the screen went black exactly
When that
time when it happened.
Yo, I was like,
yo, we just lost power, except I'm literally looking at everything here still working fine. So I don't know why that just took place.
Funny.
But man, I completely lost my train of thought with that moment. All right, so our boy
Because you
Bobby
said we lost power, and I'm like, I see lights. I see everything going.
Bobby is sticking around. So technically, in the thing, he says he'll stay on for as little or as long as Xbox needs him to stay on to make the transition, smooth. So theoretically, if Xbox just took over and said, "All right, Bobby, get the fuck out," he has to break his contract, and I'm sure breaking the contract
means he's getting paid.
He's going to get paid a lot more money. So they're probably going to just let him ride out.
Yeah.
Until April and have him report.
Honestly, it hurts him more to be there but not be there.
Yeah,
if that makes any sense. Knowing that you lost your crown and your days are numbered, and essentially if they broke the contract, he will be getting paid more for breach of contract, right?
Yep.
So good. Stick it to him.
Agreed. I wonder what Bobby's going to do next. Is he just going to retire? He's just going to go on his yacht and just travel the world and live the rich life that he has? Or do you think he's going to just go back to work
somewhere else? Try to find his way in? How old is Bobby? I don't know who the heck that is.
I don't know, but he's probably in his 50s to 60s. I got to imagine.
I'm sure he has enough money.
He's been doing this for 30 years, and he had enough money to buy the studio. So
I'm thinking, Bobby, listen, go cleanse yourself.
Go cleanse.
You did some bad things.
That's a
go
good
cleanse.
Thing. Go cleanse.
Mm-hmm.
Cleansing of ancient water somewhere.
Is good. All right, let me see. Our boy Jacob in the chat says, Purple Berry says, yeah, it's 100% memory. She's talking about the Disney universe.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah, and then Jacob says,
guys.
Did you see the funding multi-plat game Quantum? Oh my God, I was just reading that. The devs tweeted PlayStation 5 SSD is better. Xbox SSD is slower.
Wow.
And then Jacob says, first, Xbox is stronger, faster. Second, SSD only counts for loading speed. And the devs retweeted around 666 fanboy tweets. QE is the devs' first ever game. I predict low sales. Yes, Yo, I read that. I was gonna make it a topic, but I said, fuck it, no. But yo, this game called Quantum Error.
Looks
Okay.
ass.
Okay.
Oh my gosh! Wait. The side-by-side picture. Thanks for bringing that up, Jacob, because you were gonna make it into a topic, so that's good.
Yes.
But are you talking about Quantum Break with
No,
the
not
guy
Quantum
from
Break. It's not related
Smallville?
to
No.
Quantum Break.
Okay.
No. Quantum Error. It's
Okay.
a new game coming out from a studio that never made a game before. This is their first game.
Okay.
It graphically in gameplay looks decent, right? It does not look mind blowing, but
Yeah.
decent.
No next gen.
You see a still image of it, and you're like, "That's whack,"
Yeah.
right? But they're literally some fanboy was talking to him, and they literally had the balls to say PlayStation 5 is going to be the best way to play this.
Oh my God. Okay.
And the game is, we're going to try to make it work because the game was developed for the PlayStation SSD.
Then
and
keep it there, guys.
Xbox is so slow. So, like, are you shitting me, bro? Like, first of all, we've already known that this myth about the SSD
Yes.
got debunked by Ratchet and Clank, because Ratchet and Clank said this game can't be made anywhere else
Except the PS5.
except for the PlayStation 5. Except it's coming to PC. And you know what? Not a requirement? An SSD. So all you have to have is a basic ass hard drive, and you can play Ratchet and Clank. How?
Yeah.
That's because the fucking SSD doesn't
Was
do
made-
shit. Made using it the way that they're using it.
Yeah.
You know, they
Listen.
sold us a dream back before where when Mark Cerny, the guy who developed the PlayStation 5 or designed
yeah.
it,
This fucking.
he was like, it's so fast that you don't even have to have the level loaded up. You can just only have loaded what you can see. And when you turn your character, it'll be able to load the rest of the game up.
Okay. So
It's
I'm
like,
gonna.
who the fuck's
this
gonna
is
build
the
a
thing.
game like that?
This is
That's so
what
stupid.
I have to say. The PlayStation, though, PlayStation 5, let's call it what it is. Like, it's so good that if you play Final Fantasy, the shit may blow up. All right? It's so good
Yo.
that we've done 2 streams trying to play Final Fantasy
4 times.
4 times.
It overheated and stopped.
It overheated 3 times on one stream. We went ahead and played Diablo 4. That's how crappy it was. So I say, this
Seriously.
is what Doodle's got to say. Put the crack pipe down.
Oh
Put
my
it down.
gosh.
Yeah, seriously.
Dude, you got to be on some serious crack to be talking this kind of
true,
nonsense.
Bro. It's true. Jacob says, I highly hate this. Companies lie because they know that younger players will believe it. Those
Yep.
people ain't experts.
100%, Jacob.
Yeah, and the little
Facts.
kids are like, oh my God, that's real. Mommy, daddy, buy me the
Give me
PlayStation.
this. Yeah, look at what they're
It's like,
saying. No.
It's ridiculous.
No, you little
So
shit.
that was like, I just couldn't even
Yeah.
wrap my
Take it
head
seriously.
around it.
Because
Dude. I was like,
it's like
seriously?
ridiculous.
It's so stupid.
But
Like,
it's good to talk about it because,
if
you
I
know.
were Microsoft, I would drop the game.
Yeah, right?
I'd be like, you know what? Our
Keep
SSD is too small, too
It's too-
slow for
yeah.
you. You're good. You're good. Keep your fucking game where you have
If
it.
Microsoft
Yep.
said that, then they're basically the people are gonna be like, "Oh, you're admitting it's too slow." Oh my
Oh
god!
no, they will take anything
obviously
they
it'd be a
can to
sarcastic-
go ahead.
It'll be
Yeah, but
sarcastic as fuck.
it would be a situation where like PlayStation fans would be like, "Oh, we told you. This is why." They can't handle it.
Agreed. Well,
Can you imagine
that,
they
my
really doing
friends,
it like you see those creeps trying to sell you as the most powerful console on earth?
that was the end of the main topic here. I think we covered it enough.
Nice.
Needless to say, I am looking forward to when we can actually definitively say that the Activision deal has been closed and we can literally move on to never having to talk about them buying them again. And instead, we can talk
Yes.
about how they're going to buy WB.
Woo!
Facts.
Or Sega. Woo!
Or Sega. Either way, it would make me
Or
great.
Disney. Woo!
All right. So, what do we got here? Jacob says, I tell you, Sony may laugh and lie, but a simple lawsuit can change everything. Those are facts.
Exactly.
Those
That's
are
very
facts.
true.
All right. So, we're getting into our gaming news block here. We're going to talk about Xbox Live.
Live,
Guys,
or shall we say,
Xbox Live
dead.
is dead.
bruh.
Oh, clever,
Murdered.
man. All
Oh,
right.
Brutally.
Xbox dead, not Xbox Live.
Graphically.
Ooh, I didn't think about that. That was good. So,
Yo,
yes.
the sound effects, by the way, guys. You just hear what I.
That's like
guys,
soundboard quality.
are you
if you guys
kidding me?
need some sounds, just clip some of this stuff. You're good to go.
You're good to go.
It's like undeniable. All right. So basically, Xbox Live Games with Gold is over. So there are no longer a scenario, I think starting August 1st or September 1st. Soonish.
You got that?
Soonish, we're going to be no longer having Games with Gold. Games with Gold, if you're not familiar, is you pay, $5 or $10 a month. I don't know, but it was $60 a year.
Okay.
And that lets you play games online.
Mm-hmm.
And then Games with Gold were the free games you got every month.
Yes.
So back before Game Pass, Games with Gold was the shit because you got free games every month and they were normally really good, right? So it was like, okay, that's awesome. But since Game Pass really took off and like really became a big thing, they pretty much let the games go to shit. Like the free games you got were like super old or like
lame.
Because they're putting everything into Game Pass. Because all the good shit goes to Game Pass,
right? So it makes sense, obviously.
100%.
But I haven't really paid attention to it forever, especially since we have Ultimate, right? So I didn't have to because your multiplayer is included in Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. So you didn't have to. So I didn't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
But now that's gone. So there are no more free games.
Hooray.
Okay.
And they've transitioned everyone from Xbox Live automatically to a new tier for Game Pass called Pass Core.
Yo, listen. Jimmy Jim would have just canceled that.
Well, this is basically
Everybody
what they
would have been dropped.
So this is what PlayStation did. So PlayStation had people enrolled in PlayStation Plus.
Yeah.
And now they changed the whole thing to PlayStation, the three tiers.
I know we're talking about that tier shit. I think it's still Plus. So it's like different
Plus
tier.
Premier, plus some shit. And then they combined PlayStation Now with that. So
to charge to make
change
it.
So they automatically got all these people into their thing because they made it a automatic change.
There are 3 tiers now of Game Pass.
No, there's 4 tiers, and people are divided.
Really?
On the confusion
here. Do tell and explain what's happening.
It's confusion.
Slow down.
It's confusing in like the lightest way possible. Like if you take a few seconds to kind of just look into it, then the confusion.
You realize they're all tomatoes.
Yeah, like yes, they're all tomatoes. But these are your tiers now. So you have Core, Console, PC, and Ultimate. Okay. So I'm gonna read what goes into each tier here. And I just lost it for no reason. I had it and I lost it because I got fancy.
You got this, see.
There it goes.
There we go.
All right. So Core. That's if you had Xbox Live Gold.
That's what you're getting.
Automatically are going to be here.
Okay.
Oh, G Maybe, what's good, bro?
G Maybe, welcome.
G Baby,
right.
baby.
So Core.
Yes.
$9.99 a month.
Okay.
You get online console multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
You get member deals and discounts. And then this is the big one. You get a catalog of over 25 high quality games on console.
Okay.
Oh, 25.
Okay. So this is the thing. Those 25 games are way better than anything that was going to be coming into Games with Gold.
So let me ask you a question. How did this happen? Because now we're talking about $10, $9.99, $10 a month,
which is the same price it was before.
It was? Okay. I thought you said $60 for the year.
That's if you buy a year. Same thing here.
Okay.
Same thing
So if you pay ahead of time, you paid less.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So what they're doing is just trying to include everybody.
So not everybody's just in Game Pass.
Yeah.
So when they do their Game Pass numbers, they don't have to say, these are our Game Pass numbers. These are our Xbox Live numbers. Now it's just everything's Game Pass.
Yes.
Okay. So people are pissed.
Okay.
Because not because of the games, right? I think everybody universally agrees that it's better. Not universally, because I saw I guess not. Infinite Umbra, another YouTuber, he was a little upset that games with gold was gone.
Okay.
So like even at the ultimate level, you were getting games with gold. So we were still, even though they were shitty, you were still getting those free games, and now they're gone because those 25 games that are in core are already part of your Game Pass. So
he's upset that
Wait, I have
you're
a
no
question.
longer getting
so
a
you're
monthly
losing
game
the
to
free
keep.
monthly games to keep.
Hold on. So all the games that you accumulated over the years that you've got Xbox Live Gold are gone? Like, gone?
No, that's
So you still
them,
have
but
them.
going
Those are
forward,
yours to
there's no
keep.
more coming in.
Oh, that stinks.
Well, I mean, but
It does
again,
and
they
it
were
doesn't.
garbage.
They're
If they
giving
were
you
good,
better
it's different.
games
Exactly.
now for you to play.
So this is where everybody is like confused, right?
Okay.
The console
Yes.
version of Game Pass is $10.99 a month. So
Yes,
it's a
they
dollar more.
opted a
That's the one
dollar,
that
and
we
this is
know-
why
this
they
is why
did that.
did it.
Yes, because they were going to
Exactly.
tear them out.
So they got the extra dollar in there.
Yes.
That's where you get hundreds of high quality games on console, new games on day one, and member deals and discount.
Okay.
You notice something that I didn't say.
Mm.
Online console multiplayer.
Yes.
So the big confusion is, well, hold on. How come I spend $1 more?
And
But I
that gets
don't
taken away
get
because
the
you're getting a
online
bunch.
multiplayer.
You said 100 games, right?
No. You get all of Game Pass.
Okay,
so it's
versus
over 100, 400
25.
games.
So the first tier, $9.99, you're getting 25 games, right?
Yes, and you can play online multiplayer.
Yes.
But the bigger thing is this is where you get day one games, right?
Yes.
So Starfield day one is
Mhm.
here versus not in the original, right?
Exactly.
So the cost you're paying is only $1 more for console, and you're not getting the online multiplayer, but it
Why?
never was.
Mhm.
Before this was there and Xbox Live Gold was here,
Yes.
console did not come with the multiplayer. That's what Ultimate is for.
Yeah.
Ultimate included
Everything.
the multiplayer.
Yes.
So the fake confusion is confusing
Hold
to me.
on.
Like that's
Yeah.
real confusion.
Give me a
I'm
Like
second.
not
you didn't know
confused.
this. Like if you didn't know this,
Exactly.
you had Ultimate because you thought if you had the playing
Yes.
online, right? Then obviously you were playing for Ultimate. You were paying for Ultimate. Unless
if you
you
had
just didn't
basic
have
Game
Game
Pass,
Pass
you
and now
couldn't
you just
play
want to be a
online?
part of the story.
No, exactly.
You know what I mean?
No, because the basic Game Pass is exactly what you're saying, right? It's a Game Pass. The whole point is you get all the games coming out,
Yeah.
but you can't play online unless it's free to play.
Oh,
Right?
like Fortnite, you still play.
Fortnite, they changed that. So they made it so that all free to play games are real free to play now, right? So you don't need to subscribe to anything to
Yeah.
play the free to play game. But with this, people are confused about this.
I don't
And
know.
I don't see
I don't
how
know
you
why.
could be confused. The
It makes
game-
no damn sense.
you're
You're paying an
getting
extra
all the
dollar. You're
games.
getting day one games. Obviously, they're not on top of it going to give you, online access. That's Ultimate if you want it all. This is business.
Yeah. So
what's the third tier?
So I'll get to it. But G maybe says that Infinite Umbra just doesn't want to be passively complacent with Microsoft taking something away from us, the hardcore base. He doesn't want it to just be an accepted loss. No, I mean, I get that, right? I do. I understand, because again, you're technically losing something, right? And the prices went up, right? So we're paying $2 more or $1. I think it's $2 more for Ultimate,
For Ultimate.
but you lose those free games, right? So you're not getting the free monthly games that you used to get. Now, my feeling on it, and when we were it was on Boom's show, and I was, Game Pass Daily was on there, Retri, and I'm kind of in the same boat there. It's like I get it, but at the same time, like
I don't get it.
complacent. Like, what else do you
Yeah.
want them to give us?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they were giving us crap games.
Yeah.
And it's like they're giving us what we actually want, which are the big games. And if they need to save some money from paying like for these cheap shitty games to give us for free,
Yes.
and they funnel that back into the games, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's where it
Agreed.
is. Like I'm not taking a loss. We're not taking
so
a loss.
I tell
When
you
you think
right
about
now,
it, it makes sense.
you know where there's no confusion if you get Ultimate.
Well, it's not
Don't be a
that.
cheap
What he's
bastard.
saying is about losing those games, right?
The
losing
free
those
games
yeah.
that you get to keep.
But those are gone now.
Listen,
So
I
there's no
understand that
replacement
maybe
for
some
it.
people like them or, like.
Well, I mean, I would wager that if we spoke to Infinite and asked them, I know you downloaded them all, But how many of them did you actually play?
Yeah.
You probably didn't play much of any of them.
Maybe sometimes it's the idea of just getting something free that you get to keep.
And that's fine too, because I still always clicked it every once in a while. Not not every month, but sometimes I'll get the notice like, oh shit, is there? Let me do it.
Yeah.
I just think at the end of the day, they're putting their money, like we see their money that they're spending, right? They're giving us Activision. We're gonna have these games. They're gonna be making new stuff. Like if they need to save some money because they're not giving us those cheap, like crappy free games.
Yeah.
Like I'll take it.
I don't think that is.
That's a loss.
I think it's the wording. There's no confusion. It's just that you maybe don't prefer what they're doing now, but that's not for you to decide.
Well, that's not the confusion. Is the multiplayer the other thing? This is just for some people who feel like they're losing something. Let me go back here too. You have Jacob was saying that he was watching Shane's live, The Dirt Gang. And we agreed that if Take-Two knock on Xbox door, it would be a huge miss to not buy them. Agreed. I think they would buy. Yeah, those are people who make Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, like who own Grand Theft Auto and NBA 2K.
That
and all
would be huge.
Yeah, I mean, if Take-Two says, "Hey, I want to get bought," Microsoft's going to say, "Sure thing." Like Microsoft bought Bethesda because they didn't want to lose Starfield.
Yeah.
You damn sure know that they won't let Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead not be there.
Seriously.
And we know that Sony can't buy Take-Two because they can't afford it. So,
that would be a big win.
Can you imagine GTA 6 only on PlayStation? That would be weird.
That would be bad. So G maybe says, exactly, Jimbo would have taken it away and given you nothing.
Yes.
Facts.
100%.
Jacob
don't
says,
mess around with that money.
Yeah. Jacob says, make everybody's game they claimed with gold free and end the monthly claimable games. Yeah, that's true too. Just make.
Can you repeat that?
To make everybody's game they claimed with gold free and end the monthly claimable games. Well, that's what they did. But I think he's saying like just all the games that they gave away for free to just make them free for everybody. I guess. I think that would be, that would probably make sense. Every gold game you paid to claim, you get added for your own library for free. Yeah, I get that for sure. G maybe says hello and thank you for the welcome. You're very welcome for the welcome. Jacob says, include 2 Xbox first party games within a 1.5 period in core as day one. Include 2 Xbox first party games within a 1.5 month period, I would assume, in core as day one. Oh no. One more than 1.5 years. Oh, like leave them in there for a year. So like do a swap where it's like, yo, you got core, you're not gonna get all the day one games, but like a month and a half later we'll give you a game and then it leaves after a while.
Oh, so let them have a game, but not give them all the first.
Yeah, first day. I feel like there is a way.
I bet they'll kick and scream about that too, though.
Yeah, that's true too.
They'll cry about it.
That's true. But
and then it's like, which one was worse?
I mean, if they really wanted to, they can definitely do stuff like that. I just feel like at this point, it's like, core is just core. Like you got the same thing you had. If you didn't care about getting the Game Pass before, it's not necessarily going to make you care now.
I agree.
And whenever they're ready to upgrade, they'll upgrade.
Listen,
I think Xbox
don't ban Philly.
They're just condensing everything into one kind of easy, thing for them, so they could just keep track of one number now.
Listen, the people that should be upset and confused is like, yo, did our subscription go up so that they can fit in all the other ones? Like, we should be the ones pissed off. You guys, they should be happy. I feel like.
Yeah,
it's a win.
G maybe says he does farm achievements out of them. Is it enjoyable? Who knows? So, I mean, that does make sense to me. I have never been an achievement dude. So, only in let me not say never. When they first popped, they were the hottest fucking thing out there.
I was going to say, I used to see you excited as can be. I went
and bought like the shitty games that had easy achievements.
So many gamer points.
But then I stopped. Like it just
play. Yeah,
it just became like once everybody else had it, and then like I started seeing people get like crazy high numbers. Like, man, I can't
I can't compete.
I can't keep with that.
I can't compete.
It's crazy. So if he's doing that and he enjoys doing that, that's good for him. I get that. That makes sense. Achievements is the angle.
Yeah.
I definitely see, like, if you are an achievement hunter.
Yes.
And
True.
just to be
There are
able
a
to
lot
get
of
like
them.
3 free games or 4 free games, whatever it was.
And just
and
unlock
just be
everything.
able to get some achievements.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that. But outside of that, I don't. The change to core is just there to boost the subscription numbers. Oh yeah, the next time they tell us how many subscribers there are in Game Pass, it's gonna be like there's 54 million subscribers.
Ridiculous.
Like,
Oh
what the
my God.
fuck?
It's going to be crazy.
How?
All right. So let's get back to Game Pass. So console is $10.99 a month. That's where the confusion was. Obviously, I'm hoping after this we know that there shouldn't be real confusion here.
Agreed.
But it is what it is. This is another place that people are a little upset about. And it's what the hell? Who touched my thing? It's the PC version of Game Pass.
Okay.
Okay. So the PC version of Game Pass is $9.99, like normal.
Okay.
And it comes with the same. I don't know why this is giving me technical
Acting
difficulties.
a clown.
Yeah, I had it open and then it decided to close.
Figure it out.
Listen, here we go. All right. So it comes with hundreds of high quality games on PC. Now, remember, PC and Xbox, they have different games. So most of the time they have the same games, but there's some games only on Xbox that they didn't give the rights to put on PC. And there's games that are only made for PC that are on there that are not even available on Xbox.
Okay.
So that's a little different, but you get the same new games on day one. You get member deals and discounts. They don't mention it here, but PC, they never had to pay for online multiplayer.
Okay.
So they can always play online regardless of having Ultimate or not. So just if you have the PC one, you can play any online.
So that's why
game.
It's $9.99.
Yeah, well, it's $1 less, than console. But this is the thing. The PC one includes EA Play.
Oh.
So that's where you can go into EA and download their games as well.
And play Madden.
It's included in the PC one, not in console.
Good.
So
okay.
They're paying $1 less and getting, theoretically, they're getting a lot more than the console base.
I would be annoyed with that one.
I mean, that's stupid when you think about it.
I mean, it's not stupid because
if you have an EA membership, right? Because they have the EA separate, no?
Well, EA sells their own thing separately.
Exactly. So wouldn't this be a
because
way?
there's once we get to Ultimate, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
So PC gets EA Play as part of it, but the reason why it's not stupid is because Xbox, and we already heard this in the court, from Phil and everybody else, that they pretty much see that the Xbox Game Pass numbers, that's not going to change dramatically.
Okay.
Right? Like they're not going to go from 28 million to 75 million in any reasonable amount of time. You know what I'm saying? Like big things that they would have to sell so many more consoles for that to happen. As far as console Game Pass only. The place that they see the most potential is in PC. Because there's hundreds of millions of PC owners who don't need an Xbox, who can just decide to subscribe, right?
Yeah.
So they're trying to make the PC Game Pass
seem a little tastier,
Yeah, more
accessible.
Well, have more shit, more enticing, right?
Them
have
getting
more
Game Pass
for them to do.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
I agree with it. I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense to have it.
I think they have to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, it doesn't affect you. If you're playing on your console version, it is what it is. Like, you pay what you pay. You're still getting great stuff. The value is still there. PC is just getting more value, right? And it just kind of is what it is. And then you have Ultimate, right? Which is now $17, $16.99 a month. And that gives you hundreds of quality games on console, PC, and cloud. Remember, this is the only time only Ultimate members can play on the cloud.
Okay.
You get new games on that deal one. You got the member deals, discounts, and perk. You get the online console multiplayer and the EA Play membership, all included right where it is. So, I mean, listen, for the $6 difference between console and
Ultimate,
I mean,
it's a
if you play online, you play online. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just got to do it. You know,
I agree.
if you like playing multiplayer games, you got to get what makes sense. Obviously, we have Ultimate. Ultimate is amazing. It is the best deal. But at the end of the day, you know, this is where it is. People got really salty about this stuff. And the reason why for me it was so stupid is like, dude, like nothing has changed. Like this is the same scenario that you loved 6 months ago.
Yes.
Before they decided to change Xbox Live Go into
literally
Game Pass Core.
I'm having a hard time so who's salty? The class at the fact that
there's
they
people in general, like
people everywhere.
You go on Twitter, Facebook, or some shit, and it's probably gonna be complaining.
Okay, but like, who's pissed about this? The people that had like the situation closed down.
Like just generalized, like literally. No,
that's a very small. Infinite Umbra is one of the only person I heard talk about that. About losing the games of gold on the Ultimate.
Yeah.
The vast majority of people are just the confusion that like, oh my God, how come I can't get multiplayer in my $10.99 Game Pass, or how come PC gets this?
Surface level.
That's where.
So
going like surface level. That's stupid.
The question
you think about it, it's like, that makes sense.
Yeah, but then why can't I get Ultimate for $9.99? That's the same type of question.
That's what they're asking.
It's that
that's
dumb.
what they want.
Like,
they want Ultimate for $9.99 or $10.99.
Yeah, but no, that's not what it is.
It costs more money. That's what it is.
It's like going to GameStop and saying, "Hey, I want this brand new game for the same price as you're charging for this game that came out 10 years ago."
The older one.
Like, no, they're gonna look at you and laugh. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
All right, so Jacob says Stallion reached 2.5 million gamer score on stream a few days ago. That's pretty beast.
Nice.
Jez Corden is the only person ever to reach 1 mil at E3. No, that wasn't Jez Corden. That was Randall Thor, who hit 1 million at E3.
1 million gamer score?
1 million gamer score, yeah.
How?
Stallion reached 1 million and got lifetime gold for free by Xbox. Yeah, he got it. He was the first person to hit 1 million.
Nice.
They upgraded him to lifetime ultimate a while back. That's crazy. The lifetime.
See, these points do matter. All right.
At the time, I would have dedicated a lot more time to it. The lifetime gold redeem code was gotten on a big gold card with your gamer tag on that.
Damn.
Nice.
G-Maybe says, "Wow, that must be nice." Jacob says, "Yeah, it was. Just need a little bit more than 800 points, 800,000 points to go."
That's it. That's it.
Well, listen, at least he's almost at 200,000. I just crossed 100,000 not too long ago, and I've been with Xbox since the first day.
There's still hope.
Not terrible. Not terrible. Could be worse.
Oh my God. Way worse. It's true.
That's
it's
awesome.
Wild. But yeah, that's Game Pass, man. People are upset, but it kind of is what it is.
They'll get over it.
All right, we're gonna move on. Blizzard.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, it's getting cold
now,
in here.
Technically, like we said, Xbox does not officially own them yet, but I swear, I feel in my heart that they're already making moves based off the fact that they know they're getting bought.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, like that's what I feel 100%. So Blizzard, I'll have Mike Ibarra. He's the head of Blizzard. He's the one who used to work for Xbox, then left to go for Blizzard, and now he's getting eaten and brought back to the beast that is Xbox.
Can't escape.
He can't escape. That's the fact. So wait, let me read this real quick because this one has to do with the Game Pass stuff. So G Maybe says, I think the PC gamers have to be catered to because there are so many other ways for them to get games cheaply. Therefore, the reduced price. Absolutely. I agree. They're definitely, they have to know their market, right?
Yeah.
So they're reaching to people who are not going to pay the extra money. They're not going to pay. You can't tell them I'm going to charge you for multiplayer. They're like, bro, I play multiplayer everywhere. Why would I ever use your service, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're right. 100%. So Mikey Barra says, we've heard from players. This is why you know it's a load of shit, because people have been screaming this forever.
Yeah.
So long.
But now
no
they
one
hear.
paid attention.
Now they can hear the players.
Yeah.
We've heard you. We just didn't give a shit till now.
We've heard from players.
On.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
They've heard from players that they like games on Steam and have asked us to do the same. Players will always guide our way.
Of course.
We're excited to be bringing Overwatch 2 to Steam.
Who gives a shit?
Happy to partner with Valve and Steam. We will continue to invest in Battle.net going forward and are committed to this platform across Blizzard. So
I feel like that the hype for Overwatch died so hard. Like I know there's a dedicated fan base, but
I mean, but
in
that's
the general
the thing,
public,
right?
there is nothing on this game anymore.
So this is the thing, right? I agree, but I feel like you could say that with almost every game, like a Fortnite or whatever.
Yeah.
Like these games that are ongoing, they just don't get talked about because it's not sexy to talk about them.
Yeah.
Right? Like the people who are obsessed with Overwatch 2 are going to get their news and know it. So they don't need to, like, it's not, like the news is not exciting to anyone other than
People
the
play
Overwatch
it. Yeah.
players.
Like,
You
you
know what I'm
remember the
saying?
original Overwatch was Game of the Year, like it won and shit.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah.
So
And
it's like, why
They
is
just
Overwatch 2
replaced
so
it
shitty?
because they just replaced it. It's the same game. They just made it a little nicer, changed some graphics, changed some maps. That's it. It's,
Characters.
you know, if you didn't like Overwatch 1, you were not going to like Overwatch 2.
Overwatch 2, yeah.
And now it's free. Oh,
Fucking madman.
what can I say? It just devalues it.
I get
Jacob
that.
says,
It's like if they said, "Hey, Starfield's free." You're gonna be like, "Well, that's
Well,
a
if
little
you
less
have Game
exciting."
it
Pass.
is free on Game Pass. Hakoon,
Nah,
what
you're paying
Jacob
for Game
says,
Pass.
Hakoon
Sure.
was the first person to get 1K platinum trophies. He did that in 8 years and got 6 Guinness records, got 10,000 platinums and 1 million trophies, got a child, went down on the leaderboard,
Got a child?
got gifted a PS5 by Sony.
Oh,
that
got
was-
gifted.
that was nice of them. At least they
That's
gave something.
G maybe agrees with
They
you
aren't that
about
shitty.
But yeah, so
it being
again,
free.
I agree.
this news that Blizzard is bringing their games to Steam is just again showing you how the Xbox effect is
Yeah.
going to take over
It's the icing on the
Activision
cake.
and Blizzard and King. It's a whole different world when you got Papa Xbox who's running the ship. And
I
it's
get
like
that.
you're gonna put your shit on Steam because it makes sense to put your shit on Steam.
Hmm.
Okay, Phil, no problem. No
You're
longer
gonna
exclusive.
do it.
Mike's like, what do you want me to say, Phil? Yeah, sure, no problem. Yo, I got this.
Or you won't be my favorite.
Yeah. You can
Done
be replaced,
deal.
sir. You can be replaced. You said something, man, that G maybe says was true.
I think
Oh,
it's
it's about
So-
free stuff devaluing it.
I don't know.
And by Game, I know Game Pass free, but it's like if they went to a Best Buy and they said free copies of Starfield in this cardboard box. Please take one.
yo.
Then you'll just
people
be like,
That
will
does not
stab
devalue it.
each
Well,
other
this is less
for
If
it.
the
exciting.
game is the same quality, nothing.
Yeah.
Was a little less exciting because it's like they must be really not confident, you know. To like if they charge $70, like they're confident you will pay that price tag.
Yeah. But the point is that doesn't mean anybody to anybody unless you're just
Anybody
talking about
to
like
anybody?
an ego. Doesn't mean
Anything to
anything to
anybody?
anybody. I don't know. Anybody to anybody. Whatever. Point is that if the shit's free and it's good, I don't give a who cares?
Yeah.
Like, Fortnite's
Look
free.
at Fortnite.
Shit's fucking
I mean,
phenomenal.
you-
It's not
listen,
free. I spend more money
it's
on
not
that
free
game
for you.
than any game.
Yes, seriously.
No other game has got more money from me
Then
than
yeah,
fucking
Not
Fortnite.
even Halo. Damn.
no.
Halo's like they're up there, but
Oh, that's progress.
yeah.
I buy a shit ton of Halo fucking skins too. But Fortnite for sure is the winner with the
Yeah.
skins. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm like I play most of my stuff on PC via the Xbox Game Pass
Mhm.
for PC. But I mean, Steam is fine. I don't find it like the way that these people are obsessed with it.
Yeah.
Like Steam needs to be the place that it is. I don't give a shit as long as it works. I got the Epic Store up there. I got well, I had Bethesda, but they shut that down.
Yeah.
And then Blizzard's thing, Battle.net, it's fine. Works fine.
Listen.
Cool. Good for them.
No biggie. All works on my ROG Ally. That's all I care
Mid
about.
as fuck.
So great.
You, somebody's what we call a whore. All right, a video game
What
whore.
the
Video
fuck?
A video game
Buckets.
whore. He plays everything and anything anywhere. You know?
Keep it a
and that's
These
a
are
good
facts.
thing.
Bro, keep it a light
These are
R.
facts.
Jeez.
My bad. But you know what I'm saying. It's a good thing. You
Yeah.
are not like you play where you play and you try any game. And if it's good, you'll keep playing it. If it's not, then you move
Listen,
on.
I will always love Xbox no matter what because
Yeah.
Xbox has what PlayStation don't, which is the chief.
Oh my
The
god.
chief,
right
Look
there.
at this. Look at these.
Right there. That guy right there.
Let's see.
Geralt.
Halo's the shit. It's undeniable. My greatest thing.
My greatest
Is
thing.
that why
Greatest
he's
game.
called
Greatest
CMoney?
thing. I love.
I'm right here. Chief Money.
Oh, is that what it calls CMoney?
Exactly.
Fun fact, that's why I named myself CMoney back in the day when I was younger.
Chief Money.
Because I want to see money. I always believe I would. And yeah. I guess so.
Listen.
Wow.
No, it's I love games, bro.
You
so
do.
I
But listen,
I don't spend just to be clear, I spend money nowhere else. As far as like for me personally, my my hobbies. I have like this is it. So I don't go to the bar and drink or
You're not gonna go to
I
like
don't drink,
you're
I don't
not gonna
smoke,
go to
I
Home
don't
Depot
buy,
and
I
be
don't
like,
spend
where are
money.
all your seeds, sir? Your finest seeds.
No.
I think that it's good that, it's kind of like appreciating the games for what they are. So you do love Xbox, but like if there's a good PlayStation game or a Nintendo game.
The Last of Us.
Yeah,
Breath of the Wild.
I mean,
like-
this is the thing. I'm gonna go where it's gonna be the best for me. That's
Yeah,
why
that's
it's so
what I
important
mean.
to me. Like people are talking about, and I guess we're gonna talk about this a little later, but the whole mid-gen refresh. I'll tell you right now,
Nah, I think
if
we're fine.
Xbox does not freaking upgrade their system, if PlayStation upgrades their system and lets PlayStation get ahead as far as graphically, come on, man.
Would you buy a PS5
If it's not
Pro?
on PC, then damn sure I'm going to buy it on PlayStation 5.
Damn. What if you get Halo 7 coming to PlayStation 5?
Okay, well,
That would
obviously
never
that would never
happen.
happen.
All right, let's go.
Chief supports this message.
The chief supports this message. But yeah, so again, obviously,
The betrayal.
Blizzard coming to Steam is not some crazy thing, but it just shows Xbox's reach and how they, knowing that Xbox is coming on board, is going to change things across the board. Let me see here. G maybe says exactly a steaming pile of crap with OW2 Overwatch 2. That's funny. Jacob says depends on person. If he cheats, he has one account for each country and buy the same game 5 times. That would be cheating. That would be cheating for sure. Purpleberry says, and what the Oh, and I
from Whitney Houston.
from Whitney Houston, and I will always love you. I will always love Xbox. Yeah, those are just facts at this
Those
point.
are facts.
Those are just
I.E.
facts.
will always love Xbooks.
All right, so next, Sony paid for Final Fantasy 16.
Traitors!
Yes, we know that. Facts. But the documents were specific. So when the trial, all that stuff was happening,
Mhm.
all the documents came out, and she released like some less redacted version of it. So with less of the things taken out so you couldn't see. And she literally says in there, the judge says that Sony paid to have Final Fantasy 16 exclude Xbox. Like specifically.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Not
so
like,
the
hey,
wording
we're-
wasn't, this is exclusive to us. This is, I'm giving you this money so you
So
can
that you do not give it to them.
That is crazy.
That's
like,
crazy.
yo, you could have gotten the same message across without like the hate words. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, you didn't have to frame it that way and still mean the same thing. Just make it exclusive
Seriously.
to you. That's what you're paying for.
Absolutely.
Man. But I think that for PlayStation, for Jimmy, that hate runs deep.
Super deep.
Like, they can't even think of a smarter way, just in case this gets like leaked or has to be shown so that it's not known, you know?
Yeah, it's just, I think about it and it's like I get it, right? They found success with Final Fantasy 7, right?
Yeah.
That was supposed to come to us after a year. It didn't. Then we thought maybe 2 years. It didn't. So now we don't think about it, right? Man, you have Final Fantasy remake. I
7
can't play
remake.
It.
Yes,
I
I
can't
do
play
have.
it. I can't
Why?
let myself do it
Why, you're
it's-
spiteful?
Yeah, I'm spiteful as fuck.
Then just play the original on Xbox.
No, that's just old. But
I
I
think
am. I'm
that-
spiteful.
I
It
think
changes
it
the way
would-
I feel about these games, yo.
I think it would be beneficial to have Final Fantasy in every console. I also think,
It needed
If-
Game Pass.
yeah,
I mean, let's
if
be
they
honest.
went
Final
into
Fantasy
Game
16
Pass,
will
it'll
do
be a
strong,
huge...
but I think overall, but it won't do as well as Final Fantasy 15 or even 7 remake.
Well, so rolling right into that, that's the other thing, right? So now we did a topic couple weeks ago, maybe.
Yeah.
When Final Fantasy first came out, that the sales were shit in comparison.
Yes. Right? Oh yeah. Where's that now?
So now, supposedly, Square is like, no.
We're doing great.
3 million is great. Those are great numbers.
Okay.
No, Jim Ryan
Compared to
broke
how
into
many
their
people
office
own a
and they're like, you were
PlayStation
talking
5,
shit.
their percentage is pretty high.
Yeah, right?
You fucker. You better
Slapped
take that
him
back.
in the wrist.
Yeah, I know.
Bad.
I know.
Yeah.
What's hurting freaking Final Fantasy 16 is the fact that this shit keeps overheating our goddamn PlayStation.
I agree, but like we did enjoy like with the fight scenes and
like,
everything
when it wasn't
else.
boring.
Yeah,
it was
but
fun.
we did
When it wasn't
notice
boring,
though.
it was
Okay, so
great.
there were quite a few things that we noticed. Like they have very great elements in that game. And when the
from what I've
graphics
seen, I'm sorry.
Yes, when the graphics look amazing, they look amazing. But there are parts in the
my
game
God.
where the graphics look like crap.
And it's like they're not no rhyme or reason.
Exactly.
It's like one moment is like, oh man, look at this, so pretty, and then you walk 3 steps and it's like, what the fuck just happened?
But I've noticed the darker it is, the nicer it will look.
Yeah, because the details are gone.
Exactly. But also when you look out like into the scenery, it's all like if you were looking at a painting that is just still. There's no movement in the trees. There are no different
It's
trees.
plain,
You don't
stiff.
look. Yes, and you don't see a difference.
Well, it's a
throughout.
painted skybox, right? Like back in the
Exactly.
day, that's what like Halo back in the day.
Yes,
That's what it was, right? It was beautiful because you would go up and you would see something like, wow, look at that. And it was like painted, right? Like there was very minimal movement going on. Same thing with a lot of other games.
Yeah,
and it's
they
like that's
still do
old.
it.
Yes,
You know what I'm saying? Like that's old. Like you shouldn't be doing that shit right now. I want to know that that damn castle in the background is really there.
That's
Yo,
because, I remember back in the day, Ocarina of Time on N64 was iconic and huge graphically because I know there was a scene where you could look out from a crazy far distance, there was like a castle, but the whole thing is that you can actually go there if you wanted to, and you can actually explore that castle. That same one you saw from the distance.
Well, now we have that shit all the time. Fucking
Yeah.
Halo Infinite. You can be one side of the map and you can see shit miles away and you're like, I could go over there. Breath of the Wild. Same shit on a
I can
Nintendo
go over
Switch.
there on the
on
basic
a Nintendo Switch,
that runs
you
on
can
milk
stand anywhere.
jugs.
Wherever you see, you can go.
and I think the big
Literally.
frustration is that the beautiful elements of this game are just breathtaking. That Phoenix, the detail on the clothing, like the leather and
Wild.
like
bro.
the movement
Yeah,
on
like,
it
there's
is
so much
amazing.
detail in
Like
there.
footage, it looks
But-
it looks like Game of Thrones, a video game. Like it looks pretty wild.
Yeah, and it's kind of like it goes from being amazing, and then there's elements are just so crappy. I just would have rather they found like a middle ground and had just
Could you
a nice
elaborate?
game throughout,
Just
without
graphics, or-
blowing up the PlayStation or
You mean
making
just
it
Yeah.
stop
Are you talking
as
about
well.
on like just a graphical side of things?
Hmm?
Just a graphical side of things?
With the game? Well, for
Yeah.
me, myself, I would rather, and obviously they've made these changes, so I would never be able to play their old games, but like
Yeah.
the
So pacing.
cutscenes, you guys, like that's a lot for me. It felt like
and they're not all like great. Like cutscenes are dope when you're doing something dope. You know,
Like,
when
like a
you're
Kojima cutscene.
like when you
or something.
no
like.
Kojima cutscenes also are the same shit.
I thought
like,
Metal Gear Solid was like.
no,
you said,
sometimes
like-
they're good, sometimes they're boring. You know, they're just
Damn.
watching a cutscene of them doing nothing. But like when you look at
Wow.
Halo 5,
Mhm.
right? The opening scene when they're jumping off that
Yeah,
Oh, I
thing
remember
and they're
that.
and
Yeah.
sliding down the mountain and killing people. Like, yeah, that's CG. That's dope.
Yeah.
That's amped.
you want to see it.
But like you're cutting me away, I can't touch anything, and I'm just watching the most boring conversation take place between two people.
Well,
So what'd
because
you like
it's
for lunch
almost
today?
like they're narrating a book. There's no
Yeah,
dimension
bookish.
in the way that they talk. Like
Yeah, I mean-
that is captivating and kind of keeps you up and engaged. Also, a lack of like music throughout the game.
Yeah,
Music is
like
important.
there should be
The
music
little
in these
details
scenes.
that could just
I don't know, man.
and it just
Oh,
had to
wow.
be
Like, here's the
edited. Like a lot of the cutscenes did not need to be there.
Yeah, man,
I mean,
just
to
cut
be
the
fair,
shit.
a lot of that's typical RPG fare. Like majority of RPGs have lengthy cutscenes, lengthy conversations in between, like gameplay.
Yes, but they're good.
Yeah.
They're
Well-
well written. These are like basic things that I don't know. It just wasn't like. Listen, the story we like,
Yes,
right? Like the
a
overall,
lot.
like what's going on in the story.
Yeah.
So far, it seems pretty cool.
It's
but like,
just
it's
to
all the
get
in between
there.
bullshit
It's
that's
such a
garbage.
pain. Also, when you fight, you go through a fight scene, right? And then it brings you right into a cutscene.
I don't trust this.
Almost like,
skip this.
When you're they try to dictate where you go to kind of close out the back of where you were, and it's annoying. Because it's like a free world, but it's not. Like, you can go anywhere, but you can't.
Yeah, and honestly, when I walk to that world, I don't feel like, I want to go.
A desire to explore.
I want to go see what's there.
Yeah.
Like, we were playing, and you were like, oh, can you go up there? And it was like, I don't know. And I started going. It's like, yeah, you could. And then you go, and there was a place up there.
No, this thing stopped.
No. I know, but there was a place up there, and then the thing died. But I'm saying, like, there was.
Like, you're not supposed to go there. So either the game stops you or your PlayStation.
No, halt! You must not go there.
Yeah, seriously.
It's crazy.
G maybe said that he played Final Fantasy Remake DLC on Xbox. Unfortunately, it was DLC for Power Wash Simulator.
Oh, yeah.
This was trash.
What am I thinking? Yeah, there was like this Crisis Core game, Reunion or some really stupid name. It was on everything. Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, PC. It's like, but then why not just bring Final Fantasy VII Remake to Xbox? Like, they want to bring the spin. They did that with Persona for so long. Mainline games, PlayStation. Spin-offs everywhere. Like, puzzle games and shit. Like, they'll love this. And it's like, well, then why the fuck would you bring the real game?
I don't think so. I think what they do is kind of like, you take the rest. The things that don't matter, right? The main games go to PlayStation.
But it still takes energy to market and to, like, distribute.
But I think that right now, that's all going to change.
Like, just put the main game before you put the spin-off.
What's going to change with Square?
I think with everything, the way that people see Xbox, I think that now everybody's going to want to try to get their games into Game Pass and try to get that money ahead of time. Publicity is a big deal with Game Pass. If you made a good game and people are talking about it, that's huge.
Absolutely.
The more people that play it, the better it is.
Well, like,
go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Like, what if, like, obviously it's not going to happen or would never happen. But imagine if you were only on Xbox and PlayStation had The Last of Us, but then all the games are PlayStation only. But then they announced The Last of Us Racing coming to Xbox or some shit. And it's like, would you give a shit?
If it was good.
It's Mario Kart, but with Joel.
I play everything. So
I can only imagine they'll be riding horses. So yeah, we'll try it.
Maybe.
Go-karting style, Mario Kart style.
No, when it comes to the Game Pass, what you were saying, it is going to get better because the thing that a lot of the smaller indies talked about was that every time Xbox released a big game, you have
imagining the situation.
Fucking guy. Every time Xbox releases a big game, a big exclusive game, and it goes into Game Pass, more people come in, and then after they play that, they go find something else to play, and the indie games get more love. Yeah. So as that continues to keep happening now with Activision games and Call of Duty and all this shit, it's just gonna keep going. Yeah. So I can definitely see that. Jacob was talking about how when he first got the Xbox One S with the Minecraft, that one was actually cool. I don't know if you ever seen that one, baby.
Yeah, it's like it looks like a creeper grass block.
Wait, the fridge?
No.
Oh, with redstone and shit, like the Xbox One S.
No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
They had a Minecraft mod they heavily pushed.
That's pretty cool.
It was pretty cool. So that's
Did you see the fridge?
The fridge looks dope too.
The fridge looks so cool. It lights up on the bottom.
Creeps.
It's so cool. I like it.
Yeah. So that was pretty cool, and he learned all about Xbox over the last 5 years.
Nice.
Good man. G maybe says the last Sony console he owned was a PlayStation 2, and I don't feel like I've missed anything.
Damn.
I mean, you didn't miss anything. There's some good games, like The Last of Us and Uncharted and things like that.
The they're all
but
the
it's
same
not
now.
like.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like,
everything is kind of merged
you had
in.
the wildest platter of shit. It's crazy. Like, ridiculous. Like, you'd have, like, Jack and Daxter, but then you have your Killzone fill, and then Parappa the Rapper on the side.
Yeah, you, like, stopped at the right time, like, where they were giving you
weird.
So much. I agree with that. Like,
the
that
PS3
was...
they did kind of, but then the last one came out. And that,
I didn't even get a PlayStation 3 until Metal Gear Solid 4 came out.
Yeah.
Like, I really had no desire to buy a PlayStation.
Yeah.
Even though it was more powerful than the 360.
Yeah, because everything sucked on the PlayStation.
I remember that
Xbox,
PS3.
everybody was making the games better on Xbox.
The PS3, they're trying to be casual like the Wii. I remember how in the beginning it was like you got these quirky PlayStation Move titles and Little Big Planet, and it was kind of like Xbox had like Halo 3, which was like the biggest game in the world. It was like finish the fight and shit, and then people were
Halo
crazy
3
over
was
that
amazing.
shit. But then after The Last of Us, that's where things really turned.
Little Big Planet was so good, though. Like, the original one was so creative, but then the second one kind of felt like just a follow-up.
I mean, it's just the same shit again.
Yeah, it didn't feel like creative enough, and then for me, that was kind of...
Media Maki didn't even bother with part 3.
Yeah.
It was like, you handle this, Sumo. You got this. And 3 was good.
Yeah.
Just not like the most memorable game.
G maybe says they could probably get The Last of Us factions on Xbox before Sony releases it. I mean, I think it would make sense for them because factions, if they want that game to be big, you want to put it everywhere. And what better way to advertise The Last of Us to Xbox fans than to let them get a taste of playing
what it could be.
The Last of Us.
The Last of Us is freaking amazing. It's like everything.
One of the greatest games of all time.
I agree, 100%. Like. Yo,
yeah, Doodle don't play many of these games like that, and she finished the whole thing.
The Last of Us.
Currently playing part 2. If we can ever
wonder how you can
finish
feel
it.
about it. It's a very decisive game. Like I wonder divisive. That's what I meant. I wonder if you're gonna like it.
He sure already likes it.
Listen, I like it. I don't like what's happening, but listen, I'm waiting for my revenge. Let's put it that way.
Jacob says he still owns his Minecraft Xbox One S, which is dope.
Hold on to that.
Yeah, don't let that go. That's good.
The special ones are such a big deal. He's
waiting for the rumored Xbox Series S toaster.
Ooh.
Now, you know if that happened.
Yeah, you
would buy a toaster.
You capping that.
I need a toaster.
Yeah.
For sure.
We have a hot dog toaster, you know.
You got the fridge, remember?
I do. We have multiple of the fridge.
Yeah, the little fridge, the Xbox fridge. Yo, they roll with everything. The Xbox looked like a fridge, they said, and boom, they went ahead and made one. Like, that was so dope.
And it was so smart. G maybe says, I do worry about some indie titles getting overlooked for Game Pass with all of the new content. Of course, MS could just add more titles per month. Yeah, so G maybe you're right, but that's exactly what you said at the end. So they always release this like list, like this tweet that has like the pictures, and even though there's a big title there, it's a big title surrounded by a bunch of little titles.
Yes.
So the thing is that amplifies those little titles because it's on the same page
as those big games.
Big game. It's not like they say, all right, this month we're gonna release Starfield on its own tweet for Game Pass, and then say. And then a different tweet say, and all these other little shit games.
They put them together.
As long as they keep doing that, I feel like
they should.
I feel like that it's like the what's that? Rising tides lifts all ships, right?
Yep.
So the more people who are in the ecosystem because of Starfield are just that many more people who can check out the indie stuff.
Give a shit.
Absolutely. Jacob says he's the only SNES, Virtual Boy, and the PSP away from own.
He's only one SNES, one Virtual Boy, and one PSP away from owning every Nintendo, Sony, and Xbox console ever made.
Ooh,
oh wow, that's dope.
Nice.
That's dope. That's dope.
That's
I mean, it would be interesting to own a Virtual Boy to see if it's really that bad.
I'm just clowning on factions, fam. Sorry.
Listen, we rolled with it.
I feel like it would make sense.
We rolled with it
for Sony to be like, it's a multiplayer game. Let's put it everywhere.
Yes.
You never know what language was in that Call of Duty deal either. Maybe Philly Phil was like, listen, we'll give you Call of Duty for 10 years. But we want those multiplayer games. All of a sudden, you see factions, you see all these heist games, all the games that Sony's working on Xbox.
All that correct Dutch.
Just saying, you never know.
Listen, you never know what's going to work, though.
Just saying.
Maybe.
Money talks. So if
money does talk,
and they love doing that though at Xbox. They kind of want everyone to experience everything, whether that is promoting a PlayStation or a Nintendo system. Like they don't care.
Yeah,
and that's I like that
for sure. G maybe says he thinks he would have liked to have played the God of War titles.
Wait, God of War was on PS2.
PlayStation
it started there.
No, he doesn't mean. He never played God of War. He's saying he missed the PlayStation 3 ones.
Like God of War 3,
And-
God of War 2018, and God of
2018,
War Ragnarok.
So PlayStation 3 God of Wars were
Mid.
or whatever. They were fine.
Which ones?
The PlayStation 3.
3.
I mean, wasn't God of War 3 like really good?
No, they were fine. You know,
Oh.
like nothing special. God of War 2018 was special because of the big change,
Mm-hmm.
but it fucking dragged on too long, dude. Like I beat it, but I just wanted it to end. I don't know. Like some people got really like obsessed with it and like did all the Valkyrie side missions and
I'm
shit.
obsessed.
I'm good. It was good. It was a good story. I'm good. The second game I played for a while, and
I don't think you're that big on God
I
of
have
War.
not
When you
gotten
look
back.
at the whole thing, like I don't know if you're that big on God of War.
I mean, I liked God of War a lot, but it's like it's not my fault that the game it doesn't engross me. Like I don't play games like that anymore. Like
Well,
back in the
that's fair.
day, I would play a game and be like, oh, I have
Over
to
and over,
beat it.
yeah.
I
Because you
have
pay
to-
$60
I have
for
to
it.
finish it. But it's like now it's like
Who
you
gives a
gotta
shit kind of
earn
thing?
my time. You
Yeah.
know? And if I go and I sit down, I'm like, all right, I have some time. I'm gonna play a game, and God of War Ragnarok doesn't scream into my ear like, yo, go back to that game.
Yeah. Then you're
like
not
it
going
did for
to.
Diablo 4, which I fucking played, or it did like Elden Ring, which I put in God knows how many hours. Fun fact, I was talking to Tony, and he was talking about how on the second playthrough, you keep all your shit, the like New Game Plus, so you stay
Yeah.
super powerful. So all those people in the beginning that were kicking your ass,
Yes, you can go
just
back
fucking dominate them. I feel like I think I want to go back to do
and
a
whoop
second,
some ass.
and just
Nice.
get some revenge.
So
Funny thing is that sorry, look at the screen. Marvel Spider-Man 2. There was a story trailer released, and even though graphically it's still not gonna blow your mind,
We're gonna
that's just gonna be crazy. Like it looks like
we'll
a great
talk
game.
about Spider-Man when we get to it, but
So,
it's because there's a lot of
G-Wave,
feelings.
I do feel like from my experience, G maybe. Sorry, is that G Wave?
G-Wave is a different person.
Okay, so G maybe. Listen, so when it comes to God of War, this is what I would say because I play Ragnarok. That's the only one I played, right?
You played Ragnarok, yeah.
The gameplay gets repetitive.
You mean
And this is her first time playing it, and it's repetitive.
Yeah, and
Let
it
alone
was
for
like,
somebody who's played it before. It was like, oh Jesus.
that was the problem for me personally. We did the gameplay, and it was like, okay, so more of exactly the same. So,
yeah, personally, I haven't even bothered with God of Mid Ragnarok.
and also, also the graphics weren't like throughout. There were places where
it was so
you would question like, okay, well, at first I started playing, I'm like, wow, this game is beautiful, and then I'm like, wait, why does that not match what I saw before? And it goes
it's
back
like
and
Final
forth.
Fantasy 16, where some
bit,
parts
yes.
looked amazing and then sometimes it
So
was not.
I'm not saying you won't like it, but for me, in my experience, when I was playing that, that's what it felt like.
Yeah, I don't honestly, I don't think you missed too much. It's not. Listen, Red Dead Redemption 2 was Game of the Year 2018. That's
Yeah.
just what it is. But another thing is like when you see this and when you see like God of War Ragnarok, like you can see that PlayStation's MO was they made a good game in PlayStation 4.
Mhm.
And instead of saying, all right, we got PlayStation 5, let's fucking make something crazy for PlayStation 5,
Yes.
it's like, no, just
We can
use the
cut
same
corners.
PlayStation 4 version you had and then just upgrade the visuals a little bit.
Exactly.
They just upgrade. Same thing with Spider-Man. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care how much of a Spider-Man fan you are. I don't care how much you swear Spider-Man 2 looks so good.
Like,
It doesn't.
graphically, it looks okay.
just like fucking PlayStation 4. Little bit better. Yeah, sure. They're using the SSD to make it load a little faster. I'm sorry. When I was swinging on the PlayStation 4, I never said, damn, this is so slow.
yeah.
So I don't care that it's a little faster. The graphics are just not that much more impressive,
It
bro.
looks
Like,
fun, but I agree with
this is
you.
supposed to be a PlayStation
agree.
5 exclusive. That's where Sony's dropping the fucking ball. And they had the balls to start the generation by saying they believe in generations.
Yeah.
They believe in generations. We need to separate the PlayStation 4 from the PlayStation 5. No, you didn't, bitch. You did exactly what everybody thought you would do.
Mhm.
You took your PlayStation 4 game and you just made the same game
Well,
slightly prettier.
I have to agree with you because
Slightly.
when I first saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, this game, when they showed the little bit, the clip, right? I was like, okay, this game looks, I can't imagine how it looks now because it's been like, over a year, right?
Yep.
And I was so pumped for it. And I'm like, okay, so this is it? Like, and again, we were talking about Tears of the Kingdom and, what's the one before? Breath of the
Breath of the
Wild.
Wild.
And yes, it uses the same foundation, but it's a completely different game when you get in there. You get so much more. And that's the problem. Spider-Man will always be Spider-Man. So if you kind of use the same foundation and you don't add too much around it, it will feel like the same game. And I wasn't impressed when I saw the gameplay that they showed.
Why did they have to use New York again?
Yeah.
You know why? Because they wanted to make it cheaply.
Yeah.
They use the same fucking foundation and they add a little bit difference to some buildings, or they put some new stands on the ground, or they added a little parts of the world. And then people are like, oh my God, it's so different. It's not, bro. If they wanted to make Spider-Man 2 a big deal, why not do what they did with the movies? And get the fuck out of New York and go and do something somewhere else.
Yeah.
Spider-Man goes everywhere.
Like, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Italy.
Save the pizza. Like, make it fucking
I get
some money, make it good, bro.
I get
Just
that.
like you maybe said, recycle assets. That's all they did. They recycled it.
100%.
And listen, like we all heard, I play anywhere and everything. PlayStation 5, if that game looked great, I would say, Jesus, that game looked great.
Yeah.
It didn't. It didn't. And that's just a fact of what it is.
I have to agree with that.
Let me catch up with some of the chat here that we missed by.
Sorry I messed up your name, G maybe. My bad.
I think I will have. Yep, we said that one. Jacob says Call of Duty, Halo, Overwatch, and more. They all have battle passes. He says we need an Xbox Game Pass battle pass tier. An Xbox Game Battle Pass tier. So like if you pay another, like it's an add-on to Game Pass Ultimate, you pay another $10. Well, he says $20 a month. That might be a lot. I would say like maybe another $5 to $10,
$50 a month
to have that. That wouldn't be a big deal. I think that would be good. Partner with Epic to add Fortnite Pass. Well, you do that, that's when shit gets really expensive. G maybe says, to be fair, a lot of titles in Sony's wheelhouse aren't really meant to be highly replayable. That's true. They're not. They're not. But like, I didn't even want to play it the first time. Like, I started it, and again, I'm not even trying to get through it. Like Ragnarok, you know, the story is okay. The story is not as good as the first story.
What are you gonna do? Try to?
So I
don't even know.
It's not calling me. It's not calling me. Wow. So inconsistencies are an issue. Absolutely.
Yeah.
G maybe says.
Spider-Man 2099 should be considered for a new field, G maybe said. I mean, let me tell you, if 2099 just burst through there and just started beating the shit out of Miles, it'll be a lot more interesting.
See, if I would have seen,
agreed.
If I would have not seen the movie, I don't know. I don't like Spider-Man 2099, bro. I don't like the dude.
I mean, he's cool.
I can't say.
I mean, he's aggressive. He's just a different type of character.
I haven't seen it. So
you haven't? That's right.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion.
Purpleberry knows what's up.
Like, he's not your kitty Spider-Man that you can see on Disney Junior, Spidey and Friends. It's just, that's 2099. Bitch, you'll cut the shit out of you.
You brought up a great point when we were reviewing The Flash on him and Mike about all the Spider-Mans. So I'm having trouble getting past that. Listen, it annoys me.
It's the truth. I'm sorry, but Marvel's fucking multiverse shit is so stupid, and Spider-Man's thing is even stupider.
Why?
That's right. More stupid?
Why
I said stupid.
So you're saying Spider-Verse is worse than the MCU?
At least in the movie, having all those Spider-Men who are supposedly
saving the world
in their own places,
yes,
all just chilling at this one location randomly when Miles shows up.
Bro, maybe they could have been taking a break. Who knows?
Spider-Man doesn't take a break going to the fucking multiverse. He goes, chills with his girl.
Maybe they don't have girls. Maybe they get no bitches in the universe.
No bitches. Oh my God.
Of course.
This fucking guy.
Of course.
Fucking guy. Oh my God.
All right. My boy.
G maybe says he didn't watch the new movie either. Listen, just wait till it comes.
I know.
I mean, I would
check
recommend go seeing it in theaters. It probably would be crazy.
I want to see it.
In theaters.
Really?
No, damn.
I don't know. I mean,
CMoney's coming hard for Spider-Man.
I would have killed to see Into Spider-Verse in theaters. So I would imagine Cross Spider-Verse being crazy.
Listen,
that movie's beautiful. So that's like
What
something
do
that
you
you
mean
probably want to see on a
beautiful?
ginormous screen.
What do you mean beautiful?
Visually?
Visually,
It's
the
insane.
animation.
Gorgeous. Into and across. You can't,
Into, yes. Across, no.
you can't tell me Across Spider-Verse looks worse than Into.
It
You know how
does.
much effort
Oh,
and
guys,
care and love
what
they
did
pour in that
we
shit?
start?
You know,
It
I'd say
absolutely
trailers.
does.
Spider India's world looks crazy, bro. It's
Bro,
beautiful.
everything is all fucking blurry, dude. I was watching this shit there. They have everything on the sides. Everything is blurry. You just
You
there's
wear
no crispness.
glasses.
What does that mean? And Into the Spider-Verse, it's crisp.
G Maybe's daughter liked the movie.
She likes it
This is
good.
how I'm going to break this off. Thank you, G Maybe. There we go. Done.
Into.
All right?
Listen,
Done.
don't get me started on these things.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know. My phone just like killed itself for some
The
reason.
phone's just done. He's like,
It's
oh
not-
shit,
it's
it's
not-
Spider-Verse
I
again.
know.
I have my notes in here. And
It's
it won't
going to
let me
do
open the
a
notes.
PlayStation situation and
Man,
blow
you got your
itself
phone?
up.
Yes, I do.
Let me get
Why? Oh, you want to steal my phone now?
It's not showing me the.
Thief!
I can't see.
Goddamn thief!
I can't see my notes. I don't know what took place here, but the show must go on, bro. I need
The show
I need
must
to
go
see it in
on.
another place.
Let's
All
go.
right. So yes. So I don't know how we got here. But Final Fantasy sales are not bad now. They're good.
Into the Final
That's what
Fantasy
Square
verse.
feels.
According to, he's settled, guys.
Yeah, he's good now.
He's settling.
All right. So this is a fun one. Classic Call of Duty is back.
Yes!
Yo. So check it out. Microsoft went ahead and they fixed all the servers for the
old
big
Call of Duty
bangers
games.
of Call of Duty.
Like Call of Duty
games.
4, Modern Warfare,
And
Call of
remember,
Duty Black Ops.
all those games are in back compat for Xbox Series
Yeah.
systems.
And
So
one.
you can play and one technically. So you can play
The old online multiplayer for all of them. All of them.
every single one.
That's pretty dope.
And
PlayStation owners
Like,
are
it's
they're
losing
not,
their
moving
it's
minds.
not
quick.
something where people are like, oh wow, that's cute. Great.
Good.
At one point, Black Ops 1
Mhm.
had 123,000 people playing.
That's crazy, dude.
Damn.
Modern Warfare 3, not the one that's going to come out this year, the old one, 79,000 people playing.
Yo.
Damn.
Black Ops 2 had 11,000 people playing.
Damn.
People were going back. After this happened, after the Call of Duty games started working again,
Yeah.
the sales for Xbox console blew up. On Amazon, it went up 84% in sales.
Yo,
Ooh.
Jimmy was right.
Yo, you should have never did it, bro. Call of Duty is real.
Jimmy was right. This is what he was afraid of. And that's just like a little taste.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's serious.
Smack.
And people were reporting that the Series X was sold out everywhere. This is a big deal. Call of Duty is a big deal, and that's just what it is.
It's a way of
and
life at this
people
point.
really love the older ones,
Yeah.
for sure.
Like passionately. Some
Like-
people like
And
them
to-
more back
yeah.
then than they do now.
To have them all there, like just
yeah,
clicking
So
axis. Like,
I mean, now's
that's
during a time where
crazy.
they didn't recycle names every 2 seconds. So, you know, it was a new Call of Duty visually and, you know, gameplay wise.
So they had so I saw on Twitter though, Jez Corden, I think pretty sure it was him. All right, Jacob, be easy, bud. Thanks
See
for
you,
stopping by,
Jacob,
man. Appreciate
have a
it.
good night.
Totally.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, remember he's 6 hours
Yes.
forward.
Yep.
So
Oh, he's
it's
up late.
super late for him. Thanks for hanging with us,
Aw,
Jacob.
thank you,
Appreciate
Jake.
it, brother.
See you around.
So I read, I think it was Jez, if I'm not mistaken, but he made a comment, and I thought once I heard the comment, I was like, all right. I mean, that kind of makes sense. So he's saying that Microsoft turned on the servers and stuff for the Call of Duty games to work
Okay.
Good.
because all those old Call of Duty games they're gonna bring to Nintendo Switch.
Oh! And they're going to
Yo.
remaster
Almost.
them, bring them to
No,
Switch.
not remaster them. They're just going to bring them over to the Switch.
That's dope.
And they want to
like,
have those
ASAP,
servers.
as soon as possible, and then boom, they'll be able to play online.
That's crazy, dude.
And they can play with Xbox boys. Let's go. The world's a better place. The end.
Right?
Pretty much.
PlayStation owners are like, why doesn't my Call of Duty work?
Can you imagine? That it sucks for them because
It does.
technically it is exclusive to X. That's the way Xbox has Call of Duty exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
The
All
old
the
ones.
old games.
The old
Yep.
ones.
The old ones. If you have a PlayStation 5, you can't play them.
Yep.
Or PlayStation 4.
That's crazy, dude.
You can't play the
found a way
PlayStation
around
3
it.
versions.
I mean,
Dude,
Ghosts, I
the
guess.
fact
but
that he
even
didn't
that,
No, but that's
sign-
not what they're talking
Yo.
about. They're going back to Black Ops 1.
They didn't sign that first deal. It's so
Idiotic, bro.
ridiculous.
So stupid. But yeah, that's wild, man. Call of Duty has fucking power, and the fact that
Yep.
it's back.
Well, look at what it did.
Yeah, sales are going up already. You know, Xbox is like, oh snap, it's gonna
Yeah.
go down. When that shit goes into Game Pass. This is the thing. We get into our bubble, right? Like our Twitter bubble,
Yeah.
right? So it's like an echo chamber. So we all hear the same shit talking to the same group of people, right? And it's like, we're so small. Like, we're so
Yep.
insignificant in the amount, as far as like just number wise,
Yes.
of how many people play these games.
Mm-hmm.
So many of these people don't even go on Twitter. They don't follow any of this stuff. They just wait and see when, they get an email or they get some type of notice
Well, that's
somewhere.
why
They see the
so
ad.
many people thought that the PlayStation Showcase was so good, right? Because they just saw
not
it. They
following
saw
it. They
what's
don't know
coming.
that
They
these
don't know
games
that
are
it's going to be
coming everywhere.
multi-platform. Mammon is having a blast over here,
You're right.
laughing so
I'm good.
hard.
I'm good.
And I'm just so curious.
Like, what the hell are you thinking
so
about?
curious.
Okay.
It's all right. It's all right. But yeah, it's just not everyone like is deep into it
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. And that's what it's showing you, like right away. And people are doing it. I saw somebody put a video, some guy was like, man, I saw this thing going on with Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And like, I still have a PlayStation 4. I was going to buy a PlayStation 5, but
I'm
just
just
gonna
gonna
buy
get
Xbox Series
the
X.
Xbox. Yeah.
Let's go.
And it's like, dude, like that's the thing. That's the power of these big name games. And, people's lack of knowledge on them, right? People they just follow what they follow.
What they hear.
Right? They hear it and they're like, okay, that's what's going on. And, being able to do that is huge. G maybe says, I have played perhaps one Call of Duty game. I intend to fully support the acquisition and play them when they hit Game Pass. Yo, you're going to have
Nice.
so many good Call of Duty games to play. It's not even funny.
Like, if they promote that, play every single Call of Duty game in history only on Game Pass, there we go. The sales will shoot through the roof for Game Pass.
Yeah.
Like, that 25 to
I
75
agree.
million will be possible, most likely, with Call of Duty involved. And that sounds like a joke, but I think it's true.
Honestly, I think this is going to be a huge, huge deal. Like, we already know it's a huge deal financially,
Yeah.
but like as far as like game changing, it's going to shift the tides. Like, it's going to change the perspective on who Xbox is in this
Yeah.
industry.
That's what I was referring to with like now how everyone else is seeing it. It was always like, okay, we must have our games on PlayStation. And it's like, all right, Jimmy wants it exclusive. Jimmy doesn't want it on Xbox. Jimmy wants this and that. Look at how he had the nerve to like email Phil.
Nope.
Like, that's crazy.
I
So
agree.
like to have that type of entitlement and think that you can say things like that and people are just going to bend and
Yep.
do what you say or what you want and then like throw tantrums about it is to show you how used to dominating he is.
Yeah.
But this didn't go his
And
way.
people
You
on
know?
top tend to fall really hard when
yeah.
it's not going their way.
Mhm.
Like it sucks, but it's what it is.
Because they're so
Um,
used to getting so much,
Yeah.
Go their way.
Absolutely.
Spoiled children.
G maybe
you know?
says, I think it already has. It already has changed that
Yeah.
perspective. And it has. If you think about it, right? Like let's think about movies for a second, right? You have your Disney, right?
Yes.
Your Disney.
Uh-huh.
Like they're hurting, right? But if you didn't know that they were hurting, right? At the end of the day, you think of Disney. Disney would not be who they are today
Mhm.
if they didn't also own Star Wars
And Marvel.
and Marvel.
Agree.
Okay. Because those are the two biggest things
Pillars.
in movies, right?
Yes.
Those are two biggest IPs, right? So if they didn't own them, they wouldn't be looked at the way they are. You
Mhm.
figure WB, they own a bunch of big IPs.
Yeah.
Nobody looks at WB
They're
like they look
irrelevant.
at Disney.
Yeah.
And don't
Right?
forget Pixar. They pulled in billions for them as well.
Yeah, they own Pixar, they own all this stuff, right? If you really think about it, Xbox, after this acquisition,
Yeah.
has become or will become the Disney of the
gaming
video game industry.
I agree.
Because they would own all the biggest IP outside of Take-Two with Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
Grand Theft Auto is the only one. But aside from that, they own all the biggest IP there is. They'll own Call of Duty.
Oh my God.
World of Warcraft. Diablo.
Yeah.
Minecraft.
The day Grand Theft Auto becomes Xbox exclusive, no one will. Why would they want a PlayStation at that point?
Well,
unless you're
that would
obsessed
be
with like The
crazy.
Last of Us.
They would have to buy Take-Two, and I don't think they would. I think Grand Theft Auto is too big. I don't think they would ever make that exclusive.
I don't think so.
But it also would be big enough that if they did make it exclusive,
bro, people would lose
that's
their
the shit that people would fucking come for in droves.
Is the thing. They wouldn't make it exclusive, but they will throw it in Game Pass. And that's when people are going to want to go ahead and get their Xbox and get their freaking Game Pass subscription.
Isn't it already on Game Pass?
And
GTA
it's
5?
like...
Well, it's not always there. They just put it in.
But if it's theirs, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, if it's theirs, it'll always be.
Yeah.
But that would be huge. But outside of them, again, you think about it, they literally own all the other biggest IP. Again, not Fortnite, right? Fortnite, but that's free to play, so it doesn't matter. And then you got Bethesda with Elder Scrolls, huge gaming IP.
Doom.
Fallout, huge gaming IP. Doom, huge gaming IP.
Quake.
Starfield, soon to be, huge gaming IP.
Yeah.
Quake. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's freaking
kind of
insane,
like,
dude.
But you know what? They've played second fiddle for so long.
Yep.
You know, like you hear that and you're like, damn, they're gonna crush them.
Like they're always like the background dancer to PlayStation's performances.
Yeah, it's like, dude, like
at Nintendo's theater.
They've stepped it up. No?
Stepped it up.
Step up the game?
They really stepped
movie?
it up.
Step
up the movie.
Yeah, because he said about the dancing and then it's a dance movie.
Oh, I see the connection.
Yeah.
That was a teamwork.
They were a background dancer and they
stepped up. They stepped it up.
It's making sense now, huh?
Listen,
you see that?
Wow.
They did.
Join us, join us.
I hope you guys got that entertainment
These are
right
gems,
there.
all right, guys?
That is high quality.
Yeah.
Okay, to be clear. G maybe says, I think this gives Xbox the chance to control the narrative going forward.
Yes.
This is why I don't believe a mid-gen refresh is impending.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So I agree and disagree at the same time. And our disagreement is not totally disagreement. So yes, 100%, they're going to control the narrative for sure because they have all the big tickets, right?
Yeah.
That the majority of people want, right? We already know that people don't go to PlayStation to play the exclusives.
Yes.
Such a small fragment of them do, right? They just go there because all their friends are there, right? And they play all the big games that now Microsoft is going to own.
Yes.
So 100% that narrative is going to be led by Microsoft going forward. I truly believe that. But you said this is why I don't believe a mid-gen refresh is impending. I don't believe that Xbox will put out a mid-gen refresh unless PlayStation puts out a mid-gen refresh. And then I think they're going to do the same thing they did last time, and they'll be the PlayStation Pro will come out, and then the next year the Pro, whatever their next one will come out.
It'll be called Series XL.
So it'd be like the Scorpion. It'd be
sense.
like when they did the One X the year after, right? That's what I think will happen. They'll take that year to push it and make it better, because this is what that means. If PlayStation 5 comes out with a mid-gen refresh, that also means that the generation is extended.
Yeah.
And if PlayStation is extending the generation by coming out with a mid-gen refresh, you know what I'm saying? If the new PlayStation mid-gen refresh is that much more powerful than the Xbox Series X, as much as we haven't seen what it's capable of doing yet, 100%, we're just starting to see it with these types of games and Fable and such. Like, that's going to put them behind the 8 ball.
I agree. And I think that they will have to, it will be kind of like a pressure, thing to do.
Yep.
Like they wouldn't, I think that a move like that, and it's funny that you brought this up because like they've been focusing on a lot of like actual electronics, right? Like they had the VR headset, they did the handheld. Yes, they did the handheld, and
I mean
now
the Q that they're coming out
yes, and now they're doing the Spider-Man
console. Yep.
Console. So they're like really focusing on these elements, which I feel like they should be focusing on games. Like they keep making these things, but it's like we just want games from you guys.
Just squirt out a good game, bro.
The problem is they know they don't have games for a while, so they have to do what Xbox admittedly was doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last year they were throwing smoke screens everywhere because they didn't have the first party bangers coming.
Yeah.
So, you know, they had to do what they had to do. And PlayStation in the same boat. I mean, obviously, listen, again, we're not stupid. PlayStation is going to, at some point, show us all the other games they've been working on. And hopefully they're not at the level of these games and their actual next gen. And we can see what a PlayStation 5 can actually do.
And again, we were so excited for the showcase. I thought they were going to show all these things. But, dude, I really am hoping that they're working on a lot of games that we just don't know about.
Agreed.
Because, like, I want them to come back.
They will.
I want them to do well and keep going, dude.
The studios are there. They're definitely being made.
Yeah.
And you know a Naughty Dog is going to be pushing shit.
Saying.
You know what I'm saying? But it's just these other places that we were disappointed with. G maybe says, at what cost in this current market? Again, I'm 100% on board with the fact that they won't do it unless, but my caveat is unless PlayStation goes. Because if PlayStation goes, what are they going to do? So PlayStation, are they going to come back with their mid-gen refresh at $600 or $700? No. They're going to do it at $499.
Yeah.
They're going to do it at the same price as the Xbox Series X. And Xbox already has been there. That wound did not heal. It did not. They are not going to be in a position where every Digital Foundry video says PlayStation 5 Pro so much better than the Series X. Don't know why you have a Series X because it looks like shit compared to the PlayStation 5 Pro. Like, they don't want that narrative. They don't want it, and I don't believe they will. In 2017, I went to E3. That was the one and only time I went. It was the first year it was public, and one of the days I stood towards the end. I stood after, and if you were in the Xbox section, they let you stay after for a little bit.
Yeah.
And they had a talk, and this was at the time that Albert Pinello was the guy in charge of like the consoles and all that stuff. And we were talking, and there was a group of people there all asking questions. But I asked him, would they ever? Well, I told him, but then it was like in a formal question. Like, I told him, like, don't let us ever lose the power again. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was Xbox's power. Like, that was the whole thing that Xbox had. It was power, right? Or the games just look better. And he said, this is what he said. He said, I think,
solemnly swear.
I don't want to say that. I don't know. He said it was some type of either I swear or I promise. It's one of those words that was a definitive word, but it was a while ago now. But he said for sure that we will never let the Xbox be weaker than PlayStation again. He said that shit on that stage with a bunch of people there, and I recorded it. It's somewhere. I got to find it. Maybe I got to dig it up and then put it on. But
yeah, that'd be pretty cool, actually.
And I believe it. And Phil doesn't want it. I mean, it's one of those interviews. He doesn't want to lose the power narrative.
Yeah.
They don't want to do it anymore because it turns it. It makes it look bad. Like, why are you the same price as this console if you're weaker?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I honestly feel like they won't let it happen. Again, it'll probably come out the year after the PlayStation 5 version of it comes out.
But it'll be out.
Ultimately, I feel like they would definitely do it. I don't think they would do it aside from PlayStation doing it. So if PlayStation says, nah, we're just going to wait to the PlayStation 6, then that's the same thing Xbox will do. But I think if they're more powerful, I mean, powerful enough, right? It can't be like 12 terabytes and we're 13, right? That's like nothing. But if you're or teraflops, right? If Xbox is 12 teraflops and the new PlayStation mid-gen refresh is fucking 24 teraflops or some shit, like, what are you, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be clear. The 4090 on PC is like 80 teraflops, like some crazy number of teraflops. So like being at 12 and 20, those are super low numbers.
That's
now.
some baby shit.
Like today's technology, like cheaper cards are that powerful.
Yeah.
Right. So for them who make these things in mass and get like the volume pricing, it's conceivable that PlayStation 5, the mid-gen refresh, can come in at 18, 20 teraflops. Like that's a significant difference.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you can say we're almost double the power of the Series X for the same price.
That's an excellent marketing scheme.
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think Xbox would ever let that happen. G maybe says if their new games are going to be that demanding, then Sony might have to refresh in order to keep the consoles from catching on fire. That is just facts. Because this damn Final Fantasy 16 is already setting shit on fire, and it doesn't.
Like you might as well call it the PlayStation Matchstick at this point.
It just seems like it's too soon since Xbox isn't currently optimizing their games for current systems. This is still untapped potential. 100% agree. I 100% agree. And I think if we didn't know that Sony was capable of making outrageously beautiful titles.
Yeah.
Right? Like if we didn't know that The Last of Us and the 2018 God of War, right? This one is only not impressive because I know what the 2018 looked like.
Yeah.
And the 2018 God of War was fucking mind-blowingly beautiful at the time.
Yes.
So all these years later, I wanted them to push it further and they just didn't. But we know that if they sit down and say, make this shit beautiful, they have the talented teams to do it. So I mean, pound for pound, if they have that much more power to use, I feel like they're gonna do it, and I feel like they would make Xbox look pretty bad. I mean, obviously, look, we're reaching a point where how good can games look, right? And I feel like there's still a long way for that to go. I feel like animations have a long way to go. Remember, we sleep on animation, but animation work is huge on how good a game looks. That's one of the things that Uncharted and Last of Us have that a lot of games don't, where they just get the nuances of animation. So you're walking against something, they know how to put their hand up against a wall. They make it feel like a real place.
Yeah.
Remember, Undead Labs, if I'm not mistaken, they opened up a whole new studio that is just dedicated to animation work.
Oh, that's cool.
And making it better. So, like, there's just a lot of things that can be done to make things look better. And, you know, again, with that power that's available, if they come out with something big, like, you know, a 20 teraflop system.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna have a rough time on Xbox trying to make that multi-plat game look comparable. Remember, it's not the first party games that are going to suffer, right? Because like you said, right, the Xbox can make their first party games look really good only on their system, right? But it's all the third party developers who are going to take the path of least resistance, and it's easier for them
to work with a powerful system.
Exactly.
And I do feel though like they haven't. Like we talked about God of War, right? And I feel like they haven't maximized their PlayStation 5.
No, not at all. But they are. They are going to.
But okay, so that's what makes me feel like, are they really gonna go ahead and release something new?
I don't think they should do a PlayStation 5 mid-gen refresh either, because I feel like they're also not using the PlayStation 5
I feel
to
like
its
they're
potential.
not.
Just be like, I think that some PS5 owners are gonna be like, ooh, newer version, and want to buy it. But I think that Sony, they're going to jump the gun because that's what they tend to do. You know?
I don't know. With them releasing the new, the Spider-Man version of it, you know, I feel like that's their come buy it again. Because, dude, people are going to go crazy. Whether
we're gonna
with
talk
the
about
console,
the Spider-Man console in a second.
Oh, wait. I guess we'll get
we're going to get into the Spider-Man console. But yeah, they are releasing something new this year already.
Yeah.
So when is it going to come? Is it next year? I don't know. I honestly don't think that they're going to do it, but there's been rumors that they are.
Yeah.
So that's the problem, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't believe either of these systems have been actually
maximize.
used. There has been no real next gen games.
It's
you know what I'm saying? Like there hasn't been anything.
I don't remember who said about like the Starfield running at 30 frames per second, and it's like, will they go ahead and do a new system so that it can run, 60 frames? And it's like, really, they just kind of started to really dive into.
Okay, so you just brought up a really good point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be the key, and this is, I will say, will be a market difference. If all of these first-party games that Xbox is making, Fable, Hellblade, all this stuff, and they're only 30 frames, I feel like that might be enough to say, hey, you need a mid-gen.
Yeah.
You need a mid-gen, because that's the same thing that happened to us on the Xbox One generation. It's like you couldn't get the resolution and you couldn't get the frames.
Yeah.
Right? And that was the big difference, right? Remember, Xbox One X really introduced the idea of allowing us to have these 60 frames per second games, but they had to sacrifice the resolution to get there. But because of the extra power, they can do it. And, I would say if that's the case with these new Xbox games, if they're all coming at 30,
yeah,
that's a problem. That will be a problem. That will be like, okay, like you gotta
do something.
You gotta do something, because like, come on, man, like it's 30 frames can't be the new normal.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what Xbox One X did. The mid-gen refresh allowed you to say, hey, if you buy the higher system, you can get those higher frame rates and the higher resolution. Same thing will happen now. If they come out with these games and they're not good frames per second, right? Like it's only 30. A mid-gen will be that boost
nice
needed
push,
to give you that 60 frames. So that would be the place that I would think.
And a good reason for people to go ahead and upgrade,
Yeah, agreed. G maybe says they just took a hit on the VR hardware. They may have to wait. Yeah, they did. I have it there.
It's the games. Where are the games? Like, I don't know.
And even the games that they came out with, though,
like they're okay. Like Horizon VR.
I bought Horizon. I didn't play it. Read the review. It's like, all right, it's okay. It's a game. It's not like, yo, you have to. It's not like Half-Life Alyx, right?
Yeah.
Half-Life Alyx, I played a little bit on my Oculus Quest attached to the PC.
Yeah.
And it blows your mind. Like the game is amazing. That shit will make you say, okay, I need to play it in VR. And they made it specifically for VR, and it was made amazingly. And they just don't have that shit anywhere else. Like there's no VR game out right now that realistically speaking is
needs
like,
oh,
I need this.
Yeah.
Can you play a cool shooter game where you're like, oh, I'm holding down, this looks dope. It's fun for a little bit
like
until you realize you'd rather just fucking
because like the weight and you feel like you're suffocating after like a little while.
Yeah, you start sweating and all this other shit.
Yeah.
It's always a big difference.
An hour, I would say, tops before you're like, get me out of here.
Yeah, for sure. G maybe says multiple console SKUs support is also holding some of the development back for Xbox. Yes, so people do bitch about the fact that they have to make the Xbox Series S version as well as the Xbox Series X version. But it's like, come on, man. You make games for PC. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you make games for PC and they have to run on really shitty hardware for the most part. So it's like, yeah, they're bitching, but like what developer now is console exclusive?
Yeah.
Like what developers out there only making games on console?
I'm curious to see as Microsoft continues to gain this power, who else is going to keep on bitching? Because I feel like there's not going to be much bitching going on.
Facts.
Nobody's going to want to say the wrong thing, burn those bridges.
Agreed.
I don't know.
Agreed.
I would kind of just, watch my mouth if I was in that industry right now.
Well, I mean, look, this is what we wanted, right? We want Xbox to get into a power position so that Sony can make moves and make changes that benefit PlayStation players.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like we want that.
That's a great point. Actually, it is beneficial so that they can step their game up, right? Yeah. Because
I want PlayStation to be like, oh, they think they're big, huh? All right, what you're doing on The Last of Us 3, I want you to amplify that shit. I want fucking people to to feel like they're licking Joel in the face when they walk by.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I want them to push. So you said I was a whore earlier. A gaming whore. Okay, and this is
Listen,
true. But I'm even bigger whore as a graphics whore.
Listen, more than me?
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I don't
you're just
know.
picky.
I'm picky as can
Like,
be.
yeah,
Because
but I
feel
Somebody
aroused
knows-
by the beauty.
somebody
not aroused.
knows
That's too
the
far.
limitations.
Pause.
yeah,
Let's stop.
that's really
fine. I took your
somebody
words and I went
knows-
too far in the
Yes.
other direction.
but
Like, C-Money knows the limitations, like what's possible. Like, you can't just expect the world for something that just isn't quite possible
but that's
yet.
not true.
You
I
want the world from it. It has to be the most beautiful it could possibly be.
I don't think so. I think that I just don't like glitches.
Yeah, I think she
or
doesn't like the inconsistencies.
Inconsistency. Yes, I'd rather have a level out game that's like an 8 rather than a 10, but it's consistent,
Bruh.
right? Or a 9.
What?
You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather not have an inconsistent game where there's like 10 out of 10 and then parts that are like, 3 out of 10 or
Ugh.
You know,
like
I'd rather
she
have
doesn't want
a
to see the
8,
God of War
right?
where it looks great there, then you turn around and it looks like shit, or the Final Fantasy. Right? Just make it all look good.
Yes, and if you're going to
Put the
tell
extra
me that this
attention
is
and
an
time.
open world, I want to be able to go and feel like I'm running around and running free because I love touching everything and going through everything. As you guys would know if you've seen Doodles Never Have I Ever. I go ahead and I try to experiment with everything. But
Facts.
by the way, I think you took the whole whore thing.
Went too far. Too far.
No, but I think you took it out of context. I was giving you a compliment. I
Oh,
meant
wow.
that for
No,
you.
I know you did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew you was a compliment.
I thought you meant that like
no,
you didn't take
I'm just
it
saying that
in
I'm more of a graphics whore.
because
I
I
follow
feel
the graphics. That's my thing that I always. That's why I play. That's why I have a 4090 because
Yeah.
I know that I want to play everything as beautiful as I possibly
I
can.
feel that you're not like there's no bias situation.
no,
I feel like you love
just hate-
games for what
I
they
hate
are, and you don't
stupid shit.
care what system they're on, and that can be trusted. I did say, I think it was our last podcast. Like people have opinions on things that they've never tried the other version of. So like, if you like a racing game on PlayStation, you can't say I prefer the PlayStation racing game versus the Xbox racing game if you haven't tried the Xbox
Yep.
One and compare,
Well,
apples
I
to
have
apples.
both of them, and I know that
and you know what
Forza's
the
way better.
problems are here or there.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I mean, it's obviously a privileged position. Not everybody can, so I get it. Some people can only pick one, and that's
and I
it.
get that, but you can't sit there and trash the one you haven't tried or the one you don't have access to.
Well,
Because then that's
the
not
whole
a fair
console war.
opinion.
That's the
You
whole console
can't-
war. You know what I'm saying? That's just like all wars, right? It's like these people in other countries don't like people in other countries, and like you don't live in that other country, so you don't know what it feels
You
like to
can't
be
say,
there, right?
yeah,
You're just biased by what you have or where you're from or what you own or whatever it is. So
yeah.
um,
Well, that's not, if you're like, we were talking about movie reviewers and all that stuff or gaming and everything, it's not a fair way to go ahead and advise anybody or to have an opinion on something if you haven't seen both sides of the coin.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
It's just my opinion.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're going to move on from Call of Duty being
Yes.
so awesome at this point. The Xbox showcase that we saw a little bit ago on the screen, it has broken records.
Yes. Broken the internet, you mean?
This is a big deal because Xbox only has like, what was it? How many subscribers they have? They have like 5 million subscribers on YouTube,
I don't know.
whereas PlayStation has like 17 million subscribers on YouTube. But
Wait, 17 million versus.
I think it's like 5.
Ooh, that's
it's
a
like
big.
5.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, it's a very big difference. But the Xbox showcase was seen over 92 million times across all the places where you can see it.
Yes.
92 million views.
That's crazy.
That's impressive.
First
I'm
of
not gonna
all,
lie.
I've never seen Xbox come out and do a press release about how many people watch their show. I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a lot, dude. 92 million views.
Yeah.
That's some crazy shit. So that's to show you though how big of an impact that made. And that was like over the course of a week or the weekend.
That's a lot.
Let me see if it says it here.
That's crazy.
Yo, it's so crazy.
Yeah, mind
92
blowing.
million. And I mean, listen, we live streamed it. It was an amazing conference.
It really
It was amazing.
though. Like, well deserved. It's a lot, but it's like it makes sense though. Hands down, they freaking won the showcase situation that was going on. That was crazy.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was 38% higher than any of their shows before.
It was mind blowing though, like to see all these things together, especially considering what we saw before. You know, it wasn't, and I mean, even though it wasn't much of a challenge to go ahead and crush it, like they still went in hard. I feel like.
Yeah, they gave everything you can want.
Yeah.
In a major way,
Mhm.
right? They showed gameplay. They showed in-game assets. They didn't just show CGI or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
This was all in-game assets, in-engine assets.
It was really good.
Even the greatest thing with people thinking that shit wasn't real. Like
I know.
Fable, they're telling people like, listen, Fable was real. We made the game. This is running on Xbox Series X. Nah, we don't believe that. They're lying.
That's an amazing compliment.
They're lying. It is
That
a huge
is
compliment.
huge, guys.
It is
like,
a huge compliment.
To hear that, like, can you imagine as a developer, like you're sitting there and they're saying, guys, there's no way that this is gameplay, and you're like, but it is, and they still don't believe you.
Yeah.
Like, yo,
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So they and they didn't they didn't mess around. Like they knew Fable we wanted to see. They opened it with Fable.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? South of Midnight. We all wanted to see what they were working on.
Crap.
And
we got
boom,
something
they
that we
gave
did
us
not
South of
expect,
Midnight.
bro.
Boom, right off the rip. Like they didn't joke around. They didn't do nothing stupid. They just gave us
about animation,
gave us the
though.
facts. Oh my god,
That
was
game
beautiful.
is stunning.
Damn.
It's so unique as well, and I feel like the story is also going to be a big deal.
South of Midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, South of Midnight. That didn't show us gameplay, but it was in engine. Meaning,
Mm-hmm.
at that moment, that's literally you can imagine having been on a mission, right? Where
Yes.
you end up going to this place, and you go and you pull up, and like you get to your marker, and it's like boom, it transitions to the cutscene, and you go see the guy playing the guitar. You turn around, that big monster's there. The camera just zooms out, and boom,
Yeah.
you're playing. You know what I'm saying? Graphically, it was stunning. And I think that Xbox is going to be on a whole new place once these games start coming out.
I agree.
G maybe says, I wonder how many people watched them in the theater. Yeah, they had watch-alongs in some theaters and stuff.
That's
Like we
pretty
could go to
dope.
Holly Stadium or some shit.
Yeah,
and-
probably. I don't know how many theaters they did it, and how many people fit in each theater. So it's probably pretty capped, but 92 million is nothing to shake a stick at
No.
and be like, this is nothing. This is a huge turning point for Xbox.
Mhm. I
For
agree.
them to say, wow, look at how many people
Look
had
at what we
eyes
did.
on us.
Yes.
And the beautiful thing about the court case with Activision Blizzard
Yes.
is that it puts it on a public stage.
Mhm.
So it's not, if they were able to just buy Activision and just kind of buy it and it was done,
Yes.
then it wouldn't be, it would
Something
just
that
be
people are
another
talking
thing.
about,
Like
yes.
Bethesda, right? Like
Mhm.
it's a huge buy for gamers, but like the world didn't really pay attention to it.
Of
Like the
course.
judge didn't even know how it went down with Bethesda.
Yes.
But now the world got to see all the different people, interviews being done on like mainstream news channels.
Listen,
They're
talk
all
about
talking about
publicity,
the
right?
purchase, yeah.
And there's no bad publicity. I mean, unless
No,
you're
this
Jimmy Jim.
Unless you lose. Unless you lose.
Oh.
Someone said, G maybe says, someone says they think South of Midnight will be a Souls-like. I don't think it's a Souls-like. Somebody, they had done a Xbox Wire on it.
Yeah.
There's a big interview actually with two of the people who make South of Midnight.
Mhm.
If you go look for it on xboxwire.com, they have it and they go into it, and it's a third person game, but they did not mention it was a Souls-like.
Okay.
I feel like if it was a Souls-like, you would say that it's a Souls-like. But it's just a third-person action adventure game. Has a lot to do with music. So like the tune that guy was playing, the type of character he is, there's other characters who are the same thing. So when you go into their areas, the music really changes for each different area and the tone it is and things like that. You know, she's hunting these, you know, monsters pretty much.
Listen, as long as when she's fighting, we don't have high what? What the heck was the name of this game? Every time I get stuck with the music and you have to fight to the beat.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Oh, Hi-Fi Rush.
Hi-Fi Rush. Yes. Listen, as long as we don't have that situation going on, we're good.
That was my fault. I set you up for failure.
You did. You
because
really did.
Because there was a setting that you can put on there that's the way I played it after the fact.
That just does pain in the butt.
That you don't even have to think about it. Like you just play and it just automatically figures it out for you.
Man, that game was like
it was really good.
The graphics, the animation was so chill, so vivid, and the music it felt good. And then it's like, okay, well, I'm here to have fun. And then it's like, well,
maybe
no,
we have
hold
to do
on.
a Doodle's
You gotta
extended
pay
play
attention.
of Hi-Fi Rush
and
with the
I
new
was
setting
so annoying.
and see if you feel any different from the first time you played it.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know if I'm ready to give it another try. All right. I'm not sure I'm past that. All right. I did not know that it was that. If I had gone in knowing maybe, but.
Keyword maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, right?
I don't know.
All right. So let me get back to it. Okay. So yeah, so that's it. I just wanted to talk about that because that's huge, man. That was a big accomplishment. So kudos Xbox for putting on an amazing show.
Breaking records.
Hopefully you don't go back to
good.
not doing great shows. All right. And with the
don't
amount of
see
shit they have, it's like impossible.
The studios
dude.
and everything that they've done, that would be like slap in the face.
For sure. For sure. All right. So we've mentioned it a few times now, but I just want to take a little time to talk about the Marvel Spider-Man 2 PlayStation 5.
Damn.
The special edition console that they're making.
Oh, yeah.
Woo.
Yo, seriously. Like, first of all, okay. So I was not impressed by the game. But damn, I am by the freaking system.
Seriously.
And the controller. Like,
seriously.
Dude, that's a must get.
Yeah.
Like, you have to pick it up.
Not only is it a must get, I want to get the console, but I also want to get all the covers to replace all the PlayStation 5s we have.
Yo, it's so dope. Like, how can you not? Like, that's like legendary.
Freaking amazing. That was dope.
One of those epic console
this is like one of those. Yeah, I don't know if it was Jacob or G maybe that mentioned having the Xbox, the Minecraft Xbox.
Jacob
this is
that,
like one of those moments. Like, you got to get that and like keep it.
Absolutely.
Which one was the one that you like regret not getting? Was it like Gears of War or something like that? Yeah.
And the Halo one and the Star Wars one.
Okay, so all of them, guys.
There's so many.
He regrets them all.
Oh my god. I have the Xbox One Halo.
Yeah.
But and I have the 360 Halo.
The original Xbox.
But there's another. There was like 3 different
They made a lot of
Halo ones.
That's creepy.
Oh man,
see,
I wish
the
I had them.
360 was such a pain because if you got that ring of death,
it's over, buddy.
Yeah,
it's
but
over.
Now I just want it for looks.
Just to have, even with the ring, just sitting there.
Like, imagine having the green original Xbox for the original Halo.
That one too. I feel like I missed that one.
Your Everest.
I want it so bad.
Try going on eBay. There are literally none that are new in existence.
But I also don't want to pay like crazy amount. You know
Yes, because that's ridiculous. It's kind of like the moment passed. Just learn from it and move on. You know what I mean? But yeah, the ones that are special, they're like definitely worth like hanging on to.
Yeah.
I feel. But this one's a must get in my opinion.
Like the PlayStation 4 one, they did a Spider-Man as well.
They did?
But it was just a red console with the white logo.
No, they went all out then for this. And honestly, like the collector's edition for the Spider-Man game as well, it's freaking popping, guys. Like, it looks
I forgot that
it looks so good.
I forgot that I ordered that one. But it does look good.
Yeah. It does. They're doing
good
everything else is
they're doing good by Spider-Man outside of the game.
right?
I mean, listen, the game is
like a story trailer looks
game is
really
gonna
fun.
be good.
Like it looks great story wise, and even though graphically it's not going to blow your mind, it still looks like a cool.
I mean, the story.
They showed who is Venom in the trailer
because I saw the trailer and I feel like I have no idea.
It's Harry Osborn.
How do you know?
Because right after they clipped my memory, I'm just trying to remember, but it's where Harry's like looking out the window and shit, and then Venom's like, you could have so much more power and shit, like, and they cut right to Venom and shit, destroying.
Yeah,
shit.
but that could just be a, you know,
But I don't know.
just to throw you off the scent.
Maybe or maybe not.
Maybe
Who
not.
knows?
I mean, he is walking with like a cane, so maybe Venom's gonna give him the ability
little
to
juice.
walk.
To walk.
A little juice.
I can walk now.
But no, I feel like it was just disappointing. But I'm sure the game is gonna be great. I'm loving everything around it though.
Yeah, the game's gonna be really good. I just wish it looked. My frustration is that I know that it can look better.
Yeah.
And they did not do that, and that pisses me off. But aside from that, the game is gonna be great. I played the first one, loved the first one.
Now we talk about this,
good.
right? And then we let's talk about like the business aspect of it. Like we know that PlayStation doesn't have Xbox money right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they know that it's a game, and again, it doesn't make it right, but they do know it's a game that people buy PlayStations for.
Mm-hmm.
So did they really need to go ahead and spend that much? Like they're happy, like whoever is going to go pick it up is happy as shit with the game. Like I heard a lot of people, a lot of PlayStation fans are over the moon with what they showed.
This is definitely going to be game of the year
but
with Starfield.
And it's kind of like they didn't need to spend that money.
But they should have.
I'm not sure that they
that's
had
why we
the
need
money,
Xbox
though.
on their ass so that they don't ever feel like they could just half-ass the fucking
right
game.
there, though.
Because I want that shit to be dope.
That will make them step up their game.
Yeah, for sure. G Maybe said, "Did you see the Xbox Series as Barbie console on Game Pass rewards?"
Wait,
so hold on
what?
1 second. I see.
Wait.
Hold on. So I saw the Barbie console.
Xbox.
Okay,
But that was like just made.
Why didn't you send that to me?
It's not to purchase.
It's like to win.
No,
It's just to win. But when you say on Game Pass rewards, are you saying that if I use my rewards, I can just buy it?
Do tell.
Or is it like just a? Is it like a enter to win scenario?
That'd be so dope.
Hell yeah, I would want that Barbie. When I was on Boxing Burgers podcast,
Yes.
They had talked about the Barbie console.
The movie? Okay,
and I
the
was
console.
like, they were like,
course.
downplaying it, and I was like, shit. I was like, I would buy that shit in a heartbeat.
Seriously though,
That shit looked cool.
it did.
The girls will love it.
It did. I'm saying it did. Like I saw it, but I need to see it.
Rewards are for the entries in a drawing.
I should be like, man, this is lame. Wait,
yeah,
a drawing?
we should throw one in.
Okay,
Just
you guys got to show me.
Wait, a Barbie drawing?
Send it. Yeah,
a drawing to try. No, like a raffle.
I got to see this.
Like a drawing.
Like the winner is
so
Michael.
you can buy.
You won, oh boy.
Guys,
we'll throw our hats in the ring. See if we get lucky.
can you imagine? Yo, I would lose it.
That would be dope.
I'll be like, yo, Phil, deliver that yourself.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Dressed as Barbie.
Right.
Enter your Barbie
It
world.
has a dream house stand. Yeah, it's pretty cool. They have it like stacked in the stand.
All right, I need to
it's
see
pretty
this.
epic. And the car came to
I
Forza.
am
I don't know
so
if you remember.
annoyed that you guys saw it
I didn't see it.
and didn't send it to me.
I didn't see it.
You know what?
I didn't see
You're
it.
right.
I
I'm
did
ashamed.
not see it.
I've shamed myself. I
And
should have
thank
sent
you,
it to you.
G, maybe for letting me know, because apparently I would have never found out.
I knew about it, but since I couldn't buy it, I didn't find it. You know, they make a lot of random one-off things that I don't, look at much because I thought it was just like for the promotion.
Like they made a Simpsons 360 for the Simpsons movie coming out during the time, and it was like a winning thing.
Oh man, that would be
Gotta
so dope to have. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
agree.
Well, either way, Spider-Man console looks sick. Real quick, I just saw this, I think today, so I wouldn't put it out there. And you sent it to me today.
What I send you, see?
The PlayStation Q, the handheld.
Oh my gosh.
that
I said
leaked.
it.
It's out
I
in the
called
wild.
it. I called
Somebody
it.
has it and they're like going through it. It runs Android. But I don't know if he just has like a debug kit, because they didn't make any mention on it running Android, because that would be like the G Cloud then. Because the G Cloud is cloud streaming,
Mm-hmm.
but you can play Android games on it. So is like, does this have Android? Because that changes the proposition quite a bit.
Listen, me don't know. Okay.
Because then technically I can stream Game Pass games on my Q Lite.
Yo,
If you use the Android app.
look at
You know what I'm saying?
look
See,
at Jimmy
Jimmy's playing
selling
4D
out
chess
Game
here.
Pass.
He's gonna start selling Game Pass on his. He's gonna get all the pictures of everybody like, look at what I'm playing on my Q.
Yo,
It's Halo.
Can you imagine?
Halo on a PlayStation 5 DualSense controller.
Yo,
A Game Boy.
Listen,
oh my God, Pikmin 4.
we gotta play it. We
I
got it.
know.
We have
so
it.
excited.
Hope
Yeah, we
it's
gotta try
good.
it out.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'm pumped.
G Maybe says Sony had to make a special console because they have to advertise their only game releasing this year.
It is their only freaking
Those
game.
are hardcore facts.
And that this is the way to bring in that money because, yo, they're going to go nuts for it. Lucky whoever catches one of these, I feel like, is going to be like,
For sure.
remember how hard it was to get the freaking PlayStation 5? And this is how they're going to make some money and
Yeah.
get it
Yeah, for sure.
running.
They're going to get a lot of double dippers. The
Mhm.
majority of people who buy this are going to be people who already have a PlayStation 5.
Oh, for sure.
Because of the
They're
hardcore
going to
people
go
who got it.
freaking crazy.
But
And
No.
I'll be there. I'll
we
be there,
will.
guys.
You're going to have to
Click,
help me get
click.
it.
I'll be
Try to
there
get it.
for
Try to get it.
She maybe is making the point also that it's the only game they have this
Mhm.
year, not this fall.
No.
Like they haven't had shit.
That-
That's crazy, dude.
What came out this year for them?
I don't remember.
I have no clue. I don't know.
Horizon came out last year. God of War came out last year.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing. They have
Crickets.
shit this year. Besides,
Right.
like, if you consider Final Fantasy 16, because it's exclusive.
Technically,
But it's a
yes.
Square
Like,
game.
exclusive
But-
games they've had, but they haven't had any first party games. And it's like, come on, man. The only game you gave us this year, and it's looks like that.
Yeah.
Come on, man. This
I
is some
agree.
embarrassing shit.
I get it. But I also get like the thought behind them. Like their
I just
thought
hope that this.
process.
I just hope that this is their Xbox's 2022, and that maybe next
Me
year
too.
they got a bunch of bangers lined up.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be going up against some heavy fucking hitters from Xbox.
They really
dude.
are.
Like next year, Xbox is
listen,
crazy, dude.
if they don't have things lined up and like
They're
ready, they
They're
are
fucked.
going to get crushed.
Dude, they can't do one game next year. They have to give us multiple
Yep.
games to stay relevant because
I agree.
Xbox is going to be coming
100%.
so hard.
They are.
It's not
They
even
are.
funny.
We know it. They already know what they have coming, and there's a lot more than that.
G maybe says the graphics are going to look better on the special console.
Oh my god.
You
fool.
hilarious.
PS5 Pro.
That's the selling point
You
right there.
insolence.
Can you imagine?
That's the selling
That'd be
point.
hilarious.
Wait a
But
minute.
yeah.
I just realized something.
Do tells.
Will those plates
CMoney.
be adaptable
That's
to
what
a
they call
normal PS5 or
Just
just
on
a
them
digital?
both ways.
Okay, good.
So you have the digital version and the fat one.
Good, you scared me.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Microsoft is lined up for the next several years, bro. They're lined up for
Yo,
the
yeah.
foreseeable
they're-
future, bro. Like
they're crazy.
we are only looking when we think about the next few years. We're literally only thinking about what Microsoft has already showed us.
Agreed.
Meaning these are Xbox first party studios that are not part of any of their branches.
Yes.
We don't know shit what's coming out of Bethesda
Oh my gosh.
over the next few
right?
years. They got Doom, they got whatever the hell they're making.
We know
Just-
that.
we know
Philly
nothing from over there.
Had a conversation and told them, "Get your shit together."
They did say that.
They did have that
Um,
conversation. So
We also know that Activision has like 4 or 5 games that are not revealed,
Mhm.
let alone what's coming in. So exactly, G, maybe you're thinking pre-acquisition the next few years are lined up.
yeah,
Bro, and even still, they haven't even showed us fucking Gears of War 6.
oh my gosh,
Bro, God knows
yeah.
what that's gonna look like.
We haven't even seen that. There's so many games that we haven't even that we know are gonna come, but
we
we're
don't
never even
know,
fucking announced
though.
yet.
Like we don't even know.
Like they're not gonna have enough time in a year to
Yeah.
come out with the amount of games that they're gonna have ready to go every year, bro.
I think so.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And then you got to remember that once things come out, those teams are back into the mix, making something new.
Something
so
else.
they're making the games for 3 to 5 years from now, depending on how big they're making.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Woo. What a time to be alive for Xbox.
And
crazy,
then
bro.
Activision's coming in. Who knows what they've talked about that they're going to be working or that they've been working on or what ideas they have. Like, this is going to be insane. You know, they pop out Call of Duty every year.
Crazy.
This is going to be insane,
Dude,
you guys.
there's still Kojima's game for Xbox that we don't know what that is. We still got, I forget about them all the time. Fucking Undead Labs, State of Decay 3. That trailer that they showed us, the one where she's in the woods alone and then she screams at the wolf and then she shoots at the zombie deer or whatever the fuck.
That looked crazy, dude. Mind blowing.
Come on, man. What is that game going to look like? What is that game going to be? G maybe says that Gears of War 6 will probably introduce the Gears of War collection. Yes. Collections. We haven't even gotten into that. The Marcus Phoenix collection needs to come out.
I think
people are thinking the Fable collection is going to come out. This year, probably not, because
you don't think so for years. The collection for the fall.
Gamescom, they might announce that this is coming out
for the holidays.
I feel like that's the type of thing you want to release in
holiday
December,
time, right? You want to
before Christmas.
When everybody's
shopping
Black
Friday. And you want it after Black Friday, so people don't get a deal, but before Christmas, so people are like, oh my god, we got to get. You know, he loves Gears of War. Oh my god, let's get the trilogy.
That's the stuff. Look who's dropping hints.
If it comes,
look who's dropping.
If it comes, we're gonna have you know what's the real fucked up part? I'm getting a headache right now just thinking about
much stuff.
When do you play? When do you play these games?
Yeah.
When do you play these games?
That's crazy.
Like how do you it's crazy. Like Diablo 4 is the game that I wanted to play the entire time, so I played that and now I finally beat it. But now season 1 started. So do I go back in?
By the way, this is game of the year right here. Look at the screen, guys.
Oh my god. This is coming out on Xbox,
mini
by the way.
games and pigeons.
It's coming out on Xbox, so it has just elevated itself.
I don't know. It looks so cute to me though. Like these mini games.
Yeah.
So dope. Not game of the year. I was joking.
Yo, listen, G maybe said it. This hype is why they got 92 million views. Exactly, bro. And it's 100%. Not going to end. The hype train just keeps it. This is, when everything really, that 92 million is going to skyrocket once Starfield releases and it kills.
Yeah.
Once it's in its, 85 to higher Metacritic and people see that it's amazing, I personally think it'll be 90 or above. But once that happens and
there
the word
a lot
spreads,
of haters, though.
In Game Pass, you can play Starfield.
Yeah. Listen,
and it's just a start, dude.
PlayStation fans playing on their computer.
Yeah, all the PlayStation fans are going to go buy 4090s. Like, we're not playing on Xbox.
No,
we're just paying for Game Pass and playing the games
and upgrading our computers
and ignoring our PlayStation 5s. Like the rest of us do.
Gosh.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, like The Last of Us do.
The Last of Us.
Last of Us.
That's something else. Did your phone fucking die?
Oh, damn.
What is happening?
Thanks for using it.
I plugged it in.
This is on you, see.
Bastard.
Listen.
Is yours working yet or no?
It didn't start. Let me try it again. Nah, I gotta go to my third location where good thing I have these notes in multiple places. Nah, I have to restart my phone or something to try to make that happen.
What are we gonna do now?
I have another place. I keep track. I have it everywhere. That's why we put it in the description of the YouTube video. See what I'm saying? All right. We're actually coming up to the end of the gaming block pretty soon. It's pretty quick stuff, but I just want to talk about it. We were just talking about the games, right? We're talking about what games are going to come. Mm-hmm. Well, we got Redfall from Arcane Austin.
Yes.
People didn't care for it much.
No.
I really like it. I haven't played it a whole bunch, but I played it enough that I know I like it, and I continue to dabble in it. Mm-hmm. Boom, played 50 hours of it and put crazy numbers in there. I think people like it. Well, they are moving on from Redfall. God. And they're officially hiring for their next game. It's a single player game. They put it right in there. So they're looking for new people to come aboard. and go play and go make a new Arcane Austin
You
game.
have to move on, right?
That's
all you can do.
You gotta move on and understand that the IP is not going to live on. Redfall is not going to get a Redfall 2 anytime soon unless they patch the game so much and fix it that people actually get to enjoy it. But remember, Redfall was doomed from the start. Okay? Actually, look, G maybe says, if those games as a service don't hit next year for PlayStation, their future is really going to be shaky.
Yeah.
Those are facts. King might just be right, and there won't be a PlayStation if they can't. Like, if they spend all that, they're going all in, bro. Spending stupid money on games as a service games.
Yeah.
Multiplayer games that they don't really know how to make too much, but that's why they bought Bungie for it. If all of them flop,
yo, that will be crazy.
It will be,
and
like,
then
what do you
this
do?
is the problem. Like, they're also, and we were talking about how, like, they're in such like risky grounds. Like, they step into something and they back out of it. Like, they're not confident in anything right now.
Yep.
And that's the easiest way to like waste money and not get anything done. That's what's so scary. Like,
you have to remember that Sony is PlayStation.
yeah.
Like, that's their money maker.
Mhm.
Sony makes money elsewhere, but not like they make on PlayStation.
Yes.
So if PlayStation goes down, Sony
Sony's
is
done.
Danger,
freaking
bro.
screwed.
Yeah.
They might be coming up to Microsoft for a loan. Like, yo, man, how can we work this out, bro? I give you Spider-Man, you give us a loan. You know what I'm saying? How
Well,
do we make this work?
Spider-Man, that's it. Spider-Man's going to be their only raft after PlayStation if that goes down. And even then,
Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so Redfall again is in that shape. G maybe says give Redfall to someone who knows multiplayer to fix it, like one of those Call of Duty studios.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it was doomed because it was. Remember, if you remember pre Microsoft buying Bethesda,
Mm-hmm.
Bethesda only made single player games.
Yes.
Okay, and they were on this huge thing when like the world was trying to go deeper into multiplayer,
Mm-hmm.
and they had like slogans and stuff about keeping single player alive or whatever. And then like the next year they came back with a bunch of multiplayer games.
Yeah.
And they all did shit.
Yeah.
Like
Stick to what you know
the-
sometimes. Maybe you should have just released one and
Youngblood,
see how
what was
people like them.
Wolfenstein, Youngblood.
Yeah.
yeah, Wolfenstein, they made co-op. People didn't like it. Like a bunch of games got like the co-op multiplayer
That's
treatment.
just not their thing.
It's
and
not.
again, like G maybe said, start using your other studios to like kind of balance each other out, you know?
Yeah, give the people who are good at doing something
Mm-hmm.
or that want to do something, right? Let them do it. Right.
Yeah.
So Redfall was just, that studio was not a studio about making multiplayer games. And it was supposed to be a games as a service. So
Ew.
Microsoft told them to change it, to
Yeah.
rip it out. So they took out the games as a service stuff, but it's still multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
But you can it was hindered by that. It was
I agree.
because when I play it, I still see the single player game that could have been.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it was fun when we played it all
I agree.
together.
It has a slow start and then you kind of just get in there and then you just rocking,
It's good.
you know?
Yeah, no, I enjoy it. But that it's just one of those situations where obviously we know Xbox didn't really have their hands on that game too much. Obviously we know they're not going to let that happen again. But yeah, Redfall is done. They're moving on.
There was no better way for them to like acquiring all of these studios and all the money they've been spending. I don't think, and everything happens for a reason. So I don't think like had this Redfall situation taken place, I don't think that they would have been so hands-on with everything else. So I believe that this was like at the right time on a game that, people were waiting for, but it's kind of like, all right, it is what it is. Like a learning situation for Philly. Like he
Agreed.
really had to make a lot of changes from that to make sure that this doesn't take place again.
It's trial by
Now,
fire. You have to
yeah.
you learn by getting burned.
I feel like this would have been a lot worse later on if he had just like let them all take the same approach
For sure.
and kind of let them be. And then, you're at that place with a lot of your games.
Agreed.
Like that would have been a situation. So
100%.
live and learn.
So G maybe does make a good point here that Borderlands shows the potential Redfall could have had.
Borderlands was so good. I
Borderlands was really
remember
good.
playing. Which ones did we play? The
One and
first
two.
and second,
First one
right?
and second one, yeah.
Yo, those games were dope when they would come at you. Those freaking yo.
Yeah,
It
maybe we
was
should
hella
try. Maybe
fun,
we should
yo.
try 3.
Borderlands 3?
Yeah,
I mean, was 3 any good? I feel like it came and went.
It did come and go. I played it a little bit, and I was like, all right, it was
That's
fine.
'cause
But I
you
think
need
as a
us.
multiplayer game,
Yeah.
it's way funner.
I'm
way
down.
more fun. So maybe we'll try that
I'll
one too.
rock.
That'd be
Maybe.
cool.
We'll see.
Yeah.
That'd be dope. But yeah. All right. So last topic in the gaming news blocks
Let's go.
is again. Honestly, the only reason I brought this up is because of you, Doodle.
Ooh.
It's
Whoa.
Assassin's
Well,
Creed.
excuse me.
Okay, Assassin's Creed. Obviously, we know we're getting Mirage later this year,
Yes.
which I can't wait to play.
Okay.
At some point because Starfield is Starfield. So
Hmm.
you know what I'm gonna have to do with Starfield? I'm gonna have to designate Starfield play to like a specific place.
Okay.
Like when I'm on my Raw Ally, maybe
Mhm.
that's when I play Starfield,
Yeah.
and then elsewhere I play something else. I don't know. I gotta
Probably.
think about it.
Yes. Thank you for that pause.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know why I just went there. All right, but so Assassin's Creed Mirage comes out later this year. Great, that's gonna be cool. That's taking it back to like the old school ways,
Mhm.
more single player focused.
Yes.
Like narrative focused versus the later ones that we just got, which are
Mhm.
huge, gigantic open worlds and
Yeah.
things like that. So, but the word on the street is that they're making a bunch of Assassin's Creed. Obviously, we saw their thing. They showed us like 5 or 6.
Mhm.
But the one that they're making, codename Red,
Okay.
which is the one that takes place in Japan,
Yes.
that is supposedly going to be the last Origin styles Assassin's Creed.
Really?
So with those RPG mechanics,
Yes.
supposedly that's the last one.
Finally.
And they're going maybe just back to keeping it like
Stealth.
that stealth action, narrative
right.
driven.
Well,
Origins was meant to
listen.
bring back interest because it got so dull. And I
Yeah,
think
because
now
they were
that
doing one every
figured-
year. So they were making Assassin's Creed every year and it got stale.
Yeah.
Even though I never felt that way because I always liked it, but like just in the general consensus was that. But Origins, you love Origins.
That's my favorite. So they're just gonna walk from that.
They're just gonna walk.
So okay. So this was more of like a burn. Got it. Thank you.
it's all right.
I
Thank
mean,
you,
the
C.
question is, what
Thank
are
you
they
for that.
going to change it to? Right? Are they going to just go back?
You
I
said, but you said
I mean,
they're going back.
theoretically, right? Theoretically, they're
Mhm.
going to just go back.
I thought it was freaking that game. So the other day, I forget why we had it on.
We put it
and-
on, and it was just over the cloud,
Dude, it was
like
like
just over the cloud,
it's
and
the
it was
same.
stunning.
Like you feel like you fall right back into that where you just want to go ahead and do all the missions. And it's dope still. Like for sure, for me, like my favorite game, like Assassin's Creed game. Because I don't like that stealth, like whatever they want to go back to.
Yeah,
That's
Doodle's
not my
all about
thing.
the stabby stab.
Stabby stab, get your shank,
Yep.
whoop some ass.
Blood everywhere.
So, G
Get
maybe
it.
asked, by Origins, do you mean style of game, or are they no longer taking place in the past?
Style of
So
game.
Origins is the origin style of game. So Assassin's Creed Origins is more of that Souls-like RPG mechanic game.
Yeah.
Made every fight like very intense type deal.
Get in there.
Like Odyssey,
Which is great.
Valhalla.
I mean, we loved it. We
I
loved
love
it.
that.
And I don't.
And even, it's funny that even while I was playing, like CMoney will be like, yo, just sneak through. And I'm like, time to
But
get
they let
in
you
there.
do it. They
It's
let
so
you do it,
fun.
and they let you have fun, and
Yeah.
that was great. And then they made Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which you didn't care for, but I loved. And
I
then,
didn't care for it,
then
dude.
they
I just
made
couldn't get into
Valhalla,
it.
which you also didn't really care for,
I
but
didn't
I
care
super loved.
about the fact, and I don't know if, again, it's like the steps on. I expected more. I wanted more, and then it kind of threw me off seeing all those little annoying things that weren't perfected.
With
Like,
Odyssey, I remember people were obsessed with the female protagonist for some reason. I don't know why. Like the
'Cause she was
story or
great.
something.
For which one?
played
She's
as
great.
her?
I played as the dude, but she was
Damn.
really good. Cassandra, you can their stories are kind of like intermingle, right? So
You play as one. It's kind of like,
but the other person's
wasn't
around.
the same thing with Cyberpunk?
No, that's just male and female.
No.
beat.
Oh.
Usually
Okay.
play the same character either way. But this was literally two different characters. You either play her or him, and whichever one you pick, they just switch places
Gotcha.
in the story.
So their path will still.
So the story's the
cross
same. They're both in the
So
stories.
which one was this for?
Assassin's Creed
last
Odyssey.
Odyssey.
That was the one before the last one.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know. I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, Cassandra. People really liked her. I picked Alexios, and he was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I played that shit for like 150 hours, 180 hours.
Nice.
It was really good. And then Valhalla's out, and Valhalla is fucking fire. People give a shit. I don't understand.
Because
just
it is
huge. It's just
really
huge.
straight off of Assassin's Creed. Like at least the Origins, Odyssey, like you could taste a little Assassin's Creed, but like Valhalla looks and feels really different.
Not really. It's just in the Vikings time, but
Which
it's
is very
still stealth
disconnected.
if you want to.
That's the thing. It's very disconnected from like, and even the way they set them up. I don't remember seeing like the Assassin's Creed look.
You can get the hoodie,
You
but
can
it's,
get there,
it's just
but-
different.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing with Alexios. Like the same thing with Assassin's Creed Odyssey. They don't have that old look. Bayek was the closest one, which was from Origins. That was the closest one that he looked like the original
Yeah.
designs.
Assassin's Creed. Yeah, but aside from that, they all just look different. But this one is just humongous. That's my only problem with it, and it feels like every time I go back to play it, it feels like there's some new shit there, and it's like, dude, I'm trying to
Get through the game.
get back to the
Yeah.
old shit so I can finish it. You know what I'm saying? I still haven't
I
finished it.
feel like you beat the game.
Yeah, like I want to feel like I
Yeah.
beat the main game. You know what I'm saying? But
Main story.
G maybe says, "Oh, I was hoping you meant like a modern style set in a city like Watch Dogs." That
That'd
would
be
be
cool.
wild.
That'd be cool.
A
That would be
city-based
wild.
Assassin's
But
Creed.
that
That'd
was.
be fire.
But the problem with that is that's when the game actually takes place. Like all the games take place technically in that time in their story because the person whose memory, it's just a memory that you're playing.
Yeah.
So the person who's in the animus, who's in the machine, is in modern times. So
Imagine like a
it would be
Assassin's
a
Creed, like-
You know
weird
what
way.
they need to do?
like Assassin's Creed Neo or some shit. And you're like playing as like a guy with like a literal hoodie or some shit, killing like corporate business leaders. I don't know.
That wouldn't
Listen,
be great. That wouldn't be
I
great.
think what they need to do, I have the answers here.
Mm.
This is how you bring in a John Wick game.
Damn.
Okay.
And it's through Assassin's Creed. He out
What?
there killing, yo.
Oh, yeah,
Like
John
call it
Wick.
Assassin's Creed the
John
Wick
Wick.
series.
Wicked.
Assassin's Wick.
All right? Wicked. And it takes place, I don't know, 1996.
That's true,
and
G,
he
maybe.
comes to like present day, just whooping ass, shank, everything.
Whoa.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Throw it
Whoa.
all in, John Wick style. Because
I mean-
listen, John Wick could
But John Wick
kill.
doesn't just kill.
He does it with a
He
purpose.
whoops
because of
Like,
his
tou-
scenario.
Like touch his dog and he'll
You know
kill
what I'm saying?
you.
Like he's not out there murdering random people or people who
He's
are just.
murdered a lot of people.
But
He's
they
there
were
are
trying to
four
kill
him.
chapters.
But they're
of
all
him
involved in the
whooping
same
ass.
situation.
Listen, I
The
feel
dog in
like
his
we could
car,
figure this out.
Literally.
The Wicker. That's what
Wicker.
you maybe called. Nice. He says.
There we go.
All of that
You
animus
get it.
training which should pay off. I just feel like like Assassin's Creed can't be modern times because of the fact that it would have to be like John Wick. Like
Yeah.
it's them going against just their corporation,
Yeah.
evil corporation type deal, and they are, that's how they justify murdering. But you're supposed to be assassinating these people, but I guess every Assassin's Creed you just end up killing a bunch of people.
Literally.
anyway.
That's all I'm like every time you say that, I'm like,
What's
yo,
the difference?
what do you
But
think I was running
you
around
don't kill,
doing?
you don't heal,
I
you don't
got
kill innocent
everybody.
people.
Everybody got some.
Everybody got some.
Everybody got some.
Everybody got some.
And John Wick wasn't out there killing innocent people.
I agree.
You had to be like on the
Tampering with
path
his day.
of interfering
Like you
with
bought
his
a
life.
sandwich from like Dunkin' Donuts, you grab it and throw it on the ground. Maybe he'll kill you with his plastic fork or some shit.
CG
I don't
maybe
know.
says political targets in modern times might be controversial. Yeah,
Listen,
That's true.
that's true though.
it is. Like people would be like, bro, you can't just run around killing those type of
if you have
people.
political
Listen,
figures,
but-
that'd be a problem. Like even if your target's like Joe Biden, he'll just fall down the stairs by the time that you get there or some shit. You're like, oh, he already died. Oh, the
No,
work is
it would
over.
be like so controversial, but like just like whooping ass. John Wick.
John Wick style.
John Wick style.
John Wick.
Good
style.
old John Wick.
So that's
Okay.
probably why they go back in time to do all this.
Yeah, exactly. So that it's nobody cares about killing old people who don't exist
Like,
anymore.
Well,
kill
it's
George
kind of like
Washington
no,
for
because it's
$10.
kind of like back in the day. You know, you have these like villages, and then you come and torch it out, and then you try to control the area. Type of gladiator style,
Gladiator
maybe.
style.
Don't know.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Gladiator was a
What
great
was
movie.
that movie? Braveheart.
Braveheart?
Yeah, with Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
Okay, like that. You know.
I'm down for sure. Absolutely. All right, we're gonna wrap
what
up
the hell
the
was this,
gaming
guys?
news block there.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful way to end it.
Apparently.
Apparently. All right, so we're gonna hop over into some anime talk.
Let's
and our
go.
anime news block.
All right.
So,
all
Madman,
right.
the spin-off to the popular Sword Art
Can I
Online
have my phone,
series
please?
is dead, bro.
It's still dead.
It's dead. It's
C
coming. It's
Money.
literally about to like.
Look,
It just
C-Money,
came back to
John
life.
Wick did.
I wrote something about it.
I did John Wick it.
You did.
Can I
That's
just
okay.
hold
You're
it?
gonna. It's literally dying.
It has to be slightly
The
charged.
spin-off to the popular Sword Art Online series, Sword Art Online Alternative Gun Gale Online, will officially get a second season. So, what does that mean to you?
So, Sword Online started in 2012. It blew up right when it came out, and the show had been on and off, still going and shit like that. Season two came out in 2014. Season 3 came out in 2018. It ended in 2020. Took forever to end. And Gun Gal was somewhere in between that. I never watched it. Didn't really give a shit. But yeah. So they made a spin-off all about that world because that world was immediately really cool. It was not Sword Art Online. It was Gun Gal Online. A whole different VR game with some code of SAO that even though it wasn't a death game, there were mysterious deaths happening for some reason in the virtual world and the real world. And you had to figure that shit out and stuff like that. So people liked it, but out of nowhere, a second season was announced, and it's coming out some point next year, probably, most likely. So that's
is
pretty
this
cool.
like a good like? Is this show?
I think Sword Art Online's great. People hate
Yeah,
Sword Art
man,
Online.
What about Gun Gale?
Gun Gal, I don't know.
I know you made the AMV.
I don't give
for
a shit.
Sword Art Online, and that was
Gun
fine.
Gal was not
It was
mentioned.
dope.
I don't know. I don't give a shit about Gun Gal. And, like, I thought the world was really damn cool in season 2. After they left Gun Gal, it was pretty lame. But the protagonist's name Maple or some shit, and it's like a whole side story without the main characters. And it's like, I don't know. They never even mentioned them in the main series, so it's like it's cool. It's a cute thing. I'll probably maybe watch it at some point, but it's not a priority. I'll watch it maybe with second season. I'll maybe finally check out the first season. But I think people liked it and stuff like that. Like it was good enough to get a second season. So
I
yeah,
like that
that's
when they
neat.
stack, and then I get to watch the whole thing.
I mean,
you know?
it's like short though.
If they're
Like,
good,
it's not
yeah.
long. It's like 12 episodes.
Yeah, but that's what we want. We want them to be not too long.
I like.
if they're
Yeah,
not
I like
that
them
good.
short. I like short shows. So yeah.
You like short shorts.
Yes. I
Interesting.
think it's pretty cool.
Interesting.
Nice.
All right. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Next up, Hayao Miyazaki. How Do You Live? Grossed 17.5 million USD in its opening weekend, making it the second biggest opening weekend for any Studio Ghibli film.
Damn.
Yep, that's pretty big. Remember, that's a movie that received zero promotion.
Is this the
It
one
was
that
just posters.
nobody?
Oh,
No
was
one's
I'm
allowed
excited.
things. Just that
Yeah.
one
Anything?
bird drawing and shit like that, and they're like coming out. And he even admitted that he was a little worried, but he thinks he was still confident enough to do it. And 17.5 million for a country that's like a tiny speck on the globe and shit like that. And like that's a lot of money. That's something that you'd see like an average blockbuster in America do on its first day or something like that. So that's pretty big. And yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, that's pretty
I'm
wild.
actually-
So reviews have
How's
been
the
amazing.
reviews?
Reviews have been phenomenal. Now,
Really?
some people say that the story pales a little bit in comparison to something like Spirited Away or Princess Mononoke or Howl's Moving Castle.
So doesn't
But
that? But isn't
visually-
that kind of shitty?
Huh?
Like the whole point was that he didn't want to reveal the story because it was supposed to be amazing.
No, the visuals. There is a description online. Like you could find like what the story's about. I told you last podcast. But visually is
Gotcha.
where they were like, you can't see the shit. And people say that lives up. It is beautiful, like incredibly intricate. It's ridiculous. You gotta see it for yourself, sort of thing. So yeah.
I hope so. I'm excited about it. I do love the approach that he has taken with this movie. I want to see it. So I do hope that the story doesn't like.
It's not like,
you know,
like there's no mystical or magical elements that Ghibli's known for. It's almost like if a live action movie or like a live action drama, but it's just hand drawn. So yeah, and it's gorgeous. And shit.
So, but are there any videos still? Or
no
like,
videos. I mean, now you can't look up online and be like, "Oh, look at that! I took a clip of how you live in theaters." You'll get shot down trying to leave with that phone.
So
no.
This is too much hype, bro. It's too much
It's
hype
just visual.
about the visual. I don't believe that they can make anything that is actually that impressive.
Listen,
I mean, it could. Like,
I feel like he
human-like
Beyonce
movements.
this movie. You know, like she makes an album, doesn't tell anybody, it's just out, and that's what
Yeah,
you
but
find
he ain't
out.
Beyonce.
I know,
I mean,
but I'm
remember,
saying that
Aki-
that's the take
Wait,
that
what do you
he's
I mean, hey,
taken with this movie.
I mean, you saw Akira. That was from the early 80s.
Okay, but even
is
that
true.
is not like, oh my God, the pinnacle of what I
I mean,
think
if
see.
you saw back in 1989, that shit looks
But
insane.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I
We're
do-
not in 1989.
I
We're in
feel-
2023.
I mean,
and
it still looks great.
The art form has been expanded so much. What else are they going to take pencil to paper? How much more beautiful can it look?
You can say
is
the
what
same
I'm
thing
saying.
See, that's
about
the thing.
video
That's what you
games,
don't
to be
know,
fair.
and that's
No, you can't. Video games have unlimited high ceiling that they can reach until they get to a photorealistic everything.
I don't know,
Whereas
dude.
a drawing is still a drawing no matter how you cut it. I just feel like
technically,
I mean,
but
It's just,
I don't know.
I mean, it's less about how much line work can be done. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot because, again, 1 month equaled 1 minute. That's not much. So if you, like, I'm sure there's going to be extremely human-like movement with, like, the fingers, the hands. Like, if they're walking, is like, shit, it looks like a person walking.
but is
sort of
that
thing.
going to make a difference?
So,
I feel like I wouldn't even notice
and
it.
like
so that's
lighting and
why
shit,
I'm really hoping that the story is also there. What was that show we just watched? We watched like 1 or 2 episodes with you were talking about this show last week on
Zombie?
our podcast. Yes, with the zombies and everything.
Zombie
100. That's gorgeous to
Yes.
look at.
And the animation, dude, that was really good. So you were correct. Like Madman was telling us about how great the animation was, and it is freaking amazing. So, you know, I'm not sure that I'm into the show as
Like the
I
story?
would, yes, into the story of the show. So that's why I'm hoping that like this kind of goes hand in hand where you're watching the show and you're in the story matches the graphics of the movie.
I mean, people
You know
like
what I mean?
people really like the story. They just think that it, like, if you compare something like Spirited Away, like I said, or something like that, where they feel like the story was better, but there's also a lot more elements. Like, that's where,
Yeah.
like, a lot more mystical elements, shit like that. It bloats it. But this movie's more very down to earth. Like, nothing, oh my God, happens visually. Like, you're not gonna get some Demon Slayer shit where they're gonna be fighting with
So that's what I'm
katanas.
saying. So,
So
what are
that's
we
the
even
thing,
talking
because
about,
they
bro?
took a full
you say all
month to make 1 minute of the movie. So it was
It took like 7-8 years to make.
that's crazy,
That's so
dude. That's
stupid.
a lot.
I mean,
banking
it's not
on it.
stupid. Ghibli is known for having very intricate anime movies.
I'm excited though.
So, like,
as much as
like,
you
the
find
movements
it,
are not bullshit. Like, they take
Yeah.
a lot of time with their
When is
shots.
it coming out to
In America,
stream?
it's coming. Probably not going to stream. It's going to probably be theatrical first and then a digital release. But fall time is what we're looking at.
that's cool. I'm
They're gonna
excited
put it in
to see
theaters here?
this.
It will, yeah. G Kids. They did say the Earwig and the Witch, which came out in theaters as well.
Did
but that
Jujutsu
was
Kaisen Zero go to theaters?
That was a damn it. I was so jealous. I wish I saw that shit in theaters. But yeah, it was theatrical
I didn't
first. It
know
took a
anything
year
about
to
it.
come to Blu-ray. And yeah, I had a friend that saw it in theaters and she was blown away. Genuinely. So,
Listen,
yeah.
I am excited to check out this movie.
I mean,
Just
I'm just
because of how long it took to make.
I'm not gonna
and
lie. I'm
and
like
the hype.
interested in hating on it.
Like,
You
you're like-
are,
like,
yes,
I'm
I
so-
feel it.
like,
I'm
I
not
can't
sensitive.
wait.
You guys are
I,
sensitive.
listen,
to
if
this.
it's good, I'm gonna say it's good.
Like, remember,
Yeah.
you
But I
saw-
can't wait to watch it and just be like, this is this stupid damn thing that took so long. The art is so amazing.
Like,
It just
remember-
looks like fucking the same shit that we've
Like,
seen.
remember, Weathering With You looked gorgeous, and that took like 3 years or 4.
Yeah, but see, I don't look at Weathering With You and
The
say,
story
"Damn, it
in
looks gorgeous."
Weathering
I mean, the
with
animation
You
was beautiful.
was
But the
amazing.
animation meant nothing to me.
Wow, okay.
It meant nothing to me. Zero. I don't ever
Like, it'll
look back
probably
and
look better
say
than
Listen,
with
if
you.
there were stick figures there, you would not be watching.
no, but it
Meaning
wasn't.
the animation meant something.
Well, I showed you a clip of
and
Hell's
the
Paradise, and you're like,
story is
man, this
what
looks
carried it.
stiff.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. That looked good enough that I didn't need to. I don't think about. Yes, if it was bad,
Yeah.
I would be like, what am I watching?
Yes.
It was good enough.
I
Right?
understand.
So what are they gonna do on paper that's gonna look better than that or Demon Slayer? That I'm gonna be like, oh my god, this is it.
I need to
Well,
see
that's not
that.
I need
fair.
to
That's not
see
fair
that.
because Demon Slayer
But
has a lot of
I'm
colors
excited.
and crazy shit that it'll probably look
Is
better
this
at
in
first
black and
glance
white?
because it's like, oh my, no.
Oh,
It's not color.
sorry.
I'm sorry. What I mean is that you know when they do like their forms and shit like that, and their
What's
their
up,
breathing
Shane? How you
techniques
doing,
and
buddy?
shit like that, and
Welcome
all
back.
these
Joking.
flames come from the swords, like not that bombastic shit.
Yeah.
But you know, and you guys, you say it all the time. Now you don't like when animation is crazy, like across Spider-Verse. You say you don't like it because they went too crazy with it. So it's more simpler, and that should be a good thing for you.
Where
what-
Spider-Man went crazy for me was the amount of them and what they're trying to do with it. And then when CMoney watched it, he said that the animation becomes like a bit blurry throughout when they're doing all those cool elements, right?
They went
So-
too effect heavy in it, and I just don't get down
There
with
is
that.
such a
I
thing,
just
by
don't-
the way.
I just don't like it.
as
It's way too
many
much.
effects.
I mean, you never like when you ever think they like, oh, this is where they could. That's it. They can't get more creative than this. Even though like after Spider-Verse, there was like Arcane, and then there was like
Okay,
Puss in
but
Boots and
again, you're
shit.
talking about 3D, right? 3D animation is a whole different world because you literally have up to photorealism that you can go to, and then from photorealism you can add on top of that to make photorealism look better
yeah.
because of the ability you can do on animation and or the graphics work on 2D paper. All you could do is make it look smoother. Great. How much smoother over Weathering with You do I need it to
You
be?
can also have a lot like you can also
Zero.
have better lighting, more detail in like their eyes and shit.
But there
also
isn't
keep it
better
consistent.
lighting if he
Guys.
drew it.
Okay, here's
It's
the
just
thing.
color.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's not paper and a pen. Say like when you watch Cuphead, you're like, shit, that is hand drawn with paper and pen. Obviously, gonna have a little digital to it. Like they're gonna have a digital sort of program that you animate with like an Apple Pen sort of idea, and then you're gonna have like brush strokes, but it's digital. Then that, yeah, technically is digital, but it's not gonna be like paper and pencil. Like it's not gonna look like a old Fletcher.
Okay,
or
so
Disney
is it
cartoon.
like when you got all pumped for the Jujutsu Kaisen new one, how you saw how beautiful
Season 2?
it is?
It is gorgeous.
Yeah, and then the first episode, it switches to like this first person view sometimes. It makes it look like almost like a video game.
Well, sometimes.
Like is that the part that you're excited about that you're
Huh?
talking about?
No,
or
oh my god, no. That's cinematography. There's a difference. I'm talking
Uh-huh.
about animation.
Understand,
Like itself.
CMoney.
Such
Also,
an
it's not.
idiot.
Listen,
Also, you fell
no,
asleep.
So
You
stupid.
fell asleep in the middle of episode 1, but they got
Listen.
really creative, like shit like that. Where like they have like they zoom into the they had a character like they're about to throw a punch. They go into the guy who's like Ghetto, I think, who has like he's looking at him actively, and he zooms into the eye, and the eye comes through the punch, and then the punch lands into real time back into his face. And
So,
shit.
listen,
that shit's cool.
I think you took
Shit
it
like
as
that.
sarcasm, but I'm really saying, know your stuff, see, all right? But when it comes to this movie, all right, I don't know why you're not pumped.
because of the same.
I
You're
do love-
pumped for the
so
same reason
listen.
I am, just on the opposite
On the
spectrum.
opposite, yes, I do
Because you
love
want to see
the
how
fact-
beautiful this thing supposedly
Yes.
is. But
Now,
if
I'm
you
gonna be
watch
so
it,
upset.
and you know what, the hell that's gonna bring when she watches it, and it's just another fucking movie.
And that's Miyazaki's claim.
and when she gets on, oh my god!
That's the
Listen.
hey, don't attack me. Those are the reviewers' claims.
I'm
Everyone who
Listen,
saw it so far
I
are
can
like, it's gorgeous.
appreciate the
I don't
fact
know.
that it took him, what, 7 years, 8 years?
It, like roughly, and well, not him alone. Obviously, he had
Well,
some people working.
obviously,
Studio
but
Ghibli working on this.
His vision.
It's gonna look better than Earwig and the Witch, though. That shit show. We're
But
talking about
was it-
CGI.
how long- I
that
asked
shit looked worse
how
than
long-
every other 2D movie they ever made.
How long did it take?
I have no idea, but
Okay.
it clearly
I thought
didn't
you
have that
said
much love.
7 or 8 years.
Okay, no. I'm talking about the. Okay, all right. You're talking about How Do You Live, right? The
Yes.
hand drawn movie.
Yes.
Also,
it took
in America,
7
yeah,
or 8 years.
like roughly. I don't remember the
Exactly.
exact.
And the
number.
Did
fact
they
that
use
it
number
was-
2 pencils?
No,
See,
it's
money.
digital.
You're-
Apple pens.
This is not nice.
We'll
this
see
is
how it
not
looks.
nice.
And I mean,
I
even
just-
Cuphead
I
looked really
just-
good.
Listen, I just feel like if you're gonna gas it up, right? I feel like we're being hoodwinked. Like he
Okay.
doesn't want to show us a screenshot of that shit. Like give us one snippet and then that's just a freeze frame.
Well,
Maybe
it'll be
he's
like,
just
wow,
excited.
okay,
well,
that'll be
there's been
enough.
hand drawings and stuff like that shown. There's like a one with like a boy holding a book with glasses, and then there's a drawing of like a bird and shit like that.
Okay,
But
I wanna
This
see
is
these
gonna be one of
drawings.
those artsy movies
Nah,
that they focus on,
Like
like,
only God
just-
forgives.
Yes.
Yes.
And
mean,
it's just gonna be like, oh, look at him, how he opened the book, and now he's reading. Look at his eyes
Oh my
following
God,
the
no.
words. Look at his glasses. He took them off and wiped his eyebrow,
I
and
mean-
then he,
Guys,
they put it back.
I mean, they
what
made
a
a movie called.
performance
Thank you,
from
thank you.
CMoney,
I mean, they
you
made a movie called The
guys.
Tale of Princess Kalki and some shit like that, and that's like all water paint aesthetic and shit like that, and that also is a beautiful movie. Supposedly.
I'm excited to see
I
it.
hope so.
I hope
I hope so.
it's really
Also,
good.
you do
So-
not have an eye for this kind of thing.
You
so,
do not
Yeah,
see.
you can also
You're
be
right,
like,
because I
dog
just
shit.
told you, I
Come
just said
join
that
us.
I'm a graphics whore, and I love anything that looks
you
beautiful.
did
What
say
animation? You're like,
not
what's
for
the difference?
animation.
Yes, I
You
do.
literally said that you couldn't
Bro.
care less.
On hand-drawn animation. You know why? Because
Why?
Disney's been doing this shit since I was a kid. It's not exciting that anime is doing
It
something
has
animation.
evolved.
Dude, no,
Yeah,
yo,
it has evolved.
You take the fucking movie Lion King and you just watch that shit. They made animals animate in ways to make you fucking feel some shit for them. I don't give it.
That
There's
was
nothing
the
that is going to be an
story.
anime that's going to
See,
look
Money, you're a
that
little
much better.
aggressive, right?
I'm just
Like
saying
anime.
that's the truth.
like,
It's
like
just
right?
the truth.
Like you became
I
one
mean,
of
it's
the
the truth.
animals from the Lion King. You
I'm
know
just
what I
saying
mean?
it's the truth.
I think maybe
Disney
Wait,
already
wait. You ready?
perfected that
You know
shit.
who made this movie?
I mean,
you know
yeah.
who made this movie?
Who?
Phil Spencer.
Well, then that changes
There
everything.
we go.
Now I love
think
it.
you need to,
Bro.
you know.
Dude, it's just the truth, okay?
Well, the truth.
Animation, cartoon, hand-drawn animation is already been done by Disney at the highest levels. There's very little. I'm not saying that it can't technically
Oh my
be a little
gosh.
bit better or whatever
This
because he
comes only
spent
doesn't
so
give
long.
two shits about animation, and they think that it's
No.
critic.
Again, I literally just talked about how animation is going to be so important to video games and how Undead Labs opened
Not
up a
unless
whole new
it's
studio.
photorealistic.
A new studio work. No, I didn't say that. I said how they opened up a whole new studio just to work on animation for games. Okay?
For games. And that's
Exactly.
keyword for
So
you.
That's the hardest thing to do. To make a CGI or a hand draw thing that nobody controls but you, the animator, yeah, it's a little easier than doing a
Buddy,
fucking.
guess what? We're not talking about
I
video
know,
games
but
right
that's-
now.
but we're talking about the same
about a
thing.
movie.
It's still animation.
I am looking forward to seeing
We'll
this
see.
movie,
Look,
and
we'll
I
see.
hope that
You
it's
can't judge
everything.
until you see it. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
We'll see.
That's it. And that's
I know.
the whole
That's what I'm saying.
point.
I'm waiting.
You
I'm
can't
excited.
go all in like this when you haven't even seen it. And
I get
listen,
it.
respect for the artists out there that go ahead and take the time. And this guy had a vision of what he wanted it to be.
Listen, if I
And
watch it and it's
that's
beautiful,
it.
I'll come over here and I'll bend the knee and I'll take my L and say, guys, I'm sorry I was talking so much shit because it's
He
fucking
did that with
stunning.
Cyberpunk Edge Runners. way back
Exactly.
when.
Yes.
So if
I
it's
think
true,
that
it's
it
true.
should be a little bit more than bending
I just
the
feel
knee.
like they're
You know what I
they're
mean?
talking, dude. They don't want to let anybody see it.
That's
really?
like some James Cameron shit to do.
Really?
Like if they said like you
Like
cannot
James
see it,
Cameron,
that's like
okay?
he would probably do.
But he didn't. You know why? Because his shit was amazing and you couldn't pick it apart and say that it was trash. Way of the Water was
Avatar, yeah, it's
fucking
probably the most beautiful live action movie
stunning,
out there.
bro. Stunning.
So listen, it was stunning. And
I
after
admit, yeah.
the movie was like, what, 3 hours?
Yeah.
And after I took that 2-hour nap, throughout the movie, and then there was a little action going on, it became really
It was
cool.
like 3 hours and a half, I think.
Look, here's
almost.
the,
Yeah,
yeah,
so it was like
an
a
hour,
2-hour
and
nap.
3 hours,
I
16
took.
minutes, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it
Here's the
was
thing. Well, the
amazing.
story didn't blow me away. It was an
Boring.
immigrant story, and it's like, yeah, nothing crazy, but visually, my
Yeah.
lord, it's insane.
It's stunning, but I didn't care. Like, I just get to the point. Like, and that was
I mean, the
that.
first movie was
Just a
essentially just
different-
Pocahontas.
Just a different type of story.
literally, but with blue people. Just
But-
beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not talk shit about Avatar because Avatar's the shit.
Oh, but
But-
you were talking hella crap before.
But nobody likes that.
So
thing
you
yet.
run your
Nobody
mouth,
I'm not talking about
but you
something
can't
you like.
take it.
I'm not talking about something you
Avatar's
like.
just
You
a
don't know
bunch
what that
of-
I mean, I'm
movie's
not
good or
like
not
I'm
yet.
not like a huge Ghibli fan because I mainly because I didn't grow up.
Exactly.
With it, so.
Listen,
I'm not throwing stones at anybody's favorite stuff around here.
Okay.
Yeah, like it's not like you started
Alright.
talking shit about Pixar.
I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Avatar is not everything that.
just visually, it's everything.
Visually,
But
it's
story-
beautiful,
story-wise,
but the
it's
story, I was
debatable.
like, oh my God, get to something. Get to the point.
I mean, I
what am
appreciate
I
taking
watching?
its time. Like it's
It was
not
amazing.
a bad
I
movie.
literally
it's just
said,
insane to
"Am
look
I
at.
like in an aquarium? Like what's happening
Yeah, that's
here?"
beautiful.
The water.
Okay,
yes,
let's
but
move
then
on.
I'll go to the
A
aquarium.
new video game based off the One Punch Man franchise.
Wait, why is that? In the
One Punch
anime
Man
section?
because it's about
It's a
anime
video
stuff.
game.
But it doesn't matter. It's still about One Punch Man.
Damn. Okay. I mean,
So I figure you would have.
wait. Then why?
I would never put this way. Let's. Okay.
All right, come on,
I
just read
wouldn't
the
put
topic.
this in the news.
That's like putting a video game movie in the video game section.
No.
Even though you would put
I
it in the
wouldn't
movie
put
section.
this in the news if it was a video game
Yo,
only. It's
look
only
at
because it's
CMoney
One Punch
talking
Man.
hella
So I
crap.
figured it'd be worth talking about in the anime section.
On cool,
Interesting.
C-Money. On
I'm just
cool.
saying.
All right.
I'm
Get
not saying
to,
it.
like Avatar.
I
Get
saw
to
the
it.
I saw the trailer.
Get to it,
All
C-Money.
right, so One Punch Man World has been announced for PC and mobile.
So remember way back when one of the people in the chat mentioned an Invincible game, but it was like it looked crazy and it was mobile.
Yeah.
This shit actually looked really damn good. I'm like, shit, this looks great. When's it coming out? And shit like that. And it's like PC and mobile. I'm like, mobile, god damn it. It's a mobile game.
But it looks
But
good.
if it looks good, why is that bad? That means you
Because
can
I don't
play
want
it.
to take my fault. Usually it's going to have a lot of elements where it's going to try and sell you shit every 2 seconds. Like, buy this green glove for $70.
Not if it comes out on Apple Arcade.
Nah, it's not coming Apple Arcade.
Okay, well.
Oh, that sucks. But I do get the whole you take 2 steps and then boom.
It looks
the
better
button.
than
It's
the
so
trailer.
I don't see
annoying.
how they can do that. It looks like a regular game.
Good. Let's hope it is.
Has like some open world scenarios.
It looks better
Did you
than the
watch the
actual
trailer?
console game. Yeah, I did. It looks
Okay.
better than the console game, the hero nobody knows.
Yeah,
it.
and it's still
Well-
coming out on PC, so
I mean, it'll still look good on PC.
still could look good. Maybe they just don't
Shintaro
want to.
says, I love One Punch Man, and now there is a game coming.
See?
So
Now you got a
there you
game to
go.
play.
That's pretty cool.
there you go,
There you
Shin.
go.
Admit. The show's
All
good
right.
too.
Adult Swim has announced a new series from the Cowboy Bebop and Samurai
Champloo.
Oh.
Champloo.
Samurai Champloo.
Yeah, that's the name. That's how you pronounce it. Champloo.
That was an anime, Samurai Champloo.
So he made this guy Shinji Watanabe is known
Here
for
goes
2 series.
C-Money again,
Cowboy
yo.
Bebop and Samurai Champloo.
Yeah.
Cowboy Bebop centered around jazz music, while Samurai Champloo centered around hip hop music. And they both took the music and made shows that revolved around its constant themes, and the music was a backbone. Like he would make the music, he would have the music kind of like be made,
Yeah.
and then the kind of the episode would be like with the depending on like how the music is made, it would follow the episode, and like it would shift with the show, kind of.
So it's like a
That
movie
sounds kind of
rapper.
cool.
Kind of, yeah. And hip hop, same shit. Like the music was almost sounds like a bit like Hamilton, almost a little bit, and like its beats and shit like that.
Oh,
It's-
you
it
heard
got-
that,
That's pretty dope.
it's got
Huckleberry?
a funky flair to it.
That's
you
pretty
know?
dope.
Damn.
like Samurai shit. It's
Shintaro
cool.
thinks is one of the best animes of all time.
Which one?
Ooh.
Samurai Champloo.
Champloo, it's a funny thing because it gets overshadowed by Cowboy Bebop a lot. It's like the little brother that is just as good but doesn't get the attention.
Yeah.
People
I
love
get
who
that.
saw it, love it. It thinks it's some people you think it's better, but obviously Cowboy Bebop took all the attention.
Yeah.
So yeah, finish reading that.
All right. So Shinichiro Watanabe called Lazarus. So that's the name of the show,
The Lazarus, yeah, it's
Okay.
an original series.
which will be animated by the indisputable powerhouse studio MAPPA
Yep, they're
Oh,
back.
Mappa.
They're doing
Mappa
it.
is
with
back.
the famed Chad Stahelski, who is most famous for directing the beloved John Wick films.
He's gonna do the
What?
action. The action
To
choreography is gonna be-
choreograph the
done by the
action
guy who did
scenes.
John Wick.
What the fuck?
The John
Yo.
Wick choreographer is gonna be doing his choreography.
That sounds dope.
That sounds so cool.
When I heard that, I was like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah.
Because
So
both
if you-
shows are praised for having realistic but epic fights. So with John Wick in the mix, bro, shit.
And MAPPA, they're
Dude,
pretty,
and Mappa
they're probably
did
Chainsaw
I-
Man,
Pretty
Jujutsu
dope.
Kaisen,
Was I
shit.
not just talking about
Shit.
John Wick?
You
Yep.
were. You brought
I
it.
feel like
you
I was
just-
mentally connected
you
to
just
this
brought
whole
that
thing.
into
Yo, I
existence
brought it all
right now.
together. Like, you know when a comic makes a joke in the beginning and then it ties it around like throughout the
like a comedian,
Yo.
not like a.
Can be
like a-
comic,
like-
like
yeah,
not
yeah,
like a
yeah,
comic
not
book.
like a
My bad.
comic
I thought
book.
comic
Yes,
my
yes. So like, yo,
You just did it.
just saying.
I read
You
it
didn't even
twice. I looked it
I
up on
didn't
its
even
own.
know.
to see- I looked at it on its own just to see the website wasn't bullshitting. It's real.
So technically, you already
doing
talked about
good
this,
shit.
right?
What do you mean?
Do you have more to add to that? Because you kind of
Well,
talked about it before I
I'm
finished.
just saying that I'm pretty excited myself. Did you finish?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. honestly, I'm really excited. I do want to check out Samurai Champloo for sure, but I definitely will be checking this out when it comes out eventually.
When is it coming out?
There's no date, but it's coming out. So
But it's coming out. Got it. All right. The One
So,
Piece. What
Real
happened?
quick, G Maybe said, weren't they on MTV for a while?
MTV.
What was on
Samurai
MTV?
Champloo or Cowboy Bebop?
The animes?
No,
Maybe.
they're on Toonami. Remember Toonami? You see, money. You grew up with Toonami, I'm sure, or at least knowing of it.
Toonami? Yeah.
The Toonami block, yeah, that's where they became popular in America. They're actually, especially Cowboy Bebop, is way more popular in America than is Japan. That's because it was on a Toonami block, and a lot of people grew up with that show and shit. So
Nice.
yeah, that's pretty rad.
All right.
Also, Cowboy Bebop is one of the most iconic dubs in like English dubs, and I agree, it's way better in English.
Yeah.
G Maybe says MTV used to have an anime hour.
Oh,
Interesting.
I didn't know that.
Oh,
That's
I didn't
pretty
know that.
dope.
That's cool.
I wasn't into anime, so if that hour came up, I probably shut it off.
That's
I think
fair.
you. Oh my gosh!
you grew up
Remember
you grew up with Pokemon.
the Real World? I'm sure
The
they
Real
still have
World,
that running,
all that shit,
right?
yeah. That's crazy.
Road
Those
Rules,
shows.
yo.
Aeon Flux.
Oh, I heard of Aeon Flux. That was a popular series. I did get a live action movie that was dog shit, but I
And a
heard
video
about
game,
it.
I'm pretty sure.
What do you say?
I think there was a video game too with that name.
Huh? Interesting. That's
Yeah.
pretty neat.
All right. Did we talk about the One Piece Gear 5th
You started,
episode?
but then you didn't finish it.
Well,
No, don't.
What?
Sorry. Start again. Sorry.
Okay. The One Piece Gear 5th episode will reportedly be the most expensive animated episode of all
What?
time.
So they've been blowing money crazy into One Piece lately. If you see what's been coming out of One Piece lately, I swear to God, it will blow your fucking mind. I'm watching this, I'm like, how the fuck is this One Piece? You watch any old episode from like 2 years ago, and it's like, this is dog
Is it on
shit.
Crunchyroll?
Yeah, it's on Crunchyroll. You can watch all the episodes on Crunchyroll.
Okay,
Let's
so
watch one of
this
the
is-
last video.
Okay,
last
this was
episodes.
what I proposed we do, right?
I just don't understand it. I'm like,
We
how
need
the
to-
fuck is
we
that
need to
one episode we
watch-
watched look so dog
Yeah,
shit?
it was so bad. But maybe we need to watch the latest episode. And if we want to continue, kind of go back until we are like, okay, well, this is where it got good.
I remember there's one
You
episode
know,
that
rather than
blew
trying
up.
to find where it got.
Like for a while, One Piece was kind of
Good
like
for
League of
us.
Legends or some shit, or like any free to play
Facts.
game where it's kind of like people knew it existed, people knew
I'm
people
down for
loved
that.
it, but it wasn't pulling anyone. Like there was obviously fans, a lot of fans, but
Yeah.
it wasn't like in the news.
Yeah.
Then episode 1000 came out, and that shit blew up. Like there was a clip of this fight scene that went crazy and shit, and it got spread around the internet. People were talking about that One Piece is like the shit, and it's like awesome and shit like that. And then
Well,
it
why
became a
don't you
lot more
tell
popular.
us which one that is, and we'll watch that
I
episode
don't remember.
so we can.
I don't remember. I
see
think it's
how
called
good it can
one.
be.
I think that's
something
too-
like "I'll be the king of the pirates" or something like that. That's the episode name.
All right,
I
we'll
think
people went
that's
crazy.
too old for
No,
us.
that's like
I think that
that came out like
is
maybe
it?
a year ago, maybe. Like it's pretty recent.
All right.
I'm talking, yeah, and then that shit blew up. And then you see clips on Crunchyroll, like some really crazy shit, like all the time. One of them, like I thought I was like, oh shit, they have a Jujutsu Kaisen clip. I'm like, this is fucking One Piece. So I'm like, damn.
That's
So
dope.
yeah,
That's
all right, all right.
So real quick,
Yes.
remember we were talking about graphics and such. Look at this.
Avatar looks beautiful.
Yeah, it does. But look at that, and then think back to the movie.
Yes, it's a big difference.
And then
it's a big
A
difference.
humongous difference, right?
Yeah.
And this is what I'm telling you, how there's still so much more that could be done
Mhm.
on
Agreed.
these games to make them look phenomenal.
I agree.
And this looks really good. Like, had I not just watched Avatar, I would look at this and be like, wow, that
Well, in
looks really
comparison
beautiful.
to
Like this is
movie,
like if
this looks
Avatar
like
the
crap.
movie came out in 1999 or some shit.
Like,
Yes.
That's how
honestly,
it
Oh my
looked like.
gosh.
this,
yeah.
honestly, this looks like
That's true.
what the difference between Avatar, the movie that we just saw, and this right here, honestly, is like when I was a kid and we used to watch like Toy Story, the movie, and then you play the game. It's like, what the fuck is this? This is
What am
not
I
the
watching?
game.
Yeah, what am I
Like, this
playing?
looks so low quality in comparison.
Yeah, Toy
But
Story
compare this to
3
any
was
other
really good.
the
The
game.
the
Yeah.
game.
But compare this to any
it
other
looks
game on the
great in
market.
general. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Which is crazy.
That's effed up shit. That shows you how big of a jump there is from movie to video game. Like there's a
yeah,
long
it's crazy. There's
time
still
before,
a long way to
before
go.
they become comparable in that.
Yeah.
It was a long
I
way.
agree.
Our boy Philly Phil was there.
Phil Spencer.
So Shintaro says he would recommend Samurai Champloo for you, Madman. And G Maybe says Crunchyroll Premium is 75-day trial in Xbox Rewards perks.
Ooh,
Cool.
Now, do you have to be a first-time subscriber? Because maybe we just discontinue for
for
a couple months and use a trial. I would think that'd be worthwhile. That'd be worthwhile for sure. Oh, he said yes. Ooh,
Nice.
ooh, might just have to do that. All right, let's see what else is on the docket here. Okay, the final slew of Pokemon episodes starring the beloved Ash Ketchum are officially hitting Netflix on September 8th, 2023.
Which I didn't
subs
write
only.
it, but it will be in like a kind of like a mini series format called Pokemon to be a Pokemon Master, and it's gonna be. I think he already became a champion at some shit, but it's kind of like the final hurrah and shit like that. Yeah, people are getting really fucking emotional online, and even the original guy who sung the theme song for the original Pokemon, he did a rendition of the song. But like he became the very best and shit like that, and there's like
so
And
he
this
changed
is
the
a
words
musical
to-
like
of
a
our
generation
podcast.
will
Listen.
never forget and shit like that. And
That was
people,
a great
And then
song.
people reacted to it crying and shit, and it's like, oh damn.
Don't let me hear it.
Oh
Yeah,
gosh.
there's a clip
Nope.
online.
Nope,
It's
don't
called
even go
to
there,
Be
see.
to be the very best or some shit like that, and it
Man.
got
I'm
people really emotional.
ready.
And shit.
Yeah, Pokemon was the shit back in the day. Now it's just there's too many fucking Pokemon.
But
They
yeah,
went too
Can't catch
far.
them all.
They went too far, bro.
they
went
already
too
confirmed
far.
that next year they have the new Pokemon ready called Horizons, and it's gonna star characters Roy and Liz or some shit like that. It's gonna be a female protagonist for the first time.
Nice.
So
I
that's
just
kinda
got
neat, I guess.
Scarlet for my birthday
That's cool.
from Doodle.
Ooh.
Yes, I can't wait. Right here. Look at you. Oh yeah, you will be played. I love Pokemon. Pokemon's good, man. People hate on it, but it's money.
He ready.
There's a
He
lot
ready.
of people who buy that damn game, so I'm in the majority. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying, just to be clear. All right, last up in the anime block. This is like a
weird cross.
weird one, but Rick and Morty
Ah,
has been confirmed
ah.
to be getting an anime spin-off,
No way.
Yo, it's real.
Are you
unsurprisingly
serious?
titled Rick and Morty: The Anime,
Yeah, it's real. 10
and
episodes.
will be animated by Telecom and Studio Dean.
All right.
Interesting.
It looks like a fever dream if you watch the trailer and shit. Like that looks psychedelic as fuck. Like it's pretty wacky and creative. Both studios are pretty notable. Telecom made Code Geass, which is considered one of the greatest of all time, and Studio Dean is Konosuba and shit like that, and other cool things. And it's cool to see Rick and Morty do something kind of fresh and new because like lately it's been kind of stale. Like it's like season 4 was like the last really funny season. 5 was decent. Like there were some funny parts. Like there was like the one with Rick's nemesis was really funny, and then the rest of it was kind of like forgettable. And then season 6 I heard was just kind of like meh. And with season 7 they're gonna change the voice, which we're gonna talk about in a little bit. Like it's at a kind of like an okay patch right now. It's like in that Simpsons patch where after a while it kind of got stale for a lot of people.
I feel
this is like a kind of cool like little thing to throw in there that was pretty wacky and silly and shit.
I feel because of what took place, they need to like kind of refresh and reset, and I think this is
A good way to liven it up.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. And I encourage them to do more stuff like this.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's good.
I agree.
All right. Well, do we have a release date for that?
I don't think so. It's just coming soon. It was announced at Comic-Con, San Diego.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
All right. Well, that's the end of our anime news block. We are moving into the final news block, which is TV movie news block.
Oh.
We're very creative with naming, by the way.
Yeah.
Super creative. You never would be able to come up
You
with
wouldn't
this
see
stuff.
that coming.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely.
The
absolutely.
creativity.
Not from a mile away.
All right, so we're
Put
going to
into
roll
this.
right into that next one, which happens to also be Rick and Morty inspired. Justin Roiland's characters in Rick and Morty Season 7 will be voiced by sound-alikes, opposed to entirely different takes as seen in his other show, Solar Opposites.
So here's the thing. Normally you'd be like, yeah, they're going to use sound-alikes. No shit. But that completely got thrown out the window when in this show, Solar Opposites, he voiced a character. He didn't voice all of them, but he voiced one. And instead of like getting a sound-alike, there was like see where like he got like a piece of glass shoved in his throat or some shit, or like he got a thing shot in his neck. And they're like, oh my god, get the voice fixinator and shit like that. And they fix his voice and he comes like British, like, oh, welcome this. It's me. I'm back to normal and shit like that. He's like, oh,
that's actually a pretty smart way to handle that.
So clever,
That's a smart ass way to do it.
That's so clever.
That's
I love that.
Super smart way to handle it.
That's so cool. I love that. Yeah, for sure.
Rick and Morty, they can't get away with that shit because their voices are way too iconic. So it makes sense they're just gonna go with sound-alikes. So yeah, they were never gonna change them. But it made people wonder, like, are they gonna try to pull some shit?
I don't know, dude. I feel like they have to sound very alike if they're gonna do that.
Yeah, like I mean, there's this guy on TikTok called Sean Kelly. I'm pretty sure that's his name, who does a nearly identical impression of Morty. Rick is a little bit more like, it's not exactly him. Morty sounds nearly identical. It's kind of creepy. So yeah, I think it's possible. Well, I'm excited. So that's pretty rad.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. All right, speaking about Barbie earlier, Barbie makes 22.3 million in previews.
Yo,
that's the biggest preview for any movie this year, including Spider-Verse and the Mario movie.
Wow, look at Barbie showing out.
I'm a Barbie girl.
Look at, you guys really didn't know this was going to be a musical attached to this. Oppenheimer makes 10.5 million in previews, but there's an update that you did right after that.
That's previews. That's their actual launch day.
That's the previews. That's only previews, guys.
That's
Barbie
crazy.
makes 48.2 million in its first day.
Yo,
what did Spider-Verse make?
Drop.
I don't remember.
No, you remember.
I really don't remember. I'm not joking.
You remember because we talked about another movie doing 50 million and shitting on...
Oh, Transformers. They made like 50 million this weekend, but to be fair...
In the weekend.
Yeah, and Spider-Verse made less than that in its weekend. No, it made 60 million, and Spider-Verse made like 51 million in its weekend.
No. It was 50 million for Transformers.
About 60.
Spider-Man was lower.
But here's a problem, though. Transformers cracked out, and then it did shit the rest of the time.
That doesn't matter.
It went straight to digital. Spider-Verse keeps going. It's still making money.
But
if
Barbie...
Ugh.
I'm saying Barbie made 70 million in 2 days.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it did better than Mario movie too, so it's not like you're just throwing Spider-Verse under the bus.
Yeah, but Spider-Man is the one that matters to you.
But Spider-Man is the one we like to make fun of.
Whereas,
CMoney, you're so wrong, yo.
Whereas Oppenheimer,
this is so wrong.
Listen, it will listen, I will forever say that they screwed Miles Morales because they put him in a cartoon instead of making him a live action movie. I don't care. It's the facts. They should have did it. And so I will always mock and say, look at how this movie beat Spider-Man the cartoon, because we all know that Spider-Man live action movie would have done better.
I'm sure.
That's all.
I mean, it's not
that's all. It just annoys me. I'm salty as fuck about it.
You get really annoyed. I don't know why. Spider-Verse is better than most animated movies.
Because I don't care about animated movies. Miles should have been a live action character. But you say you love animated movies,
so it's like the fuck.
Seriously.
Seriously.
So
weird.
I'm not going to gloat about an animated movie. Okay.
I mean, if it was Halo, the animated movie.
Yes, it would be amazing.
Oh
10
my
out of 10.
God. And listen, I think we've seen you during Frozen.
Love it.
All this.
And let me tell you, Spider-Verse is better than goddamn Frozen 2.
It's not.
It's better than Frozen.
Oh my gosh.
100% not.
And I'm part of the majority because if you look at Rotten Tomatoes, it's much higher than Frozen 1 and 2.
How much money did it make?
Not as much as Frozen, but that's like saying that,
No, because you said you were in the majority. So what? How many? What?
Like 300-something million in its total, the first one.
300 million?
300 million total for Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
Hi, hacker. Welcome, baby.
Yeah, we know. Frozen made $1 billion. That's like
it made $1 billion.
But
so I'm in the majority.
Is like
Got it. Just want to make sure.
But those are like children watching and parents going like, fuck me.
Money talks. Money talks.
Me.
Money talks. Hacker was good, bro. He was at a party. You're welcome to the new party.
Yes.
But Barbie's out here doing great, and I'm excited. And it spanked Oppenheimer.
Actually, Oppenheimer looks pretty good when I saw the trailer.
Isn't that the one with Matt Damon?
Wait, Matt Damon. It's Robert Downey Jr.'s in it. I know that. I think the guy's like some Cecilia something. It's the guy about the guy who made the atomic bomb.
Okay.
And
so how do you roll up, getting out of your limo like I'm Robert Downey Jr. I was just in Oppenheimer.
Here's the thing.
And
Now,
then you see like
Oppenheimer's.
Barbie girl walk by and she's like, yeah, I just shit all over your movie. But
Now, the reason why Oppenheimer
And Ryan
means something
Gosling.
is because
Ryan Gosling's like,
By her
oh,
side.
you need to take the Oscar movies, right? I got you. I got you.
I think the reason why
So-
Oppenheimer, the reason why Oppenheimer is so important to people is because it's directed by Christopher Nolan. Obviously, Dark Knight, Interstellar, Tenet, and shit like that. And when he drops a movie, usually people are getting really crazy for it. And totally, this movie's amazing. I actually gave it a 10 out of 10. And
Wasn't
shit like
his
that.
last movie?
Tenet. Some people hated
What
on
the fuck
it.
is Tenet?
Remember Tenet's the one like you shoot the bullet and it makes whatever it hits makes time go faster or goes back in the past.
I remember.
I don't think we
You
watched
remember that one?
movie.
You saw.
Wait,
I know
the
you
one
saw it.
with
You're like,
Bruce
this is
Willis?
great. And shit like
The
that.
one with Bruce Willis?
I don't think it was Bruce
No?
Willis. Maybe
Okay.
I could be remembering wrong. No, I remember you really liked it, and I think people were trying to hate on it. I was like,
Tenet?
it's too confusing.
We'll look it up.
It was when it was on back in the pandemic when movies were coming out in theaters and HBO Max.
No idea. No idea.
You saw
Nice.
it. I know you did. The guy's name was literally the protagonist. Protagonist was his name.
Well, I'm excited for the Barbie movie. I can't
Barbie
wait to
movie
see
for sure.
it.
It's gonna be dope.
I feel like it's going to be really good.
Absolutely.
But
I don't
again,
conform
have
to
not watched
like
it yet.
hype
So
in that way. Like
yeah.
I look what.
yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here. I'm not gonna
What
sit here
did
and
he
say-
just say?
I'm not gonna
Me
sit
neither,
here and say
Batman, I
Barbie's
get
a
it.
masterpiece
Yes.
because people say it is.
I don't
I'm
conform to hype in that way. Yeah, you were just fucking talking about that anime shit that
He
nobody's
loves
seen.
animation.
Which one?
That nobody,
Which one?
how do
How do
I
you
live? That nobody's even seen. And
Bro, I'm telling you,
you're
I'm telling you,
fucking
reviews.
reviews.
I'm
That
telling
shit's
you,
so
read
hard.
I'm
Animation.
telling
Oh my
no,
God.
stop it. It's not about
Wow.
oh, it's animated, so I love it. I'm
Wow.
saying that reviews are saying that it looks incredible. And from
Mhm.
the Ghibli movies I've seen, their movies look really good. So I'm saying that I wouldn't be surprised if it is like that.
The mess, you guys.
And you were just
The
arguing
mess.
about how it's impossible. I'm like,
Listen.
hey, it's not impossible. I didn't say it's gonna be amazing.
Jim Mabey says that he heard Oppenheimer is the worst film from
Damn.
Christopher Nolan.
Really?
Well, that's why Barbie spanked it. Okay. I don't think you can feel good
Got
no
amazing
matter what.
reviews,
Even
though.
if, but listen,
Weird.
Barbie's, I'm sure is a great movie. I can't wait to watch it.
I mean, got a 9
But
from
you
IGN, which is
can't
a
feel
shock.
good
Yeah.
about a movie coming out the same day as you being called Barbie and you losing to it when you got like
I mean, that's
real
shitty.
actors in your movie, like real
Like
director.
Robbie and Ryan
Okay,
Gosling.
but they
but
have
she has
Dude,
she
yes,
has good.
she's
But I'm talking about
huge,
they're
and
two people.
Ryan Gosling.
The Oppenheimer has like
in its
six,
studded cast.
7 like
Big
big
names.
dog actors,
Yeah.
right? Let's be real. Ryan
you mean as a
Gosling,
cast?
good looking dude.
Mhm.
He can act well because he's in some of our favorite
Dude,
movies.
yeah.
The Notebook,
Okay,
Blade
I'm
Runner
not,
2049.
I'm not
Kidding me?
denying it. But homeboy, did he finally ever win his Oscar?
No.
I don't
He
know.
almost for La La Land. but
Almost.
That went out the window.
That cast is Oscar filled.
It will probably. I wouldn't be surprised if it
yes,
gets
it
nominated
is.
Best Picture.
Yeah,
and shit.
Oppenheimer is like a whole different beast.
G, maybe we're gonna have to look up what
Tenet. Inception was good.
Inception was good. Yes.
Tenet, I have no idea
Who's
what the
in
hell that
Tenet?
was.
I don't remember the cast names.
Hey, yo, pause. Shintaro said because I said he's a good looking dude. Listen, I can
Pause.
confidently say that Ryan Gosling.
And I mean, he aged well.
Is a
Like
good-looking
Leonardo
dude.
DiCaprio was a good-looking guy
Just
in the
what it
past,
is.
but now looking at him now, it's like, hey, jeez.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Listen, you gotta
I
be
get
able to
that.
tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's move on from Barbie spanking.
I'm a
Spanking
Barbie
people.
girl.
Wait.
Oh.
At first, I read what G maybe said, and it was blocked, like the question mark.
A good actor.
Ryan
What?
Gosling's a good actor.
What?
And he wrote, what?
All right, the
Hey,
Notebook,
to be fair,
bro.
the good,
the Notebook.
to be fair,
The Notebook is the basis of all of it. But he's done some banging ass movies.
G maybe you
You
didn't
made
like
Blade Runner.
Gray Man?
Oh, people hated Gray Man.
What? Did he say Gray Man was bad?
That's what. Hey, a lot of people
What?
hated Gray Man. Most people hated Gray Man. Like you look at reviews, they were like, "It was shit."
Damn.
You guys are in the minority by liking it. So
Damn.
yeah,
Guess we gotta do a her, him, and a mic on Gray Man.
So you can do it based on
Yeah.
that shit. Like
That's
Velma,
what
people despise it. One of the worst TV shows
I don't know
created.
what it is. Why do
period.
we like so many movies that
G
people
maybe
don't
you've
like?
broken
And why
my
do you
heart.
hate movies that are?
Okay.
You make a doodle cry.
But
Yes.
meanwhile, you hate movies that are good, like Spider Verse. Like you hate on it so hard for a movie that's so amazing. It won
Listen.
Oscars. So yeah.
We did like The Flash.
The Flash.
Flash was amazing.
I thought it was amazing.
Probably the
To be
best
fair,
superhero
critics
movie
hated
ever.
it. People
They
were more
hated
forgiving.
it.
People were more forgiving. To
Now
be
I
fair.
find out people don't like
the
Gray Man. This will cut Steve.
At least
Right.
you're safe when it comes to Batman. People love Batman, even critics love
And
Batman.
then what's the
Everyone
other
loves
one
Real
with The
Hacker says
Rock?
Spider-Man sucks.
Fuck you.
And now, calm the fuck down, little boy.
I didn't mean to get so improper. But yeah, Spider-Man's a shit. Not just Spider-Verse, live action Spider-Man 2. The Tobey Maguire, the Sam Raimi ones.
G
the
maybe
Tom
says I
Holland
didn't
ones.
ruin that movie. Gosling did.
Damn, and it
That's cold.
keeps
This is damaging. This is damaging right now.
G maybe's trying to make
Bam,
me
bam,
cry
bam,
over
bam.
there, like for
Yeah.
real.
Yeah.
The gun bullets
Pain.
are. She's like,
Pain.
ugh.
So we've established that G maybe doesn't like Ryan
He
Gosling.
does not. He
All
does
right. Have you seen The Notebook?
What do you
All right.
want? What do you want? I want you to act better.
Not. Oh,
Fuck, goddamn
damn. That's fucked up. All right, let's
Yeah,
let's
Madman,
get out of,
you
let's
can't
get out
jump
of
on that
the
wagon.
zone of Ryan Gosling slander.
Yeah.
Let's-
This is rough. This is rough. I feel
let's
like
move.
maybe CMoney reached out to G maybe.
What do you mean? I
Right?
like
Why?
Ryan Gosling.
You like Ryan I like Ryan Gosling, and you're like,
he likes him.
all right. So maybe because Doodle likes Ryan Gosling, you're like, yo.
G maybe good move.
So,
Good move, G maybe.
CMoney
That's right.
likes
Good
Ryan
job,
Gosling.
G maybe. That's what I'm talking about. The plan worked. Success. Appreciate it for coming through. All right, Illumination and Nintendo are reportedly working on films based on Donkey Kong, Luigi, and
Yo.
The Legend of Zelda, following the
Oh my
immense
God.
success of the Super Mario Bros. Movie.
If they have the new Nintendo Direct and then
All
they're
right.
like following the success, like, oh my god! If they have an announcement at the
Wait,
end, they're like,
real quick.
before we end the show.
G maybe, congrats.
Nice, almost
Yo,
30 years.
that's
Good for you,
freaking
bro.
amazing.
30 years old?
No, fall back.
God
Read.
bless.
I
That's
don't have my phone.
awesome.
Okay, I've been married for almost 30 years. That's
Okay,
awesome.
well,
Me and
good for
Doodle
him. Nice
are
job.
on knocking on 18 years married. So
Aw.
Damn. All
That
right,
is
all right. That's
awesome
impressive. I'll
sauce.
admit it. That's a very
Oh.
impressive. Nice one. A lot of people don't
So
make
you're
it that
telling
long
me
anymore.
Mrs. G maybe don't like G, like
Ryan Gosling?
the ride dog.
Bro.
Lucky you.
That makes
So,
me
yeah,
so happy.
if-
All right, I'll forget everything you said. All right, G
All right.
maybe.
So, yeah,
I'm so happy.
If they have
That's so
Nintendo
cute.
Direct and then they're
30
like,
years,
before
dude.
we
That's
close the
awesome.
show, following the success of the Super Mario Brothers movie, we would like to make an announcement. And then they have like a Triforce logo and shit with like illumination on the top. I'll be like, holy shit. I'll lose my fucking mind.
I don't know
What the
why,
fuck?
because that's going to be the last time you'll see it.
that would be
Because
yeah,
none
sure.
of those movies are going to do anywhere near Mario.
That's like saying they shouldn't do that's like saying if it was back in the day and Marvel shouldn't do a Thor movie because it wouldn't do as well as the Avengers.
I'm just saying.
It's like, bro, that shouldn't stop them. It's still successful.
I
But
agree. They just
Nintendo
have
is not
to-
a movie company.
Well,
So
Zelda
I
isn't
feel-
multiple, meaning that they'll have Donkey Kong and Luigi
Yeah.
and Zelda.
So I
supposedly.
feel like they just locked it in because remember, you still need the studio to make it. They locked in these movies to make sure that once the numbers come in and they don't get anywhere near Mario Bros. Because all Illumination doesn't know shit, right? They don't know anything about Mario or any of that shit. The guy who's signing the check is saying, wow, Mario did great. You got any more, Nintendo? Nintendo's like, hell yeah, we do. Here.
Take this.
And then they're going to start making them all. And then they're going to realize, oh shit, people only give a fuck about Mario.
I mean, hey, Luigi.
Listen,
I believe in Luigi. I mean, Zelda. Here's the thing.
Luigi has no chance.
No chance.
No chance.
I mean, there's a lot of people who love Luigi. There's a lot of people who say Luigi's definitively better than
Saying
Mario.
a lot of people means nothing. If there's 100 million people who like Mario, 2 million people like Luigi.
Look, I understand your
Okay.
logic. I can get behind your logic, but I just don't give a. I want a Zelda
Of
movie
course,
so
I
bad.
want to watch it. I'm just saying,
God
I'm
damn it, I want
glad
a Zelda
Nintendo was
movie.
smart and locked in a multi-movie deal.
That's
I
mostly
don't know
the
if you
rumors. That's
recall-
3 at the same time. You're gonna be a Donkey Kong movie,
Yeah,
a
smart.
Luigi movie, a Zelda movie. That
Lock
makes
it in.
sense.
They can't back out.
I don't know if you recall us talking about how Nintendo was waiting to close this deal after because they did. They
Yep, they
had,
wanted to show how
Tears of the
big
Kingdom.
Mario was.
They went ahead. No, with Zelda, they did.
Oh, yeah,
they
yeah,
had
yeah,
Tears
yeah.
of the Kingdom.
Yep.
They made the system for it. They went ahead and made the controllers and the amiibos, and it was popping. And you were like, "Yo,
I mean, with Zelda, that's a
this is the time to close that
we
deal."
got to the point.
Facts.
And
where
then
Zelda,
they added everything else in. And listen,
Smart.
maybe it won't do as well, but this is what I wanted. I wanted them to go ahead and bring in. Shoot, I even said Kirby.
Like even if they
You
made
know
like
what I mean?
800, 900 million, that's still a big
Bring
deal.
them all in.
I mean, even if it's not 1.3 billion, that's still a big deal. That's still a lot of money. It made.
Yeah.
And it would more than break even for Illumination. So that would be huge. I'm really excited. My
Yeah.
only question though is that what would it look like?
Hold on, this is the most important thing going on right
What
now.
happened?
G maybe said that he went to go ask the wife if she liked Gray Man, and the wife says it was okay.
Okay,
See,
it's
so
better
it wasn't
than none.
terrible. It was good.
All
and
right.
if you ask her why it was okay, she'll probably say
Ryan
Gosling.
Yeah.
She
think a lot of
maybe
people-
don't ask that question.
Don't ask the question.
Don't ask
You're
the
gonna get a lie.
question.
You're gonna force her to lie to you. Don't do it. Just know in your heart, it was okay because of Ryan Gosling. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Oh,
So some
man.
people are pissed at the idea of a Zelda movie by Illumination because Illumination doesn't do action that great. If you do, it's very cartoony. Despicable Me, they usually like gadgets and shit.
Yeah.
But there's no fighting. Some people, there are two candidates that people go floating around. It's either DreamWorks or Ghibli. It's DreamWorks because you saw Puss in Boots. That shit was epic, the fight scenes. And Ghibli because they made a movie called Princess Mononoke, and that's essentially a Zelda movie without Link. And it's like if they could do that great, a Zelda movie would be a no-brainer. So
Let me ask you a question.
Huh?
Why do you believe, or why does anybody believe that they would be doing this with anybody other than Illumination?
I think Illumination makes all the sense.
You
they already,
did.
They,
You
no.
said they're
I mean,
probably-
no. I look
no,
at that.
not you.
The funny thing is, I look at these people as
CMoney.
ridiculous because I'm like, last thing you want is to start giving your properties to a bunch
To
of
other
different
people.
foster homes,
Yeah.
and then they're never connected.
CMoney.
What
You
did I
want
say?
branding. Nintendo and Illumination blank.
Yeah.
The blank movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't want it to be all over the place. Like the Legend of
I
Zelda
agree,
movie. The Luigi's
100%.
Mansion movie.
One second. What did I
Now,
say?
CMoney, maybe you don't recall or you've had
More
a change
likely
of
I don't.
heart. You did
Probably.
say that so that these movies can be worked on at the same time because they take so long to
Oh
make.
no, I said
they
that
should go
if
ahead
they were
and
going
use
to
other
try to
people.
capitalize on
On the
this,
Mario movie,
but that was
to rush
assuming
them
they
out.
didn't get a multi-movie deal.
Well, they
like,
did.
At the time, we were talking about just Zelda coming out.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, if you're doing
They
that,
need
you
to-
gotta get it
yeah.
somewhere else so that other people can lock it in. But they got a multi-movie deal. They're fucking golden.
I mean, that's epic.
Listen, you don't know how many studios
Now-
they have working on these.
Now,
things.
there's a rumor that Donkey Kong was in the works since before the Mario movie actually came out.
Really?
So maybe there was more to that deal that they didn't want to talk about.
Listen, I love I told you guys, the most surprising character for me over there was Donkey Kong.
Yep.
He was freaking
But a lot of
funny.
people hated him.
Yeah, a lot
I
of
don't
people didn't
understand.
like
So
it.
think
Yo,
about
what
this for a
is
second.
going on?
Because Seth Rogen sounded like Seth Rogen. He
hated
did
Donkey
no
Kong,
effort
but they're
for
gonna
it.
make a
But
Donkey
dude,
Kong movie.
I don't know.
This is the
That's the
thing.
problem. Donkey Kong's the only one that I
Everybody's
don't
gonna
have
go
hope
see
for.
it.
I feel like Donkey Kong, like, even though I'm like, oh, that's cool, I don't think it's going to do that great. That's the one I think will do the worst album,
But
honestly.
dude, this is the
Luigi,
thing.
people love Luigi. I think Luigi's Mansion is very beloved. I think if they do a Luigi's Mansion movie, even though it won't be Mario movie level, it will still do really
I
well.
do
but
think that
it's-
would be
everything
like
is gonna do well.
follow
And
through.
Zelda,
I'm not
I think
talking about
Zelda
that.
would be like the
People-
surprise hit.
People-
Seth
these
was
movie
the only
places-
person that can play freaking Donkey
The only
Kong.
person.
Well,
Like
I
I,
mean,
felt
he-
like his voice, it just
It's not like
added
Jack
up.
Black and Bowser, where Jack Black killed it to the
Jack
point that
Black's
like, I
great.
can't picture
He did.
anyone
So-
else as Bowser.
so listen,
But I do think that I'm excited that he was funny. It was so good.
listen. G maybe says, ha ha ha, I'm not gonna ask her.
Don't.
Honestly, he might be competition for me, but I'm pretty secure. That's
Oh,
good.
damn.
Listen, you're pretty secure that your wife has no chance of actually
Meeting
having
Ryan
Ryan Gosling come in contact with her. So you feel secure just like I do. See, I feel very secure because I know Ryan Gosling is never going to walk through this door. But if he
Did you get
did,
a doorbell ring?
my security would die. Okay? It would be dead. Fucking murdered. All right, just to be clear here. That's what I'm saying.
Listen,
I forgot. I was gonna say something, and then
Oh,
I
we just said
completely
how like
forgot.
Donkey Kong. I don't think Donkey Kong is gonna do all that great. It'll probably project better than worse.
Okay. What I was gonna say is that like movie companies, they're like the stock market, right?
Yeah.
Like they're not looking to do good and then do okay. They want to do good and then do better.
Better, mhm.
So if they do good and then they invest more and then it's worse, that's when they're like, fuck this.
Like,
We
look,
don't want
here's
to
the
do it
thing.
anymore.
Nintendo's gonna be like, you signed up
I
for
know.
this.
They
Yeah,
gotta do
like
three
you
of 'em.
signed it. Like here's the thing. This year they're making this movie. The reason we call it Migration. That's probably gonna do ass. Next
Super
year,
ass.
you know what's coming out? Despicable Me 4. That shit is
Gonna
gonna
be
do insane.
Yeah.
Like 3 made $1 billion. It will probably make $1 billion and then some. So that is already being a guaranteed success.
wait, do they still have what's his name from The Office?
Steve Carell, yeah, he's been there.
Yes, he's
all
still
of them.
doing
He's still
it.
growing all
That's
of them.
so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
He's
a
so
bag you
perfect,
can never give up.
dude.
Why would you ever give it up? You don't
Yeah.
have to even. He could go into that booth naked and just fucking don't have to shave, don't have to do anything. He just makes millions of dollars to talk into a mic.
There's a reason why you didn't hear anything about Hotel Transylvania 4 because Adam Sandler wasn't Dracula.
Yes, I thought it was his movie. Like he made them.
Nah, I mean he acted like it was his. If you see any compilation of Adam Sandler movies, it's all his movies, and Hotel Transylvania is in the mix for some reason. And it's like, you kind of think. I mean,
I'm sure he played a big like Adam Sandler is very hands on. I don't think Adam Sandler's the type of dude that you just hire and he's just like, okay, tell me what to do.
Like Ryan Reynolds.
He's like, no, I need to know what I'm doing and probably give advice.
Yeah, I agree.
She maybe says, I don't know if she would fall for his droopy dog eyes.
Yo, he's taking jabs.
He's already taking a jab, which
he
already knows.
Yeah.
He already knows the real answer. He says Henry Cavill, on the other hand.
Damn.
See, Henry. See,
he's more gruff. He's more gruff and rough and tough.
I don't know.
It's gotta be that's a type you gotta be into, sort of thing.
Well, listen. Maybe we have an idea of maybe G maybe is just like a, you know what I'm saying? He's just big dog, you know. So
we don't know what he looks like.
So he's like Henry Cavill, kind of on my level, you know. I can see it. I get that. It's good for you. Good for you. Me, on the other hand.
Baby, you got it going on.
I mean, I'm just saying, though, Ryan Gosling walks to the door.
I never said that. You
know
did.
What's what.
You did. You said that.
I just know what's what.
So a question I do have is that if they were going to do Zelda, like here's the thing, Mario looks like Mario, whatever. Like even if they make him a little different, he's still Mario. Zelda, they go drastically different looks every Zelda, unless it's like a direct sequel like Majora's Mask or Tears of the Kingdom.
No, it will be based off of the new Zelda.
You think so?
Some people think that they can. Some people think they can't handle a realistic Zelda like that, and they think that like Wind Waker might be good enough, like Toon Link.
Bro,
and I'm
nobody's gonna go watch that shit, bro.
I feel like that's a good marriage. Like I don't know, Breath of the Wild, they could maybe put it off, but it's too artistically good.
The only chance they have is if they make it so visually impressive that people feel like they have to go watch.
Like I feel like the good marriage is Skyward Sword because it looks cartoonish, but also he looks human, like Twilight Princess and Breath of the Wild.
I think Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
I would love to see Breath of the Wild, but it's Illumination we're talking about. But to be fair, I did not think they could pull off Mario movie. I literally thought I heard that I'm like, they're gonna fuck up the Mario movie, and I saw it. I'm like, they did not fuck up the Mario movie.
You did say that.
I knew it. I was like, bro, they're gonna fuck this shit up because I'm not that big of an Illumination fan. So when I heard they're doing the Mario movie,
they stepped up
which
their game though for the
30 years after that shit show, we finally get a movie, and it's like this better be fucking good. And yeah, it was good. So that's good.
I agree.
So listen, G Maybe says, I mean, I wouldn't blame her for tossing a coin to The Witcher.
Ooh, yes. I like that line.
I think what happens here is that we project our thoughts onto our spouses.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, I always thought like, Ryan Gosling's a pretty good looking guy, right? So I figure, you would like him.
I get that.
I think G Maybe's like,
yo,
if things were different, Henry,
that Witcher,
things were different.
Listen,
but since it's not,
so
I think my wife would like it.
I'm wondering.
He said, no, I verified it. Got it. These are just facts. I got it. That makes sense to me. 100%.
So I'm wondering if G maybe watches the Netflix show.
Do they watch it together or does she watch it alone? That's the question.
Or if he plays the games.
Now, I hope that it's like a note about the Zelda. I hope that they don't try to make it like too much of a comedy. Like, I would like a little bit of sincerity and a little more serious tone-ish. But I don't want it to like be silly.
Bro,
like Mario
I promise you, if it's a cartoon movie, they can't. It has to be funny for kids.
Well, it's got to make it can be a little
big
funny.
Budget. There's no.
Well, they gotta, I wish they had like. I want them to have like a little emotional grip. Like even like Zelda movies, I think Zelda can be bullshit. Like there's always that little hook in there that's like shit that kind of got me there a little bit. Even Breath of the Wild and shit like that, which weren't that.
Mario had that.
I was gonna say
barely.
Mario.
Like Mario's still the same shit. It gets the closest like it tells to a touching moment.
You know when Luigi fucking went and came to save Mario?
That bond between them.
No. In the movie.
I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about the video games. I'm talking about I'm saying like video games.
I thought you were talking about.
No, I said how Zelda games tend to have like at least a little. I'm not upset.
Now you know why he's called MADMAN, guys?
With Zelda, they always have that little emotional hook and stuff like that. Even if you think the story is kind of meh.
Yeah.
Mario games don't have that much, and even that they did a decent job showing the bond. I was surprised when Luigi saved Mario.
I guess I've lost what your point
I hope
is.
that they have a little more of an emotional focus and give.
So
but
they had that in the Mario movie.
But
So
barely.
I
Like there was
think-
comedy. There was a lot more young kids comedy, and I don't mind that dabbled in Zelda, or even a little bit more in Zelda. But I just wanted to have a bit of a more serious tone at times. No one to be really serious.
But they won't be really serious because it's a cartoon.
Can I get my
But
thoughts
cartoons could be
out
serious.
Not
about
for
what
Zelda.
you're saying?
I mean, I hope Zelda.
Stop.
Okay, sorry.
Okay?
Sorry.
So listen, I think that is false. You know how much story was there? Like that bond between
In Mario movie?
Yes. So if they can take something like a Mario game and give it that much depth, for me, like that relationship between him and Luigi and how he jumped in, even though he was afraid to save his brother. Because remember, in the beginning, we see how
He's kind of like a
Mario
good
is the one who's always sticking up for Luigi, protecting him, defending him. And when he saw Mario in danger, he jumped in and freaking saved the day.
problem is that I agree.
Also,
that was
wait,
the
real
only
quick,
moment, though, I felt
real
that.
quick,
Uh-huh.
because you don't let me talk. So when Mario gets like pushed off by Bowser and he's all beat up, yo, my heart wanted to cry, dude. Like it was so heartbreaking to see Mario like that. So if you're saying that that the Mario games don't have much story, which they kind of do.
I mean, they have a story like Mario
so
Saves Peach, but in
if they're
different ways.
able to take that and give the story that they gave us in the Mario Brother movies, imagine what they can do with Link and Zelda.
That's what I want. I want a Pixar
considering-
feeling. That's only. I want a Pixar feeling to it.
Considering the fact that it does have more of a story. Now, Pixar, why go so far?
I'm
That
saying that-
Mario, you didn't get that feeling from the Mario
I
movie?
didn't get a Pixar feeling. Watch Coco or
Really?
Toy Story 3 or Finding
Okay.
Nemo up. It will blow Mario movie out the water. Look, here, I'm not here to hate on Mario movie. I did feel something when like Luigi saved Mario. I'm like, I was genuinely shocked. I'm like, damn, that hit a little harder than I thought. But it wasn't like an emotional movie. Like, I want Zelda to focus more on that. Like, I'm not saying it has to be super gritty or some shit like that. It
Yeah.
can still have some young kids humor. It's expected from a big.
So
kids
you
movie.
think the Coco movie was better than the Mario movie?
Oh my god, hell yes! That's one of my favorite movies. Period. Not just
All right,
no
so
cap.
we will be going
My
back and
top 5
forth here
favorite
for like
films.
5 hours. So let's
Top 5 favorite movies. Period.
All right, so Purpleberry jumps in
Yes.
and said, "Yeah, he's a mad man, where his maturity access is denied."
Oh, that's funny.
Damn.
Damn.
That's funny.
Damn.
Damn. All
That's-
right. Well, mic drop.
Barry speaking fire. G Maybe says they watched it together on Netflix, but they haven't played the
Ooh.
games. G Maybe.
Gee, maybe.
Witcher
I
3.
wonder how you
Do it,
feel.
bro.
How do you feel about the fact that Henry is no longer the Witcher after season 3? And we talked about the show and how we're liking season 3, but a lot of people supposedly are not. Yeah, we hit the
Dropped
halfway.
viewership.
We're waiting for the rest. And I
Oh,
wonder.
yeah, we did finish the.
Yeah.
That's what
But
happened.
I wonder if it just has to do with the fact that they already know that he's leaving and they're not on board. I'm so annoyed that they're gonna change the Witcher.
That's kind
but,
of lame. Like
you
you're
know,
so used to
it
him
is.
being the Witcher, and he seemed to do it really well. It's
Yeah.
like, it's kind of lame.
I mean, maybe it's gonna feel like a different arc. You know what I'm saying? Like different time
soft
period.
Yes,
you know,
that's what
reboot,
I
you know?
feel they have to do. They have to kind of either take it back or I don't know.
Liam Hem Snorefest.
That's funny.
Yes, that's our boy right there.
Yeah, but theoretically
Because-
speaking, he might have a better chance. Like, I feel like Henry has to act more to be like The Witcher.
no,
No. I don't mean how he looks, but like Henry's not that. I guess he plays Superman that way. Maybe I'm wrong, but
A little more cold.
Liam, Witcher doesn't have a personality. Like
Liam has
the
no
actual
Liam
Witcher,
has
the-
no
the
personality.
actual
dude.
Witcher
Like,
from the games, his
that's what I feel.
personality is. I mean, he does kind of have like a funny. It's just that everything is so deadpan,
yeah,
right? So everything is done in one tone. So even if he's making a joke, it's like, so that's the way the story ends. Ha 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 ha. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Yeah.
like that's the way he is. He doesn't fucking cry
One
all the
tone.
time like Henry's been doing in season 3. So maybe it's getting back more to the roots.
yeah.
You know, trying to soften
That's what I was
Henry
wondering.
was
Is that
being a
why
little
people
soft
are
with him
not
now.
digging it? Because he's been running around crying and stuff. And supposedly that's not the Witcher from the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I never seen him cry like that. G maybe switched it. He deleted his message and said, "Is Liam Helmsworth less?"
Oh, yo, he came in for the kill.
He came in for the
kill.
kill.
Yeah, he came in for the kill.
Damn, you're ruthless, G, maybe.
Oh, damn. He says Henry loves a character. No personality? Well, shit. They should have cast Ryan Gosling.
That's right.
Damn.
That's right. They should wait for no personality.
Damn.
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 I was with him. You know what I'm saying? I was with him until he switched it to Ryan Gosling.
Hacker, you're cool, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Don't worry about it. Yo, damn. Ryan Gosling somewhere right now in his mansion.
Yeah, he felt that pain.
Just feeling, he's like, why am I getting slapped up for no reason? Then his wife's like, it's okay. You're making another movie.
For
Be
another
more
$5
rich.
billion.
Then it's like, damn it.
Yeah.
Why can't we? You know?
I wonder if the bar movie's gonna be
Why
good.
can't we just make a movie, G, maybe? You know what I'm saying?
My hope is that
Somebody
maybe I
just
hope
should
Barbie's
make a
gonna
movie
surprise
about
me.
the
You know what?
YouTube circle
Yeah.
and the people who
Oh.
watch it and pay us all millions of dollars.
You know,
That'd be
you know
nice.
what? I talk a lot of shit about the Barbie movie, but I hope it surprises me. I hope it's like a Lego movie situation, where I just don't see coming how good it is, sort of thing.
Yeah, I think
They are
it
both
may
based on,
be
they
that
are
kind of
both
movie.
based on toys, and if you show me a Lego movie at first, I'll be like, this is gonna be ass. I love the movie. It's a fantastic movie. The Lego
Yeah.
movie. The first one. Even now.
The first
when
one's so good.
Even
I mean-
the first one, we rewatched it.
Hey,
I rewatched it
by
recently,
the
and
way,
it's still a
though,
great
Will
movie.
Ferrell is in the Barbie movie as well.
As well as the Lego movie.
So
Like, Lego movie might just be one
Listen,
of my
I'm
favorite
gonna
movies.
put
So here,
earmuffs
so
on.
Barbie.
Can
Barbie
his
could
wife
forever be
can
one of
his
my-
wife tell when he's upset?
No.
Listen,
oh my gosh,
Ryan, poor Ryan.
poor Ryan.
Poor
He's
Ryan.
having a rough day.
He is having a rough
He's
day.
having a Jim Ryan day.
Yo, is the last name?
It's the last
It's the last
name.
name.
Yeah, bro. Can't catch a break.
He can't. Not with G maybe. G maybe is not messing around with the
He's
Ryan.
out for blood. I don't know what Ryan Gosling did to
I
you,
know,
but
I don't
damn,
know, but he did something.
damn.
All right. So, I don't know. All right. Dwayne Johnson is reportedly going to make the biggest paycheck for any actor in history
Ooh.
with the upcoming Amazon film Red One. Okay, so I'm not going to read the next part quite yet. Before, I just need to say this. When I read this,
Yeah.
I cannot comprehend how this is even possible.
Like, he
Okay.
made Black Adam.
Okay,
And
so this is
Huh?
the movie Red One.
Okay.
It's a
Upcoming
holiday
movie
movie.
is a holiday Christmas movie, and he doesn't play Santa. Okay, so somebody else plays
yeah.
a more prominent role than he
Mhm.
does. Okay, he made a whopping $50 million
Holy crap.
per day.
Of
What?
filming.
Per day
What?
of filming.
Are you serious?
Per day
Uh-huh.
of filming.
How many days was he in there for?
50
2 days?
million. It had to be.
A
Yeah.
month.
Yo,
No, you
that's
have to. If you're spending that much
crazy.
money, it's like half a
that's
day.
stupid money.
We shoot everything.
Yeah,
That's so
that's
stupid.
crazy.
For a side, and meanwhile, these business higher ups are like, we can't afford to spend that much on our writers. They don't deserve this money.
Yeah,
what are we
right.
gonna do? Take from our paychecks? I mean, they have enough to give $50 million to The Rock.
A day.
A day.
day.
That's crazy.
How
just
much
highlights
do
the
you-
problem.
How pissed are you when you're an actor in that movie
Yeah.
and you're making like $10 million for the whole
Who
movie?
disclosed this information? Because it's true, right?
I mean, I'm sure
it has
it's
to
leaked.
be crazy.
Is reportedly.
Like to have one person get $50 million
Like,
a
that's
day.
stupid,
And
bro.
then there are actors in there that are barely making any money. The writers, are you kidding me?
Making way less than
dude,
all the actors. Like, we all love Dwayne Johnson, but he is not a $50 million actor.
Yeah.
He's just a name on the box office, and his acting is nothing to write home about, other than like roles like Maui or some shit like that are like, that's fucking him. But
Yeah.
like, I would be more like, I would have like at least if it was like Disney's Moana, he's making $50 million. I'll still think it's bullshit, but it'll make a little more sense. the red one where he's not even a main character.
Well, that's where
Like,
I thought you were heading.
rough.
I thought you were heading to like Moana. Disney gave him that kind of money. I didn't even know how much
that
money
would
you
make
were going to
sense.
mention,
Not
but
the
like
cartoon, but
I
with
thought,
him actually in the movie.
with the action,
I
the live action
I just
movie.
can't understand.
That's
how would you
ridiculous.
spend that much money?
But dude,
On
but
one
this
actor.
is the thing, and this is what's annoying, and it's like I get it now. They're all like on strike, and they should be, dude. This kind of money being spent on one person, that's crazy, dude.
That's
Like the
wild.
average
There's-
movie,
the balance is like really way off.
like the average B tier movie is like 80 to 100 million. That's like half the average budget of a movie just to this
That's
one guy
crazy.
for a day. That means that it's probably a whole budget for like
That's
2
crazy.
days. That's
Yeah.
stupid.
That's so crazy, dude.
That almost makes you not want to support the movie because
almost
you know how
comical.
many people are barely getting paid in the movie, you know, and they're just
Like
tossed,
50 million
yo.
a day. Like if you're The Rock and you say to yourself, 50 million a day. Okay. How many days we're doing this? A lot of days. How about
a
we
lot
do
of
this?
days.
One day,
Yeah, don't pay me for the day.
gonna work for free.
Yeah,
But I want you to take that 50 million and I want you to spread that amongst the cast.
I don't think he's
Dude.
gonna do that.
I don't think so.
how
But like,
greedy
how
do
can
you
you?
have to be?
That's
How
the thing.
greedy do you have to be?
Exactly, knowing that so many people in there are barely getting paid, and that's the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
That's crazy.
Hmm
That's
Jeez,
crazy.
bro.
She maybe said Dwayne always doing something eyebrow raising.
Mhm.
Apparently, man,
You started that.
that's
shit.
wild, dude.
Listen, I didn't know he can sing. He was singing on Moana. He has he's made his way from just like being an action,
Dude, he was a wrestler,
movie
bro. And he
actor,
fucking
but
blew it up.
But dude,
It's
$50
crazy.
million a day? That's freaking bananas, dude. That's crazy.
And not even an Oscar-worthy actor would be nearly as much.
He's not gonna get a freaking Oscar
No
in
way.
this freaking movie, and he's getting paid. But dude, you make a lot of sense. Like he's gonna be working a lot of freaking days. $50 million a day. Like balance this shit out. Dude, with that 50, I'm sure that for the rest, they've spent less than 50. All the extra.
Maybe.
That's crazy.
That's wild, dude. That's
Yeah.
wild.
And I didn't know Amazon was throwing money like that at people.
I mean,
they
that makes
spent
sense
$1
to
billion
Amazon
on
of
the
all
Lord of the
people.
Rings
It's
show.
crazy.
Just,
For like per episode, right?
I don't know if it was per episode. No, I think it was just on the show entirely.
Oh, that makes sense. if
But
you
that
think about
was
it.
like,
oof.
it's just wild.
It
It's
is.
just wild to even try to comprehend that much money for what, dude?
Exactly.
Like for what?
The Rock,
Like,
and
for
and
The
no thing to talk
Rock's
about this
name?
movie is on Prime Video. It's not even getting a theatrical release, so it's not like they're gonna be making big bucks back. It's just like, oh, maybe more people will get Prime.
That's what's
Which most
hard
people
for
do
me
anyway.
to understand as well. And it's
Maybe
kind
he's
of
making
like,
a deal with them. Maybe this is reportedly, right? So this is not factual, so we don't know. So maybe it's like he's making a deal with Amazon to like be in more shit with them. And he's like,
And
you
this
pay
is
me
the
this much
upfront?
on this one, and I'll see how you go.
Yeah.
And then I'll do a couple more movies or something.
But listen, dude, like at that point, you kind of have to say, okay, you've made your money, get out the way. Let other people make something. Like how much?
I mean, obviously,
This is-
like you still have a lifestyle. He still has a long life to live. And I get it. And I'm not saying just throw away your money, but I'm saying if you're making
So
that
stupid
much money,
That's stupid.
you know what I'm
money.
saying?
Yeah.
Like that much money, multiple days. If he worked 5 days, that's $250 million.
Yeah.
Just for that. And that's who the fuck works 5 days on a movie?
Yeah.
And he's a main character? No, it's going to be at least a month.
Yep.
Okay. But
Just one day and change other
That's
people's
crazy,
lives
dude.
and write it off.
yeah.
You
Just say,
donated
call it as a
$50
charity.
million.
Like I thought it was crazy when Robert Downey Jr. made $1 million per minute of screen time on Spider-Man No Way Homecoming and shit like that. I'm like, that's a lot.
How do you
Holy
negotiate that type of
crap.
fucking shit? Like, listen, I want to be in your movie, no problem. But you're going to pay me $1 million a
Run
minute.
the clock, yo.
A minute.
A minute.
I'm going to talk slow
Uh-huh.
as... you know what I'm saying?
You gotta do
I'll be like Forrest Gump out in this bitch.
Okay.
Oh my God.
G-Baby says he used to sing when he wrestled. Purpleberry says that is pretty messed up. It is.
That's a
he
lot
said, I'm
of
still
money.
gonna watch it though.
Yeah, right? It's a Christmas movie.
The funny thing is that
I love
Prime,
Christmas.
I don't think anyone chooses to get Prime. It's just that you have your Prime shipping, and you're like, oh shoot, I have Prime Video too. I didn't know.
Yeah.
So when did I get this?
That is
Shintaro
true.
says his phone's at 13%, which you need to fix that shit. G-Baby says that it doesn't make sense, especially with all of his box office bombs hitting rock bottom.
Right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Fucking
dude.
the
Adam,
Black
bro.
Adam shit the bed, even though that was an
It
amazing
did.
movie. Shit the bed. Hacker says he plays VR because he's on the screen. They were showing the Assassin's Creed VR game.
Oh, I remember when
which looks
Hacker
dope.
came
Yes.
in,
it was,
and yeah,
yeah, he told us about
I
it.
remember
Gorilla
Hacker.
Tag.
Wow.
Gorilla Tag. I remember.
Damn.
She maybe says, so is he Rudolph, aka the red one? So they show a picture and he's just like walking in a generic ass
Santa's
like
grotto thing.
weird suit that looks like he's like one of Santa's elves.
Oh my God!
Like
So
most
who's
Santa
Santa?
iterations are lame.
I
as
forget the guy. It's
fudge.
somebody famous that you know.
So you heard about that too
What?
before this?
What?
This whole like this thing about like this rock.
No,
and
I
shit.
read it.
Damn.
You put a link in there.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I read the link. I was like, what the
That's ridiculous.
That's
It's like, that's
crazy.
fucking crazy, bro. That's crazy. Just give me one of those. One of those days.
Just
You know what
one
I'm
day.
saying? One of those
That's
days.
it. We're good.
Lives will be
One of
set.
those days,
That could change a
good to
writer's
go.
life
Yeah.
forever, bro.
Good to go.
Literally.
Good to go.
Yep,
No problem.
for sure.
Yeah.
That's literally. But
This is what I would
that's
say.
so
If I
hard
were
to
ever
process.
be that famous or ever be that rich, I would give away at least $1 million a year to a random person.
At least
A random person.
Are
though.
you kidding
It
me?
can't be like through a charity or some shit.
Do the
No.
lottery.
No, I
wanna
wouldn't do
I
it
wanna
through
go to Stop
charity.
and Shop, fucking find somebody with like a big thing of groceries,
yeah.
who looks like they can use it.
Yeah.
And just fucking
Bro, that's what Mr. Beast does.
Follow them outside
He fucking is mad
and be
charitable
like,
with that
yo,
shit.
Here you go.
take this.
Yep. Or see somebody with kids.
Yeah, like
running
change somebody's
around
life
and, like-
forever, not just like spread that shit so
Yeah.
that people get like $10 a person. That's
Yeah.
whack. You know what I'm saying? Just do it. One person a year. It'd be like my big deal I would
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. Mind
Dude.
you, that is literally what Mr. Beast does.
Yeah,
Like
Mr.
all the
Beast
time.
is a
Every
good guy.
Sunday, he's like, oh, you there, $100,000.
But that's,
Or like-
that, I mean, do it, right?
Listen,
like, you
literally
can
why
change
changed
not?
one
people's
where he was
lives,
like-
bro.
This is stupid money.
Like he literally did one where he was like,
Seriously.
I'll give you a few $1,000s if you go get me a thing of bread or some shit like that. But in France, so he took him on a plane ticket to France and
That's
he bought him an actual
crazy.
thing in like a real French place. He's like, yeah, here's your money. Thank you.
That's so
Literally.
cool.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
All right. The upcoming Borderlands movie
Yes.
has officially been announced to be hitting theaters on August 9th, 2024. So next year.
Do you think this Borderlands
That
movie will
movie
do well?
has Kevin Hart in it.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
For some
Yeah,
reason.
it has actually a lot of
Big
pretty
actors.
big
I remember
actors,
there was like
so-
an Ubisoft forward, like maybe like a year, maybe two ago, and it's like Kevin Hart and friends like that on stage or some shit saying that like, yeah, we're filming Borderlands and stuff like that. Do you think Borderlands?
Why
is
would
gonna-
they say that on Ubisoft stage?
I think it was like an Ubisoft. It was an Ubisoft presentation, like an E3 thing. I remember it.
But
I remember specifically.
Borderlands has nothing to do with Ubisoft.
Okay. So he
Take
saw
two. No, it was like a conference of some sort. I'm
Okay,
sorry. I
Gearbox,
probably said it
you mean.
wrong. Gearbox.
Gearbox.
That's the one. Gearbox.
Yeah, they're the ones who
Kevin
make
Hart
it.
and friends like that. They said some shit about like they're filming a movie. Do you think that'll do well?
I think it'll do moderately well. I mean, Kevin Hart's a pretty big name, and the other people are pretty big, and Borderlands in general is pretty big. It just depends on what it looks
It's like
like. Like if it
mid-tier.
looks stupid,
Like, here's the
No.
problem. If it's like like it's popular in video games, but like no one knows outside video games what
Yeah, but
Borderlands is.
that's
everybody
why
knows
you have
Kevin,
Kevin
Hart.
Hart.
Like
Yeah.
Jumanji, yo, those movies
Like
are
it's not
dope.
like Mario, where even if you don't give a shit about video games, you know
Oh,
who the hell Mario
the
is.
red one is directed or made by the person who made Jumanji, the two movies that The Rock was in.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Jungle is a
Oh.
great movie.
It was really
I
good.
feel like Next Level wasn't as good, but still, Welcome to the Jungle
So
is
yeah,
great.
so I mean, it's coming out next year. I guess the writer's strike probably pushed it back.
Yeah.
Because I think it was supposed to come out, but
Come on
Probably.
sooner.
all right.
There's-
And this is it. This is the last one. And this one
Ooh.
here, I don't even know if I really want to talk about it, to be honest with you,
Okay.
because I don't want to. We can mention it, but I don't know.
It's not something. It's just an interesting situation.
Well, it's interesting, but it's also we don't know, and I don't want to make something that can be.
Here's the thing: it's an
wrong.
identical. So it's identical cases with Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, the same shit happened.
Yeah.
Everyone thought Johnny Depp was a villain, and then it turns out she was.
Yeah,
So
So if
they're trying to say that he has proof that it wasn't him, it was her who attacked him.
Supposedly she's being charged of 3rd-degree assault.
Yeah, and like now they're waiting for her to get back from the country to like lock her up. So I don't know what it is, but I feel like I don't know
who we're talking about. But
Jonathan Majors, he's the guy who played
Ant-Man. No, he's Kang the Conqueror in Ant-Man. Everyone loved his performance, but
we've seen him somewhere
like
else.
The Flash,
We've
he
seen
was
him
like,
somewhere.
"You've been locked up."
Wasn't he in Venom?
I don't think he's Venom.
No, he's not Venom, but I think he was in Venom.
Maybe
I don't know. He was in
remember.
something that you saw with me, so we know of him. But he was the one that was going to be in the Marvel movies, but then we found out what he did, so everything went to shit.
Okay.
And now he said he was innocent the whole time, and now he has some proof or something that she did it, not him. I just don't like that stuff. So
yeah,
I mean, it's just like one of those things. I was like, at first you'd probably blow it off, like, but Johnny Depp was the same situation. Everyone thought Johnny Depp was the fucker that did it, but it was Amber Heard in a plot twist of events.
I just feel like in those situations,
you
kind of never know what really took place.
Things can be framed however they want, especially when they got the money to do it. So
that is true.
I'm not saying
if
he did anything or didn't do anything.
If it was her was free, would you question it? Though?
I'm not gonna go
I think
too
that
deep
those
into
are
this
like
stuff.
personal
This is like
things.
real life shit.
Yeah.
This is not like video game stuff. So
we're gonna leave. He's the guy from Ant-Man.
Yeah, but like this is like real life shit. I don't want to go too deep into that.
All right.
So with that, we're gonna wrap it up, guys, because we've been talking for 4 hours and 40 minutes.
We've had things to say.
And I don't even know how that happened. But we did it. I would like to thank all of our friends who came to hang out with us.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks,
if
guys.
you have not, hit that like button, guys.
Yes, don't leave without hitting the like button.
If you haven't subscribed, be our friend.
Yeah, do the thing.
Hit that like button. Hit that bell. And
absolutely.
our Discord info is right there.
Oh, Creed 3.
Creed 3.
Yes, G maybe. Creed 3. That's where he was.
Is Creed any good?
Yeah, Creed is a good movie for sure.
Nice.
But yeah. So yes, this was amazing, guys. Thank you so much for coming to hang with us.
Thanks, guys.
This was a banger.
Guys.
Listen, we appreciate it.
We do so much. Thank you, guys.
We will be back sometime this week doing something or another. We got things to do and play.
Yes, Pikmin 4, baby.
Pikmin 4.
Hopefully next weekend we don't have another Microsoft Activision merger update. Maybe it just, or maybe it's the last one and it's finally done. Who knows? All right, guys. Yeah. With that, we're out. Thank you so very much.
See you guys.
Doodle.
Yes.
Yes.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.